Good afternoon, everyone. The Joint Interim Standing Committee on Government Affairs will come to order. Madam Secretary, if you could please call the roll.
Senator Krasner.
Here.
Senator Neal.
Here.
Assemblymember Cole. Assemblymember Flanagan. Assemblymember Gurr.
Here.
Assemblymember Karras.
Here.
Assemblymember Nguyen. And Chair Flores.
Present. Please mark our members who are present as present. Those we do know that some will be joining us a little bit later today. We want to welcome Assemblymember Karras today, who's joining us, and we look to having an amazing conversation with you, Assemblymember. And I also wanted to thank our committee policy analyst for today, Ms. Becky Peratt, who's joining us. Our typical committee analyst, Jan Stinisbeck, is having a much-deserved vacation with his family, but just wanted to welcome Becky, and we are honored to have you. For those of you joining us today, before we move into public comment, I wanted to give everybody a little bit of a rundown of how we intend for today to move forward. We will take the items in the order they appear, with the exception of agenda item number 12 and 13, which is the presentation on accessibility and accountability measures concerning Public Utilities Commission of Nevada, and the presentation on compensation for interveners and regulatory proceedings concerning public utilities. Both 12 and 13 will be moved up and will be replacing agenda item number 8. And I did want to express concerns about agenda item number 8. As you see, we originally intended to have a presentation on immigration detention at the Nevada Southern Detention Center. We reached out to CoreCivic well ahead of this meeting, and we explained to them the conversation that we were hoping to engage in, along with the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. And both are obviously not here, as you see, which is concerning because they are operating within our jurisdiction. There is a large amount of concerns that have been raised by both folk in our community, along with different nonprofits, and a lot of individuals who have devoted their entire lives to this community. And there's just questions. When we have an open dialogue in a setting like this, it's beneficial to all, because it also allows for us to debunk concerns that we may have that maybe aren't there. Maybe we saw something happening in a different state that's not actually happening in the state of Nevada. But we can't address those issues or those concerns if they don't show up to a public forum and engage in meaningful dialogue that is, number one, objective, is transparency, right? I know just recently, a couple of days ago, we heard about Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who was killed by an ICE officer in Houston. And this happened just 2 days ago. No criminal convictions. He was arrested on his way to work. That is something that happens every single day in the state of Nevada. Individuals going to work and get apprehended by ICE. So it's obviously a concern to us that when we see things like this happening in other states, what are we doing differently in the state of Nevada to ensure that never happens here? What are the protocols in place? How are these arrests taking place? Is there better tactics that are happening? These are the type of conversations that we have to have in order for us to know that our neighbors are safe. People have a job to do, and they will do their jobs, but we need to ensure that due process is being followed at all times. Just recently, this month in July, we had an order come out from Judge Bower where he was calling and referring to ICE agents as rebelling because they were not following instructions that were being given by the court. That was happening in our jurisdiction. Just a few months ago, we had an incident at CoreCivic where an individual lost his eye, and there's a pending lawsuit. There's still pending lawsuits on numerous other factors that are happening in the state of Nevada. They are taking money. That detention center accepts money. They are making money off of these different instances. and for them to refuse to come to a public forum and engage in meaningful conversation. It's not only disheartening, but it's also, it adds to the concerns that we have of transparency. It adds to the concerns of whether or not they are following protocols. It adds to the concerns of whether or not they are doing the best job that they can. And so we are going to once again extend an invite for August. We expect them to be here. If not, then we will then have to change course and maybe change the tone of an invite to something else. But for now, we hope to see them here in August. But I wanted to make it abundantly clear why these conversations are so incredibly important for Nevada. And the fact that they don't show up is concerning and frustrating, to say the least. With that, we're going to go ahead and follow the items on the agenda as they appear. We're going to start with public comment. For those of you who cannot join us for public comment at this time, know that we will have a second round of public comment at the very end of today's meeting. I want to remind everybody to please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. For those of you who will be joining us and wish to provide public comment in Spanish, I am grateful to the many organizations and our amazing LCB staff that is here today for ensuring that we have a translator. So for those of you wishing to join us, and she just stood up, thank you for being here today. Para todos aquellos que gusten participar el día de hoy en español, tenemos la traductora que nos va a acompañar y ayudarnos con eso, para que puedan participar. I want to remind you to please keep your comments to 2 minutes. If your comments are longer than 2 minutes, no issue. You can submit those in writing. We can upload them via email and make sure that they become part of the full breadth of your argument or concerns or whatever may be in the public record. But we will remind you at 2 minutes. I'm just going to signal you, you're at 2 minutes. I don't want to cut you off. Close your remarks. If you start going on a tangent, I will unfortunately jump on the microphone and just remind you that your 2 minutes are up. But again, if you have more than 2 minutes, please make sure you give yourself an opportunity to type those up, send them in. They'll become part of the record. We're going to start with public comment here in Las Vegas. And then afterwards, we will move to public comment in Carson City. And then lastly, we'll move to public comment to those wishing to join us over the phone. And with that, we'll start here in Las Vegas. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Hello. Members of the committee, my name is Kev Golgana, and today I'm here to report a documented conflict of interest involving the Private Investigators Licensing Board and their chair regarding their verification of employment for armed security form. This VEAS form helps major security corporations generate significantly more revenue at the expense of armed security officers under their employment. Because of this form, these employees face unnecessary obstacles when finding new armed security jobs without losing their firearm credentials. The current PILB board chair is Tammy Nixon, and she has served as regional vice president for Allied Universal Security Services since 2015, one of the state's largest private security employers and a major financial beneficiary of a form that locks employees to their current employer. The governor appointed her to this board in September of 2017 with that conflict already in place. At the June 2nd, 2020 board meeting, Nixon cited NRS 281A recusal requirements by statute number when advising about another board's member's conflict of interest. 4 hours later, in the same meeting, she voted without disclosing her own conflict of interest with Allied Universal for an agenda item that embedded this VEAS form into NAC 648.343 with the $5,000 fine. Also, at the March 2026 board meeting, Nixon stated on certified record, and I quote, "I'm so familiar with it because I sign off on these." She was describing the VEAS form that she signs in her Allied Universal capacity, and then presided over the board's deliberation on that form's future without recusing herself. I'm asking this committee to inquire with the governor's office on whether or not conflict of interest was considered before appointing a regional vice president of Allied Universal to a government agency board that directly regulates the security corporation that Chairwoman Nixon has executive level connections with. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for joining us. And if you do see it, and if you have your written testimony, please give it to our secretary, and I'll make sure it gets uploaded.
All right, it's already submitted. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. If you see a vacant seat, please feel free to occupy it. Don't feel the need to wait. Whoever wishes to go next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and committee members. My name is Maria Pranas, and I am a mother, a grandmother, a proud Nevadan, and a member of the leader of Make the Road Nevada. I stand here today for all Nevadans families who are living in fear to urge you to hold ICE accountable to the people of Nevada. Olga is the devoted mother of 3 U.S. citizen children. 2 of her children live with severe chronic disabilities that require constant medical care just to stay alive. Every day depends on breathing tubes, oxygen, feeding tubes, medication, and frequently hospital visits. Missing even one appointment, delaying treatment could be devastating, even life-threatening consequences. Olga is forced to live in the constant fear and taking her children to the hospital that could separate her from them forever. As an undocumented mother, every trip to the doctor appointment is filled with anxiety. Before walking into the hospital or the clinic, she looks over her shoulder, scanning for masks, ICE agents, and police officers. She wonders if this will be the day that she's taken away from the children who need her the most. Olga's story represents a heartbreaking reality that Nevadans families are facing. Parents are delaying medical care, avoiding essential services, and living in constant fear because they fear that seeking the help could tear their families apart. Nevadans deserve better. Our children deserve better. Every family, regardless of legal status, deserves to seek life-saving medical care without fear, without intimidation, and without constant threats of separation. We urge you to require that anyone detaining of Nevadans and identify themselves. No more masks, no more confusion. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Chairman Flores and members of the committee. My name is Mianne Bennett, representing Nevadans for the Common Good, or NCG, a broad-based nonpartisan community organization of 30 congregations, neighborhood coalitions, and community nonprofits representing thousands of families in Nevada. We are extremely concerned about the presence of immigration and customs enforcements in our neighborhoods. In the last 2 weeks, 4 people from our churches were picked up or detained on their way to work. One longtime parishioner signed voluntary removal paperwork a week ago, but his family has lost contact with him and they are unable to find him in any database. A mother deported earlier this year died in the desert trying to get back to her 2 young children. A family shared that they are now all on anxiety medicine because a family member was deported. ICE enforcement activities has not made our community safer or better and is causing harm to our economy, our families, and our society. ICE activity is shaping the way people live day to day. Fear of being detained due to race or ethnicity or for merely driving a car has made people choose to stay indoors, not attend church, and stop them from seeking medical care. The level of fear in our neighborhoods is paralyzing, and we see the impact on our churches, schools, and civic organizations. Community members do not even feel safe attending a public meeting like today's, and ICE's lack of accountability is concerning. We need to protect our collective public life. NCG urges the protection and expansion of sensitive public spaces where individuals are free to live their daily life without fear of ICE enforcement. We believe protection should be expanded to places that are necessary in a person's life, including healthcare settings and places of worship. NCG also recognizes that due process is crucial to protecting the rights of individuals as enshrined in our Constitution. In Nevada, we have only one pro bono legal clinic to support families facing deportation, providing honest and necessary legal counsel so a person can have their day in court. One concrete way we can support families is to ensure there are adequate legal resources so they understand their rights, their options, and have a better shot at due process. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Dr. Marcela Rodriguez Campo. I am a member of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition, and I am the director of Go Libre Education. I am also an immigration and education scholar. Today, I'm here to speak to you on the disparate and grave impacts of immigrant detention on Nevadans. The impact of immigrant detention does not limit itself to the detained individual. It ripples across entire families, communities, and even multiple generations after. Let me explain. The National Scientific Council on the Developing Child found that toxic stress, like detention, can have an adverse impact on children's brain architecture and can even alter their brain chemistry permanently. Dr. Joanna Dreby and Dr. Luis Zayas found that U.S. citizen children who perceive a threat of detention or deportation through policies and local detentions develop anxiety, hypervigilance, depression, and PTSD at higher rates, regardless of their citizenship status. Suicidality and hopelessness has also been observed in Latina youth at alarming rates. In undocumented children, these impacts multiply, and these are all observable patterns occurring here in Nevada. The harm being inflicted on communities of color and immigrants by the violent tactics used by DHS and ICE to destroy families is a failure of epic proportions and will remain a stain on our country and state's history. Just as the separation of enslaved families during 400 years of chattel slavery, the 150 years of boarding schools like the Stewart Indian School in Carson City, and the internment of Japanese Americans. Across all these communities, we now know scientifically through epigenetics research by scholars like Elizabeth Klossing and Rachel Yehuda that immigration-related stress like separation and detention causes our DNA to mutate, and the impact of this trauma is passed down. Our children will inherit the decisions that we make today. The ripple of immigrant detention in Nevada will extend for hundreds of years beyond this moment, and it is only possible because of state cooperation, your cooperation. You can interrupt this cycle by exercising oversight, refusing cooperation, ensuring services to serve all Nevadans, including immigrants, are funded, and ensuring that you put in place additional protections for our immigrant community. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Please.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Mary Wagner. I am the Nevada Field Organizer with Moms Clean Air Force and Ecomadres. I'm here on behalf of parents, senior citizens, and ratepayers who could not be here today. The Public Utility Commissions of Nevada makes decisions that affect every Nevada family. These decisions shape monthly bills, energy reliability, and whether families can safely cool their homes during dangerous heat. But too many people are being left out of the process. When families can't participate, the commission can't fully understand how rising utility costs are affecting real people. High energy bills are not just a financial issue, they're a public health issue. When families cannot afford to run air conditioning during extreme heat, children, seniors, pregnant people, and people with asthma or heat conditions are put at great risk. We ask that the PUCN make public participation easier by holding consumer sessions at times working people can attend, offering virtual and phone options for every meeting, making the written comment process simple to use, following its own language access plan, and giving greater weight to the recommendations of the Bureau of Consumer Protection, the agency that represents Nevada ratepayers. We also ask that the PUCN do a better job of holding utility companies accountable. Families should not be asked to pay more without transparency, fairness, and clear explanation of how these decisions affect household budgets and public health. We recently saw why these changes matter at the June 16th consumer session. On a 105-degree day, ratepayers, including seniors, had to wait outside in the heat just to get into public meeting. Public meetings should never put people's health at risk. They should be safe, accessible, and welcoming for everyone. As an organization that works to protect children and families from health impacts of extreme heat and air pollution, we urge the PUCN to center affordability, accountability, public health, and meaningful public participation in its decisions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Medina, and I am with One API Nevada, a grassroots nonprofit advocating for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities in Nevada. We are here because this committee has both the authority and the moral responsibility to ask hard questions about what is happening inside Nevada's Southern Detention Center and what is happening to our neighbors on the way there. In 2025, ICE arrests of Asian Americans tripled. Of those detained, 68% had no criminal history. What we are witnessing is not case-based enforcement, it is race-based enforcement. In Minnesota, federal agents went door-to-door asking residents where the Asians are, not who committed a crime. A Hmong U.S. citizen was forcibly removed from his home without a warrant and was made to stand outside in freezing temperatures wearing only his underwear. Rohingya refugee, nearly blind and spoke little English, was taken into custody and left alone outside a closed coffee shop in near freezing temperatures. His body was then found 5 days later lifeless. You can be detained at work. You can be detained at a routine check-in, dropping your children off at school, citizen or not. This is not how a country that believes in due process treats its people, and this is happening here in Nevada. Federal Judge Boulware ordered that ICE cannot detain everyone facing deportation without individual review. ICE ignored it. He has since called it governmental lawlessness and a rebellion against our constitutional order. Nevada Southern Detention Center is named as a defendant in that very lawsuit. The Latino community is bearing the heaviest weight of this enforcement, and One API Nevada stands in full solidarity with them because when one community is targeted without accountability, every community is at risk. Our households are multi-generational and mixed status. When enforcement reaches one person without due process or language access, the entire family fractures. According to Stop AAPI Hate, 53% of AAPI adults say they or someone they love have been affected. Citizens or non-citizens at nearly identical rates. 39% have pulled back from public life, 24% are less civically engaged. People are not hiding because they did something wrong. They are hiding because the community that we have worked so hard to build here in Nevada and Las Vegas feels unsafe. We urge this committee to demand transparency into Nevada Southern Detention Center and ensure due process is upheld for everyone inside. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Callista. I'm a youth organizer for Battleborn Futures, a nonpartisan nonprofit whose mission is to empower young Nevadans through civic engagement and leadership development to create positive change in the state. In 2025 alone, ICE placed more than 600 children in immigration detention facilities, exceeding the total of the previous 4 years combined. Children cannot represent themselves in a courtroom. They cannot advocate for themselves in a detention facility. And when ICE detains a parent, there's often no one left to speak for them. Immigrant families across Nevada are terrified to send their children to school. A recent Urban Institute survey found that 10% of adults from immigrant families reported keeping their children home because of immigration enforcement fears. In a nationally representative survey cited by the Brookings Institution, 64% of high school principals reported that students in immigrant families missed school in the previous year due to immigration-related policies or rhetoric. According to the Brookings Institution, students score lower on standardized math and reading tests after immigration enforcement events, with the largest decline seen among Latino and English learning students. On college campuses across Nevada, students are afraid to show up to class or are afraid to apply for financial aid. International students are facing a threat that is entirely of their own. At least 1,220 students in 187 colleges and universities across the country have had their visas revoked, their legal status terminated, or even both. Many without any notices, any criminal history, or any explanation. Our youth are paying attention. Earlier this year, hundreds of Clark County students walked out of classrooms across multiple high schools in the Las Vegas Valley because they were watching their classmates, neighbors, and their families be torn apart. Heightened enforcement is also linked to higher rates of depression, substance abuse, and self-harm among young people, and to a declining sense of safety in school and communities. According to the American Immigration Council, approximately 1 in 12 children in the U.S. face the risk of a loved one being deported, and the lasting impacts on their mental health, academic outcomes, and futures are well documented. We are asking this committee to demand full transparency into Nevada Southern Detention Center and whether due process is being upheld for everyone inside. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Flores, for calling out the cowardice of DHS and ICE for failing to show up and address us today. My name is Jill Glass. I'm a member of the Las Vegas Democratic Socialists of America. I'm a longtime Las Vegas teacher. I love Las Vegas schools, a mosaic of children from all walks of life, something that we used to say that we valued, something that a lot of us still do value if you talk to them. But now I think of what's happened to our community, what immigration control has done, turned our residents into categories of hunters and hunted. Agents recruited at 18 years old under the guise of safety, patriotism, paid and armed to hunt former classmates that they sat in an 8th grade classroom with as recently as 5 years ago. Now, hunters and hunted. So it's appalling to me that children that were in my care, whom I nurtured, whose parents and families I worked with, have now been relegated to subhuman status. We've heard about the conditions in these concentration camps.
the cruel, deliberate, confused shuffling of these detained victims to different cities and countries where they're treated worse than dogs. Appalling. Our immigration officers are not targeting hard criminals as was promised. We know what's happening now, and it's really disturbing and concerning that the majority of us seems to be turning a blind eye, including some of our leaders. I know that ICE agents that I expected to see here today, I'm trying not to be resentful. I know that they've been promised that they'd receive a hero's embrace for this work. It's sad to me that some of these youths will look back in a few years and probably be very ashamed of engaging in this kind of work. I know when I was 18 and in my late teens, early 20s, I did things that I regret, that I wish I hadn't. And expecting our youths to have to go through this kind of enterprise and then maybe 5-10 years from now have to grapple with their participation in this sinister enterprise. I just don't see how this ends well. So I urge you to take a strong stance. We're supposed to be the battle-born state, an independent state. We have a real opportunity to stand up to this. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Justin Hobson, Justin Hopson. I am an organizer with Faith Organizing Alliance, a coalition partner of the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. The Public Utilities Commission of Nevada makes decisions that affect every electric and gas customer in our state. Yet for many Nevadans, participating in those decisions is far more difficult than it should be. The Nevada Legislature has demonstrated that accessibility is possible. Through Nellis, Nevadans can easily follow legislation, watch hearings, submit opinions, and testify remotely. These tools recognize that meaningful public participation requires removing barriers, not creating them. Unfortunately, the PUCN has not met that same standard. Consumer sessions are often scheduled only during the workday, shutting out hardworking families. Virtual participation is inconsistent, making it difficult for rural residents, seniors, people with disabilities, and those without reliable transportation to participate. Written comments require navigating a technical process that is difficult for many people to complete, especially on a mobile phone. The Commission's language access plan is another example of good intentions failing short in practice. While the PUCN has a written language access plan, it is not consistently implemented where it matters most. Consumer sessions are conducted almost entirely in English, and interpreters are generally not provided. Instead, community organizations are expected to find and provide interpreters themselves. Even then, community members must use their limited 3 minutes to speak through an interpreter, effectively cutting their testimony in half. A language access plan only works if it is fully implemented. Language should never determine whether someone's voice is heard. We've also witnessed members in the public, including seniors, waiting outside in almost 110-degree heat for hours because the meeting room access was limited. That is not what accessible government looks like. When participation is difficult, the people most affected by rising utility bills, low-income families, seniors, rural communities, and communities of color are the ones whose voices are missing from the room. Those are the very communities of the commission that should be hearing from the most. If the Nevada Legislature can provide transparent, accessible, and modern public engagement through Nellis, the PUCN can do the same. I respectfully ask this committee to require permanent remote participation, fully implement meaningful language access by providing qualified interpreters at consumer sessions, eliminate the unnecessary barriers.
And we have gone well beyond the 2 minutes at this point. If you could just do your last sentence, please, and make sure you submit the rest in writing, please.
I'll just close on this. Accessibility is more important than a policy. It is a commitment to ensure that every Nevadan has an equal opportunity to participate in decisions that affect their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, just to help our team that's working behind the scenes, When you come up, if you could please state your name for the record, but then also spell it, just to make it a little bit easier, because our secretary who's taking notes is not in Las Vegas, and sometimes it's just a little bit difficult for the team to do that. So state your name, spell it, and then please go on with your remarks. And also, the team is also working as we speak on real-time closed captioning, so that we'll have that being displayed in Spanish here soon, hopefully. But I wanted to give everybody a heads up that they are working on that. I know we requested it. They're just having some technical difficulties. Please, whoever wishes to go next. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and committee members. My name is Evelyn, Evelyn. I am a mother and proud member of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition. As many Nevadans are here today, we make sacrifice to miss our medical procedures, risk of our work hours, which bring food to our tables. We are gathering in unity of all the Nevadans not present today due to the fear that ICE has caused in our communities. I would like to share Irma's story, a hardworking, undocumented Nevada mother of 2 children who fear being separated from her children here today. So I will read for her. Irma doesn't feel safe walking her children to school anymore. It's really sad. She has mentioned how her neighbors was picked up by ICE at 7 a.m. in the morning, walking her children to school and deported by the evening. Irma shares that her neighbor was dedicated street vendor in Las Vegas and still has a family here wondering where he is. This fear has changed how Irma lives now. Irma stopped going to the doctors unless it is an emergency, and she stopped going to the church on Sunday. The trust that she had in her community breaking apart one missed appointment at the time. As I share the story of Nevadans that make our state drive, I refuse to remain in fears because my children deserve neighborhood free from ICE and mask official destroying our community. We ask to commit to our Nevadan families and choose dignity and due process over fears and silence. The only thing that I really hope to be treated with dignity and respect. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Please, whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and committee. My name is Jonathan Aguilar. It's G-A-N-A-T-H-A-N. And I'm proud member of Nevada Immigrant Coalition. And I'm here today because I would like to urge you to ensure that participating in our community well-being never puts a person at risk of deportation. I'm here to share my friend Miguel's story today because he hasn't broken the rules, and although he would like to be here, he's not here due to fear of ICE deportation. But he's a DACA recipient and in fear of being detained today by the US prison streets. Miguel, who has met every USCIS requirement to renew his work permit every 2 years. Despite that, we graduated from college after finding a Dreamer scholarship and the opportunity to open the doors that he needed. And today he's a nursing graduate living in Nevada. Miguel is a respected leader on the community and still lives with the fear that mass agents could find any opportunities for deportation. Many Nevadas like Miguel deserve to live free from going outside due to the pending DACA renewal or any form of non-enforceable detentions, which is being caused by our government. We urge you to protect the trust between our communities and the people that maintain to serve it, including the schools, hospital, clinics, and all places to worship. ICE doesn't belong here in communities. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Assembly members and senators. I'm Kylin Lin, K-Y-L-I-N-L-I-N, a 16-year-old rising junior at Advanced Technologies Academy. Likewise, I'm also the daughter of 2 now legal immigrant parents, one of which took 15 years to finally gain American citizenship. So, in regards to this matter, no, it's not that easy to live here legally. Days after the news of the appearance of ICE on Las Vegas streets broke, in early 2025, my mother made my sister and I keep our pictures of our passports ready at hand. Sharing the same concern, we both urged our parents to physically carry theirs to and from work. My father simply refused because there would be no way for immigration enforcement to deport or even detain a legal citizen as long as it was properly communicated to them. Dare I ask, if this was the case, why have we seen Leonardo Garcia Venegas, Diane Figueroa, George Retes, and other citizens adamantly expressing their legal status while being viciously detained by enforcement officers with excessive uses of force? We're past the point on solely recognizing legality. ICE authorities' practice has centered around the basis of a blatant abuse of power and racial profiling, inciting fear among Nevada's large racial minority populations. I don't know every single minute detail about Nevada's participation with ICE or the extent of protective federal legislation. But what I do know is that the Department of Homeland Security's agency's mere existence was an aim to rid terrorism. But why do I still feel terrorized and unsafe? Am I under a lesser set of protections for simply looking the part, dressing the part, sounding the part? My neighbors, my friends, my community, they're not who I see as dangerous. It's law enforcement, both local and federal. That's who terrorizes me. Today, I stand before this committee to plead just one thing: put the safety of our people first by protecting our neighbors. Challenge the Department of Justice's Memorandum of Understanding with the Nevada governor. Challenge 287G. Keep ICE accountable. Fear won't eliminate unemployment rates, nor replenish our FEMA account, nor let Nevadans walk our streets without a care in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Please, whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Shonda Johnson, SHAUNDA, JOHNSON. I'm the Executive Director of Faith in Action Nevada, a statewide multi-faith organization that organizes congregations and directly impacted residents to build power for racial, economic, and environmental justice. I'm here today because every Nevadan deserves a meaningful opportunity to participate in decisions that directly affect their utility bills and their family's economic security. Just a few weeks ago, Faith in Action Nevada brought nearly 50 consumers to a PUCN General Consumer Session to share their lived experiences. Instead, they were required to stand outside in 108-degree heat for nearly 2 hours while an empty conference room sat available. That experience sent the wrong message, that public participation is an afterthought rather than a priority. Unfortunately, this is part of a larger pattern. Many Nevadans face significant barriers to participating in PUCN proceedings because meetings are difficult to reach, remote testimony is not permanently available, and language access remains limited. The people most impacted by rising utility costs are often the very people least able to participate in the decisions that affect them. We urge you to support reforms that make the PUCN more accessible through permanent remote participation, stronger language access, and greater accountability. We also support strengthening consumer advocacy and creating an intervenor compensation program so every Nevadan has access to the expertise needed to stand on equal footing with large utility companies. A fair regulatory process requires more than an open meeting. It requires that every Nevadan has a real opportunity to be heard. We ask you to help build a PUCN that is transparent, accessible, and accountable to the people it serves. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for joining us. Please let the record reflect that Assemblymember Nguyen has joined the meeting via Zoom. Please, whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Calvin Ortega, and I attend East Career Technical Academy, a local high school here in Nevada. I'm here because immigration policy is affecting real people in our community, not just headlines. Fear changes how people live, how they seek their care in the hospitals, and whether or not they send their kids to school. And frankly, many people in our community are scared and terrified to even exist and live simply due to the color of their skin. These people are real. They don't just exist in headlines and they don't just exist in the news or something you see in passing on social media. These people are people such as my mom. My mom has been receiving DACA for countless years now, since before I was born. However, 7 months ago, she submitted an application to DACA, a process which only allows you to submit 6 months in advance to your permit expiring. Are you aware that she still has not received her DACA and is unable to work at all legally? Because the policies we have now are taking funding away from these programs and making it so much harder for people to come and exist peacefully, which is why we're seeing certain like trends and things of that nature in schools where these ICE agents believe they're doing the right thing when all they're doing is putting a Band-Aid on a problem that doesn't exist and they created the problem themselves. I'm asking this committee to prioritize the safety and dignity of our neighbors and whatever comes next. ICE is an organization which has no place in Nevada, and as it stands, we are already ranked at the bottom of most education metrics. The last thing we need is ICE in our communities and schools reducing the rates parents send their children to school simply due to the fear of never seeing their children again or their children never seeing them again. You people have the power to change what we see in our community in our day-to-day life, yet you choose not to. Parents already have to worry about threats to our schools due to rising trends in mass shootings and gun violence throughout the country, and they should feel safe enough to send their kids to school without the looming threat of ICE. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Please, whoever wishes to go next.
Good morning to the chair and to the committee members. My name is Terry Cox, Bishop Terry Cox with Faith in Action Nevada. That's TERRYCOX. As a 43-plus year resident of Las Vegas, it appears that corporate greed needs to be seriously checked. The mob may have been bad, but corporate greed is harming Nevadans. The PUCN is acting more like an employee of the corporations rather than the champion of the Nevadans. As our legislators, we, the people, need you to act on our behalf. Please help us to live in dignity in all issues spoken today. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon to the committee, elected representatives, and everybody here in general. My name is Sergeant Thomas Elliott. That's THOMASELLIOTT. Former combat medic from the 101st Airborne Rakkasan 3rd Brigade Combat Team. I've also been a civil affairs operator, CMOC Sergeant, stands for Civil Military Operations Center Sergeant, a battle staff NCO, and an Army instructor. I'm also a member of a community of veterans who have been holding their voices for a period of time, and we are unable to hold our voices any longer. As a combat medic, my friends in the infantry have asked me to speak because they don't believe that they can speak politely to our leadership at this time. So they asked Doc to do it. It is absolutely ludicrous that we are expected to go and defend our country from terrorists overseas. We wear our nameplates, our name tags on our uniforms. We do not cover our faces. As a combat medic in Afghanistan, where I received this cane and became 100% totally and permanently disabled, which is why I get to introduce myself as Sergeant Thomas Elliott, there was a bounty for $20,000 on the heads of combat medics, 30 on the heads of explosive ordnance disposal. Similar rates for Rangers and Special Forces members, whom I served with on many different missions. At no point in time did we cover our faces. At no point in time did we remove our names from our uniforms. At no point in time did we violate the rules of engagement, or ROF, or ROE. We were facing actual enemy combatants with actual weapons, Dishkas, 50 caliber weapons that can shoot aircraft down from the freaking ground, RPGs, 107 millimeter Nican rockets capable of melting through armor. It is absolutely absurd that people who make 3 times the amount that we make risking our lives for this nation, and who get to go home to air conditioning and TV and nice cool food in the refrigerator every single night, instead of sleeping in a hole in the ground and hoping that the rain doesn't choke you in your sleep. I apologize, I'm going over my time, so let me wrap this up real quick. We're outraged. We are completely outraged, and we want to know how you expect us to put up with something like this. But here's the thing, I didn't come here to just yell at you. This is why I was asked to come here. As a battle staff NCO, as an instructor, as a medic, as someone who has served in the infantry, and as someone who is trained with special operations, I'm here to offer you my services. Pro bono if need be. Don't let budget make this a constraint. We can take the same things that we learned from over there, and we can treat the people here with respect and dignity. If that's what this is about, if it's actually about keeping our country safe, then let's do it right. If you need me to teach you for free, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your service to our country, sir. Whoever wishes to go next.
My name is Frederick R. Wright, Sr., FREDRICKWRIGHT. I am the senior pastor of the Worship Center, also known as No Greater Love Worship Center, and a pastoral cohort member of Faith in Action Nevada. I'm here on behalf of myself and other constituents because consideration and dignity is not something that we should beg for. It is something that we all rightly deserve. On June 16th, I and 50 of our other people and 8 particular of my constituents at my church were outside in the heat for 2 hours, 105 degrees, some which were chemo patients, senior citizens who were denied access into the building, even though they were showing signs of distress. People not allowed to come in to use the restroom because they said that there was not room to accommodate them. Poor planning is not a reason to deny someone the dignity that they deserve. We already had people calling in to come at meetings that are inconveniently stated on the middle of the week and 1 o'clock in the afternoon when most people are at work. Once again, consideration and dignity is not something that we should beg for, but here we are begging for consideration and dignity. We ask you to reel them in and allow them to treat people the way that they should be treated. The people that fund their very lives, they give no consideration to our lives and what we are doing. As a disabled person myself, as a veteran of the military forces, nobody would ever treat anybody that way. So how do we just let them get away with doing what they're doing as if they're beholden to the Nevada energy when they're supposed to be beholden to the people? There is something that needs to be changed here. And we're calling on you, distinguished members of this committee, whom we placed our trust in when we voted for you, to make this happen so that us as Nevada citizens don't have to deal with this thing ever again. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for joining us. Please, whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Jasmine Lazaro. I'm a nurse practitioner with full practice authority here in Nevada, and I've spent my career diagnosing, treating, and caring for people the system would rather ignore. I came here with what I carry from the exam room and working in street medicine and community health here in Southern Nevada. I have looked into the eyes of a patient who wouldn't tell me where the bruises came from because naming it out loud felt more dangerous than the injury itself. I have written prescriptions I knew would never get filled because picking them up meant walking past a pharmacy someone was too afraid to enter. I have held a hand shaking not from pain, but from the sound of a knock at the door. That fear lives in the body. It shows up in blood pressure, in sleepless nights, in wounds that don't heal because a nervous system in constant alarm cannot spare the energy to repair itself. I know this because I studied it. I see it because I live it with my patients every week. I have full authority in the state to diagnose, to prescribe, to make clinical judgments that shape whether someone gets better or gets worse. And I can tell you, with everything that authority represents, that fear is not a side effect of policy. It is a diagnosis in its own right. and it is one this country is currently inflicting on entire communities on purpose. Nationally, 2025 was the deadliest year in 2 decades for people in ICE custody. At least 30 deaths, nearly triple 2024's total. This isn't happening somewhere else. It's happening 60 miles from here at the Nevada Southern Detention Center in Pahrump. In 2023, detainees there filed 36 complaints of medical negligence and abuse, triggering a federal investigation. Last year, a lawsuit alleges a detainee with schizophrenia was denied his medication, attempted suicide, and then permanently blinded himself during an untreated psychotic episode. This isn't a broken system that needs reform. It's a system built to profit from human suffering, and it needs to be abolished, not adjusted. I'm asking this committee to say so and to demand accountability for what's already happened here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tommy Love. I am a registered nurse and a co-founder of a nonprofit that works directly with our community, offering street medicine here in Nevada. And I am here to tell you what I've seen and what I believe. I have knelt on the sidewalk next to people shaking, not from illness, but from fear. I have watched a mother flinch at the sound of a car door slamming. I have sat with people who have done nothing wrong except exist in a human body that the government has decided to treat as a threat. What I have witnessed is not law enforcement, it is cruelty wearing a badge, and I refuse to pretend otherwise. As a nurse, I see the whole person before I ever touch them. I am educated and teach in social determinants of health. That's the idea of where you live and what you have access to and how you are treated shape your health and livelihood. I am educated in and teach therapeutic communication. That's how you speak to someone in a crisis so that they feel safe instead of hunted. I am educated in and teach cultural competency, how to meet a person where they are in the language that they have and in their fear, in their humanity, without any judgment. I would gladly stand in front of every officer enforcing these policies and teach them what I know. Because right now, what I have seen in these detention centers, in these raids, and on the sidewalks is negligence and the complete absence of any of that training. It is trauma inflicted by people who have never once been taught how to actually see the person who is right in front of them. I am a nurse because I believe every single person deserves to be seen, to be heard, and to be treated like they matter. I believe that belief doesn't stop at any border, and it doesn't stop because someone doesn't have the right paperwork that has been invented by humans. I am asking this committee to remember that behind every policy you guys make, there is a human being. And please treat these policies as so. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Senator Flores and members of the committee. My name is Lori Rubenstein, Rubenstein. I am not ICE's target audience. I am a 65-year-old white Jewish woman who was born in the US. But still, I wake up in the middle of the night having nightmares about the arrests, about people being locked up, imagining the families torn apart. One of the things I've learned from my history is that I do not want to be a bystander. And in this moment of time, this is just like 1939 Germany. I definitely wish I lived in a state where ICE was not welcomed. But short of that, I'd like to see rules that strictly guide ICE's behavior. Stay away from schools, stay away from hospitals, My daughter's a labor and delivery nurse and told me a horrible story of one of her women giving birth, and the ICE agents were outside waiting and took her just right after giving birth. It was awful. They should not steal property or leave it unsecured. They should not leave children or pets alone in the homes. And these are rules and regulations that you can create. They must follow the same rules as LV Metro. No masks, no masks. Badge number and name tags. They should answer questions like, do you have a warrant? Show the warrant. Why am I being arrested? Read Miranda rights. Allow phone calls upon arrest and dignity when held. You are our voice. Please protect us with righteous laws and regulations from this government tyranny. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Bethany Kahn, and I'm the proud daughter of immigrants and here on behalf of the Culinary Union today, and also I'm a steering member of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition. I want to share what's happened to two Culinary Union members, both of whom were legal permanent residents who got caught up in ICE's deportation machine. So for some context, hospitality workers in Nevada are living through what we call the Trump slump. There's chaotic trade and immigration policies that have chilled travel and tourism, which means fewer hours, less tips, and hard conversations at kitchen tables. At the same time, we're seeing a deportation system that targets long-term members and tears our families apart. If an ICE crackdown like one that happened in my beloved hometown of Minneapolis, where my family lives still, hit the Strip, visitors would stop coming here. So Culinary Union member Angel Garcia, he worked at the Westgate since 1986. He served guests for 40 years, and he was detained in March 2025, deported months later in August. Sonny Lisquid, he was a banquet server at Resorts World. He was a Culinary Union member for over a decade. He was detained July 2025 and held in detention in a different city for 9 months and then was deported. And he was deported over a decade-old conviction that he had already served time for. And he spent 9 months in detention in Georgia before being deported to the Philippines. When I talked to him a few weeks ago, he described the conditions that he was in as filthy conditions, no privacy. He didn't have access to medicine. They literally ground up all the food that he was going to eat and put it all together and just served it like slop for him on dirty plates. 3 of his friends inside took their own lives, and Sonny now lives isolated in the Philippines. He lives all alone with trauma, depression, PTSD, and suicidal thoughts. He doesn't even have papers to work in the Philippines. ICE needs to answer our questions, and I'm asking the committee if you would put forward 2 of these questions to ICE. First, how many Nevada lawful legal permanent residents has ICE detained and deported in the past year? Second, will ICE report that data to Nevada so we can see the impact on our own workforce and communities? And in the next session, Chair Flores, Nevada legislators must pass a law barring the state and local law enforcement from entering or renewing 287G agreements with ICE so that our state can stop putting workers like Sonny and Angel into a deportation and family separation system. Las Vegas is a hospitality-dependent economy, and we need policies that welcome tourists, respects workers, and strengthens our states. And Culinary Union is going to keep organizing and fighting to protect families. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Savannah, spelled like Savannah, Georgia, and I live here in Nevada. I'm here because immigration enforcement is affecting real people in our community, not just headlines. Fear changes how people live, whether they seek care, send their kids to school. No one should be afraid to leave their homes. The fact that ICE didn't show up today shows that they have no regard for what the law or the government tells them on how they should handle detainees. They are not afraid to lose their jobs or go to jail because they know Republicans will cover for them and give them pardons. Because I'm an ally and an advocate for immigrants, even I am worried that I will be targeted by ICE and Homeland Security and thrown into a concentration camp. Nobody should be afraid all the time, regardless of their immigration status. Everyone is human and deserves the same respect and rights. My family came here from Italy because they wanted a better life for their families, and that's what every immigrant comes to America for. I don't understand why it is okay for white people to migrate here, but not for people of color. That's the racist history of America. We need to change that. I'm asking this committee to prioritize the safety and dignity of our neighbors and whatever comes next. Please do not allow this abuse, kidnapping to keep happening by outlaw ICE. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Beisha Torres Miranda. That's BETTIA-TORRES-MIRANDA. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Handmaids of Las Vegas as the founder. I'm also co-founder of Indivisible Henderson Boulder City and a member of LVDSA and Defensa. I'm here to urge the committee to recognize the severe destabilizing impact that recent Department of Homeland Security and ICE activity is having in our communities across the Las Vegas Valley and North Las Vegas. I'm discouraged, yet not surprised that ICE did not show up today, or DSH, to answer and be accountable to the public. I do wish that they would come and be here and answer our questions that we have every day. Every day we are witnessing our neighbors being unlawfully detained in and about our neighborhoods. This aggressive overreach has created a pervasive culture of fear. We now have community members who are terrified to perform the most basic, essential daily tasks. We have parents that are requesting to ask for chaperones to just do regular activities like grocery shopping or picking up kids from school or going to their doctor's appointments, trapped by the terrifying reality of being targeted and detained simply because of the color of their skin, whether they are a citizen or not. This terror has hit incredibly close to home. Recently, an ICE agent took up residence directly within my townhome complex. The mere presence of this agent has sent a wave of panic and fear through the residents, fracturing the sense of safety we should all be guaranteed in our own homes. On behalf of the immigrants who have been unlawfully detained and unjustly detained, I am pleading for a stop to these unchecked actions. If individuals are to be detained, it must be done with strict adherence to due process. We demand mandatory bond hearings so that individuals have a fair opportunity to process their status. Our community deserves immigration framework rooted in basic compassion and humanity, not profiling and fear. Please use your authority to protect Nevada families and restore accountability to our valleys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Please, whoever wishes to go next.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Mary. I am a mother and aunt and a community leader with the Nevada Immigration Coalition. Today, I'm here representing Elizabeth and an undocumented mother for three U.S.-born children and many Nevada families who could not be here because they feared ICE would be present. Elizabeth is a single mother who works 2 full-time jobs to provide for her family and make ends meet. Every day, she faces the fear that something as routine as dropping her children off at school could end with her being detained by ICE. Elizabeth is not a criminal, yet the fear of being stopped or questioned by masked federal agents kept her from sharing her own story with you today. Her fear is shared by countless families across Nevada who could not be here. I am honored to share her story today because it deserves to be heard. As a mother myself, I cannot imagine leaving my children at school knowing I could be separated from them while dropping them off to class. Families are living with the fear that masked officers may wait near schools and target parents picking up or dropping off their children. As a result, some children are left to walk home alone in temperatures exceeding 100+ degrees, putting their safety at risk. No parent should have to choose between taking their children to school or risking permanent separation from their family. Nevadans deserve to live free from fear of being targeted by ICE and to have their privacy protected, regardless of their immigration status. I urge you to stand with Nevada families by protecting the privacy and dignity of every Nevadan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you again for joining us. Please.
Hello, my name is Adriana Chan. I'm a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada, and I was born in Nevada.
I am also a member of Las Vegas DSA, and we have been doing a lot of activism and canvassing within the community, canvassing workplaces, letting them know, leaving know your rights cards and other information that can help them if ICE is to enter their business. And the stories that we've heard are just harrowing. The fear in the community is truly palpable, and it's so disheartening. ICE is robbing people of their constitutional rights to due process, a wholly un-American crime that I believe serves to only further crumble the foundation of the democratic principles that we're supposed to be celebrating on this 250th year of freedom. If DHS and ICE won't even show up to have a conversation with the community, how can we trust them to carry out their duties behind closed doors, masks, and unidentifiable, using rental cars and cheap Amazon hunting gear? They have constantly proven that they are dangerous, unregulated thugs that are willing to kill and harm anyone in their way. Americans, Nevadans, our neighbors, should not be living in fear. The crime of existing in a country should never cost somebody their life. We have canvassed businesses around Las Vegas and have heard stories of ICE abusing their power, intimidation, and the fear that their presence incites. We need ICE to be held accountable. We need ICE to answer questions. We've heard over and over again these horrific stories of unchecked power, and I urge you to be proactive in keeping your community safe by exercising your authority to hold these agents accountable. Do not let them run wild through Vegas, torture our neighbors with no oversight. If you allow these gangs of masked and armed men to invade our community and keep kidnapping people off the streets, as we've seen nationwide, any bloodshed will be on your hands. The culture of fear that has permeated our country is not sustainable economically, emotionally, or societally. Though this violent enforcement is entirely in line with American history, I know we have it in us as a society to move forward without this blatant fascism, learn to truly value the life of all people, and live the life that we were guaranteed with pursuit of happiness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. I don't see anybody else coming forward in Las Vegas. We will move to Carson City. Those wishing to join us for public comment in Carson City. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Flores and members of the committee. My name is Nancy Potterwills Baba, Nancy, P as in Peter, O D as in David, EWILS hyphen B as in boy A, B as in boy A. I've lived in the Reno area since 1986 and currently live in Reno. I am also a member of the League of Women Voters of Nevada. The League of Women Voters was founded in 1920 to educate voters, to protect the right to vote, and to stand up for human rights and individual liberties as guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. We believe that no person should be subject to unreasonable search and seizure, that is, without a judicial warrant based on evidence of that person's criminal activities. We believe that no one should be subjected to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or torture of any kind. We believe that people should be able to express their points of view without fear of arrest, as long as they do so peacefully. Since the Government Affairs Committee has authority over Homeland Security in Nevada, we urge you to keep ICE from violating people's First Amendment rights, arresting anyone without a judicial warrant, threatening, intimidating, or assaulting anyone, targeting people of color or those who speak a language other than English. We believe that our country and Nevada should be a place of welcome to anyone who wants to contribute to the well-being and prosperity of the United States. We do not want our neighbors to fear going to school or work or medical appointments or to the grocery store or their place of worship, simply because they are brown or black or lack legal status. We need your help. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us in Carson City. Next person, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Astrid Paulina Martinez, ASTRID.
And ma'am, I apologize to interrupt. Right beneath the microphone, there's a button that will turn it green. There you go. If you could start again, please.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Astrid Martinez, ASTRID MARTINEZ. And I am the Northern Nevada Legislative Organizer with Chispa, Nevada. I am here today to support the effort to make Public Utility Commission of Nevada more accessible, transparent, and accountable to people it serves. Over the years, I have worked with families across the north of Nevada who are struggling with prices, electricity costs. Many want to participate in PUC proceeding, but they face barriers such as complex regulatory process, limited language access, and the feeling that their voices do not meaningfully influence decisions being made. The people most affected by utility decisions deserve a stronger voice in the process. I also believe Nevada should consider reforms that increase public accountability. It is essential that PUC commissioners remain transparent, responsive, and accountable to the public family who pay their utility bills every month. Deserve confidence that the Commission is listening to their concerns and making decisions that reflect the public interest. Greater accountability helps build public trust and ensure that utility regulations serve Nevada family, not just interests of the utility companies and corporations. Thank you for your time and your considerations.
And thank you for joining us. Anybody else wishing to join us in Carson City? Seeing no one else stepping forward, we'll invite those wishing to join us for public comment over the phone.
Thank you, Chair Flores. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phone now to be placed in the queue.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Gifford, ELLEN, GISS as in Frank, ORD as in David. I'm providing public comment on behalf of Christina McConnell. Christina wanted to be here to speak for herself, but she is a working Nevada voter. Christina has been waiting almost 3 years for the record she formally requested on December 2023 from the Secretary of State's office. What she has been getting instead are periodic memorandums asking for more time. Surely asking for more time for almost 3 years is ludicrous. Surely the records Christina is asking for are readily available. Surely they must be, because the information in these records had to have been the basis, if there was one, for NRS 293705, an ominous statute that puts all voters at risk. Surely the Secretary of State's office needs to step up, respecting Christina's right to ask for these public records and produce them, or acknowledge that they can't because surely they don't exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Next caller, please.
Caller, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello. Thank you, Chairman Flores and members of the committee. My name is Rob Baston, ROBBASTIEN. I'm a longtime Carson City resident representing myself, and my comments are about PUCN accessibility. I'm here today to express concerns relative to the accessibility of the PUCN, particularly relating to the seemingly limitless request by Nevada Energy to increase the rates for people using a public utility. I'm fortunate in that I'm retired and that I have a more flexible schedule than most. That said, attending hearings or consumer sessions at the PUCN appear to be deliberately scheduled to ensure that the citizens who are directly affected by the said hearings and consumer sessions will not have the chance or the ability to attend and or participate with public comment. The PUCN must provide public hearings that are available when the majority of the people can participate. Living in Carson City, I'm usually able to attend the PUCN sessions held in Carson City. It appears that Las Vegas will usually have a remote virtual session no matter where in northern Nevada, Reno or Carson, the physical session is conducted. yet only one physical location in northern Nevada is active at one time. And I was appalled when I heard about the recent hearing in Las Vegas when people who wanted to provide public comment were forced to wait outside in the Las Vegas sun for hours. This is totally unacceptable. Basically, the PUCN hearings must be more accessible to the public. Please make it so. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Next caller, please.
Caller, please press *6 to unmute your phone. Please proceed.
My name is Pastor Tina Regan. I'm senior pastor at Cornerstone Family and Worship Church here in Las Vegas. Chair and members of the committee. I attended the PUCN meeting to support members of my congregation and other Nevada residents who came to express concerns about the proposed Nevada energy rate increase. We came expecting meaningful public participation in the transparent government process. We did not expect that things would go the way that it did. It became a risk to our health. Members of the congregation arrived around 1 p.m. and I arrived shortly thereafter. And many of us waited for more than 2 hours outside in triple-digit temperatures before we were allowed into the building. Among those waiting were older adults, including some in their 70s. Pastor Fred and I tried to help the seniors enter first because we were recognizing the serious health risks that they were in, but we were instructed that the entry had to follow the order of the line and only available once one in the meeting was released out voluntarily. As the afternoon continued, the pavement radiated heat. People searched for shade. They sat on curbs. Some even left because they couldn't tolerate the conditions. Water was offered at first, but after hours, that was not enough relief for us. We had to call and go inside. We asked to go inside and no one would let us. And despite these conditions, people were calm. They were respectful. We eventually reached out to Governor Lombardo's office and elected officials, and others, including myself, turned to social media, hoping that someone would help. There was no protest. There was no violence. It was just Nevadans attempting to exercise their rights to participate in the public process. I was part of the meeting. I went inside and I came back and I became lightheaded and unable to cool my body down. So I left out and a police officer came and asked me, did I need medical assistance? And I said, yes. The paramedics arrived later and they recommended that I was transported to the hospital. While I was receiving medical attention inside the building, about 20 Nevadans were still outside in the triple-digit heat. Now we're creeping upon 3 hours, waiting for the opportunity to participate in the same public meeting. So this testimony is not about me. It's about public access. It's about accountability. It's about human dignity. It's about restoring public trust by ensuring that every Nevadan can safely participate in decisions that affect their lives. And on the behalf of Faith in Action Nevada, and on behalf of my congregation and the coalition partners, I respectfully ask that the PUCN implement permanent practices that ensure meaningful public participation through accessible meeting locations, meeting times that accommodate working families, virtual attendance, call-in testimony, and timely public notice. Lastly, a government process is only truly accessible if the public can participate safely. Public participation should never become a test of one's physical endurance. And I respectfully ask that you ensure that what happened on June 16th never happens again. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Rana, spelled R-A-N-A, and I volunteer with Mi Familia en Acción. As an immigrant and a new graduate nurse, I chose this profession because I believe every human deserves compassionate and equitable care. My experiences have shown me how trust is essential to good health care and how quickly fear can become a barrier to seeking help. As healthcare workers, we know that people are healthier when they feel safe seeking care. Increased immigration enforcement can deepen the fear and distrust that many communities are already experiencing, especially as they face healthcare cuts and reduced access to essential services. When patients delay preventative or routine care because they are afraid or uncertain, they are more likely to seek help only when their conditions become emergencies. This only places additional strain on our already overwhelmed emergency departments and healthcare teams. The consequences affect not only our patients and their families, but the entire healthcare system and the people working every day to provide compassionate and timely care for our communities. As you consider the future of Nevada, I urge you to protect the dignity, safety, and health of immigrant communities and ensure that no one is forced to choose between their health and their safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Next caller, please.
Thank you, Chair Flores. We have no additional public comment callers at this time.
Thank you. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, should you wish to join us and unfortunately you were unable to do so, there'll be another opportunity for public comment at the end of today's meeting. With that, members will go to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 3. As you all know, you all had an opportunity to review the minutes for February 5th, 2026. At this time, I'd like to request a motion to approve the meetings of February 5th, 2026.
First.
Senator Neal has made a motion to approve the minutes for February 5th, 2026. Do I have a second? Second. Assemblymember Flanagan has seconded that motion. Members, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we'll move to agenda item number 4, which is a presentation on a report from the Purple Ribbon Task Force. Do we have our folk here? Welcome. Good afternoon, welcome. Whenever you're ready, we also have staff in the back should you need any help with setting up your presentation.
Chair Flores, members of the Interim Government Affairs Committee. My name is Dr. James Tenney. I work for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department as a Director of Wellness. I'm the current chair of the Purple Ribbon Task Force on Firefighter and Peace Officer Wellness appointed by Governor Lombardo, and I'm here to present on behalf of the task force. We are 9 members composed of firefighters, correction officers, police officers, troopers, peer support, unions, and psychologists. To my left is Task Force member Diego Luna with Clark County Fire, and to my right is Captain Peterson with DPS, and I believe virtually is Vice Chair Don Hicks in Corrections. We are here to emphasize to this committee that people help people. Apps, wearables, technology are all supplemental. The heart of first responder wellness care is human connection, and that connection starts with peer support. Peer support is trained firefighters and officers who respond after critical events. They check on struggling coworkers. They support a first responder family in crisis, and they create a warm handoff when clinical care is needed. They reduce stigma because a first responder trusts one of their own. When peer support is not enough, clinicians provide for care for marked distress with evidence-based practices. And when that distress escalates even further, intensive outpatient, partial hospitalization, and residential treatment become necessary. We on the task force are reviewing the real financial, scheduling, and family challenges that are brought by these highest level of cares, and to the extent that they are barriers to access. Leadership and culture determine the adoption of wellness practices, and we just can't say that strongly enough. Wellness cannot be an add-on, a box to check. It must be fully integrated. Culture changes from the top down, promoted by its leaders, or it does not change. And leaders who take care of themselves impact the wellness of those they lead every day. We assert that there's a baseline template for what every program should have at a minimum for leaders to get behind: chaplains, peer support, and access to psychological treatment. The goal is to move agencies toward these best practices. And it has to be wellness only. It is critical to divorce wellness from fitness for duty evaluations, mandatory treatment not related to a remarkably acute event, involvement with discipline, or on the other hand, granting of special accommodations like preferred shifts or administrative days off, with the sole emphasis on support and care. Neither leadership nor the first responders themselves will lose trust in wellness offerings. And this is why ultimately it matters. Wellness has a powerful, outsized impact. When wellness works, firefighters and officers serve their communities better than ever with greater effect. Rural and northern Nevada need particular attention where first responders have the fewest resources. And overall, we are supporting a proactive focus on readiness and resilience starting at the academy, which promises remarkable human and cost savings to departments in the state by preventing injury, burnout, disability claims, and early separations. It is critical to have a rapid response grounded in first responder culture when an officer or firefighter needs help. And our goal is prevention before a need for help arises, addressing stress injuries before they become career-ending, family-altering, or life-threatening. And if I may, I'd like to add, peer support and clinicians are not possible in rural agencies because the agencies are so small. The benefit would be a regional peer program across the landscape, and we want to avoid those smaller agencies competing for limited resources. We admire Dr. Casas' RUSH program, which has pulled in 16 rural agencies, and we are inspired by Task Force member Tabiano, who has been a valuable resource through a trusted statewide coverage, such as the Peer Support Network. And we are here to serve the committee and very much look forward to any direction or questions. Thank you.
And thank you. I want to make sure I didn't cut anybody else off. Were you leading the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And members, as you recall, the point of this particular task force was for folk who are on our front lines every single day and working in very difficult environments, that we try to get feedback from them, as opposed to, as every agency and every entity in the state will tell you, being told what is best for them by the legislature. So this was an effort to try to do that, and this is the feedback that we're getting today. They're going to continue meeting. I know that they're trying to find the best angle, which is difficult because everybody has a different lens. With that, we'll open it for questions. We'll start off with Assemblymember Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. Just a quick question to get sort of a picture of, as you work on this, for why you were assembled. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you're collecting data or feedback from the men and women on the front lines in terms of what their stressors might be? And is it more mental support? What kind of therapeutic support are you identifying as needed?
For the record, James Tenney, Chair to you, through you, to Assembly Member Flanagan. I think that we have initially begun as representatives of these first responder institutions. The primary number which drives us forward, the easiest data, the largest lever is more firefighters and police will die by suicide than service on the job. And I think primarily what we're looking to do is to, if you think of earlier ideas of peace officer and firefighter wellness, it was reacting to something that's developed. We are looking to move that over, move that needle toward being proactive, trying to build in the resilience. And again, starting back at the academy and making sure that families are addressed, and as well as retirees. Thank you for your question.
Please follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the follow-up. We often talk about the need for better mental health and better access to services. So as you look at this need for a specific population, is the conversation also including how or who would be whether contracted, referred to, made available? Because to have our men and women, to have us recognize that the help is needed, but then to not actually be able to adequately provide the help, is that part of the conversation? And how does that look?
Thank you for your patience, Chair. We would like to introduce Kendra Still, who is with DPS. Access to care.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kendra Still. I'm the Wellness Program Manager for Nevada Department of Public Safety. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. In short, it's basically as we don't have enough resources for people every day to have this defined population, and we're looking at their mental health, is part of the conversation of the Purple Ribbon Committee to look at how to make sure resources are available, what that looks like down the road to provide the service support that would be needed to make sure they have the all-around wellness component?
Yes, ma'am. So the biggest and the main thing that we need is, like Dr. Tenney was saying, is that combined peer support. When we lost our trooper sergeant, Ben Jenkins, in Elko, it decimated not only Elko County, but Eureka, and it had far-reaching impacts because of the fact that our people in those counties work so closely together. So to create a more unified interlocal peer support would be advantageous. We are also working with other agencies to create a culturally competent clinician program that will allow our clinicians within the state of Nevada to come in, take the training, do the mandatory ride-along service, because it's one thing to learn from books, it's another thing to actually see it firsthand. And then after that, they would be getting a post-certification showing that they all are culturally competent. And that would allow our first responders to go to Nevada Post website, find a clinician that's in their area and available, and then contact them directly.
Next, we'll go to Senator Neal, followed by Assemblymember Karras. Well, Assemblymember Karras and then Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator. All right. From what I gather, I guess what I'm trying to get to is the Purple Ribbon Task Force to be. Oops, sorry, I'm playing with the microphone. After these horrific events that the public doesn't have to be subjected to, but our first responders are quite frequently. Is this the basis for after these events occur, or are we establishing a program where they're involved beforehand in a program that they're already reaching out and learning skills to deal with these events, so that when they come up, it's not quite as impactful, and then the supporting help after that?
Chair, to you, through you, to Assemblymember Karras. The nature of your question was the answer. That's exactly right. That's exactly what we're doing. And I appreciate your presence on the committee. It's not just enough to have everything in place for after this kind of remarkable event happens. That we are grateful to the heroes out there, that we civilians, and I'm just certainly not speaking about myself, firefighter, but if the coping skills, the resilience, the family strength can be built beforehand, then the impact to the firefighter or peace officer hopefully is mitigated somewhat. And again, it is looking to start back at the academy on day zero and make sure that there is not just the built-in fortification, but also that there's a familiarity and the stigma is reduced with it's just okay not to be okay. And the sooner you reach out, the better. And you certainly don't have to put on armor and go back out and expect that everything will be all right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair. So how many meetings have you guys had so far? And what date was it? Because I was looking on the website and I didn't see agendas.
Ma'am, Chair, to you, through you to Senator Neal, we have had 4 meetings to date.
And my apologies to interrupt you. Can I just have you state your name for the record and
oh, I apologize.
And feel comfortable going direct, please.
Thank you. Dr. James Tenney for the records. Chair, to you, through you to Senator Neal. We have had 4 meetings to date, and if there is a compliance issue about making sure that that's posted publicly, we will absolutely do that.
Yeah, I'm sure it is it should be listed, like you have a link on the website under the bill number, but it doesn't actually show that there were any meetings. So I remember this conversation when Assemblywoman Torres brought this bill to Senate Government Affairs. The bill requires 2 things. So in the 4 meetings, what have you done in terms of, well, the first task is to review existing policy that's in the state concerning personal wellness and for firefighters and police. What have you so far reviewed in the 4 meetings? Because I'm asking this question because the legislative intent, my understanding, and I had to go back and read the minutes that we had in Senate Government Affairs, was to have some uniformity across local jurisdictions because they were each treating the issue differently.
Right.
So what have you reviewed so far in the 4 meetings as existing policy?
Dr. James Tenney for the record. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We've looked at the NSC Chapter 289 for the mandatory 1-hour check-ins. The PTSD bill that has been revised to now not just including firefighters, EMT, and police officers and dispatch, but also to include CSI and NRS 281-800, which provides 2 hours within 3 months of retirement for first responders. And the review of policy to capture what is needed for a successful, safe career for a first responder, we're looking to elaborate that.
Okay, so when you say looking to elaborate, so one of your recommendations, because that's a sub part of the second task, is the recommendation for what the state and local agencies should do. So when you say elaborate upon that, what do you mean? So you plan on recommending a policy change to the jurisdictions? You're recommending to do a BDR? What's the recommendation?
Dr. James Say for the record, yes, ma'am. We are initially proposing that if not statewide, then a large regional peer support network be set up, especially for the rural areas. The peer support is the foundation, and peer support cannot be sustained by the small individual agencies. So that would be the first recommendation that is coming out of this meeting.
So follow up, Chair.
Please.
So when you talk about expansion of the peer-to-peer, I forget what session. I know I was on the assembly. So when the peer-to-peer legislation came about, that's what you're examining, that particular legislation and its impact, and whether or not it needs to be more diverse and expanded in its reach.
Dr. James Tenney for the record, that ultimately a statewide peer support network, and I know this isn't a time for funding, but we would look for some way to stand up a peer support network and a peer support system for the rurals and for the state so that no small agency has to provide that for themselves.
So you're planning on putting forth potential BDR that has a general fund appropriation, or you're expecting for the local agencies or the counties to fund this, being that property tax, sales tax, and other things actually fund in these areas? What are we thinking about?
Dr. James Tenney, for the record, ma'am, what we were thinking about was this was not a place for a financial ask. I don't know the particulars of how to fund it.
Okay.
But on your direction, we will certainly now go back and say, okay, to have this happen, what is the mechanism for funding?
Okay. I'm just curious because, it expires June 30th, 2027, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So right after we leave legislative session, this 443 expires. So you need to have, if you're going to do something, or if you've spoken or continue to talk to Assemblywoman Torres, you need to have a plan and understanding exactly how you're going to work through these recommendations. What are the things that don't require a bill draft request? And then clearly that's a conversation, if there's funding, right? I guess I'm asking because I sit on Senate Finance, right? And Chair Revenue. So if you're saying like, hey, we want to find money and there may be money in other pots that are not in the state bucket, of course, we would, have to have an exploratory conversation about that, right? So I was just curious on how you're moving because your deadline is coming up. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Members, any additional questions? Seeing none, I know we have some folk joining us via Zoom. Any questions from you all? I don't see any from our members who are joining us via Zoom. And I think what Senator Neal is alluding to, I think as a strategy, it might be a good idea to maybe come out with the ideal recommendation that may cost money, and then maybe a separate recommendation where there wouldn't be any cost allocations to it. In case we don't have the funding for it, we can still walk away from the next legislative cycle with something that will benefit your folk, right? The folk that are every day working in very high stress environments who are clearly in a very difficult position. And we're just trying to be as helpful as we can without inserting ourselves too deep into that and taking your recommendations. I think that might be the best strategy. One involves money, the other doesn't. In the ideal world, we may be able to do both, just in case we find ourselves where there's that gap and we don't have the funding resources, we still got that second option that we can work with. So we look forward to see what comes from the task force. And obviously, I've had an opportunity to briefly speak with some of you. If there's anything else we can do, I understand that it's an interesting makeup where we say, all right, here you go, do it. But that the intent was to allow really the experts and the folk that are there every day to do their thing. Thank you. Any closing remarks you may have? Oh, Senator Krasner does have a question. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair Flores. I appreciate that. Yeah, I did have a question, if I may. I was wondering, have you or any of the members from the Blue Ribbon Task Force met with rural law enforcement and asked for their input or opinion on any of this? Please, thank you.
Thank you. Chair, to you, through you, to Senator Krasner. Yes, Don Hicks has talked extensively with the first responders up north, and we are in touch with Dr. Jennifer Casas, who is a vivid part of that community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the work that you do and all of our law enforcement, firefighters, and first responders.
Thank you again for joining us today. And with that, we'll go ahead and close out the presentation. And next, we'll move to agenda item number 5, which is a presentation on the report from the Public Records Task Force. I know we have some folk both in Carson City and Las Vegas who will be joining us. What we'll do is, my understanding is a very brief presentation, a couple minutes each. We'll start in Carson City and then we'll move down to Las Vegas. Do we have our folk in Carson City ready to go?
We're ready.
Perfect. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having us today. My name is Kaylee Work, Vice Chair of the Public Records Task Force. I am joined today with my co-presenter, Ben Lippman, who has joined us in person in Las Vegas as well. And we'd like to spend the next few minutes providing an update about the work our task force has completed year to date. And then I'll pass it over to Ben to share more about our timelines and what you can expect from us. As you know, the Public Records Task Force was created by AB 128 with the purpose of evaluating certain topics relating to requests for public records and to make recommendations. This bill also prescribes the membership and duties of the task force and requires the task force to submit a written report describing its work and recommendations. The Public Records Task Force is a 10-person appointed group composed of 5 volunteer transparency members and 5 volunteer government members. While we do not have legislative resources to conduct our work, we did want to recognize the Attorney General's office for providing us website support. The task force kicked off their work in February 2026, and to date, we've held 3 public meetings. We've received many public comments and have heard pain points and solutions to the Nevada Public Records Act by several interested parties, including the Urban Consortium, Nevada Municipal Clerks Association, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, This Is Reno, and the Nevada Open Government Coalition, a Nevada Constitutional and Civil Litigation Attorney, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and the Washoe County District Attorney's Office. Common themes that we've heard from our presenters include things like ambiguity in existing law contributes to inconsistent practices across agencies. Broad or complex public records requests create significant operational burdens for some government agencies. Current fee structures and payment processes present implementation challenges. There have been concerns raised regarding records that are improperly withheld or subject to prolonged production delays. There's been an acknowledgement of the importance of protecting victims' rights, privacy interests, and the integrity of ongoing legal proceedings while still maintaining public access. And several presenters have identified a need for an accessible dispute resolution process that provides an alternative to litigation. And with that, I'll pass this over to Mr. Lippman, who will discuss what is next and what you can expect from this task force.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee, and thank you, Senator Flores and the committee. As Kaylee said, my name is Ben Lippman. My last name is spelled L-I-P-M-A-N, and I'm a member of the task force appointed on the transparency side. We are happy to be here to report the task force's progress and what comes next. Kaylee has brought you up to date on the progress we've made so far, and we'd like to give you an idea of what work is left and the challenges that are ahead for the task force. So let me start, if I may, with the remaining schedule. We currently have 3 more sessions scheduled, one on July 22nd, one on August 5th, and one on September 8th. It's possible there could be additional sessions, perhaps one in October, or if we think we need others. If so, those dates will have to be determined in the future, which all leads up to what our deadline is. We have been tasked with providing a written report at the end, similar to the written report we've now provided here at the midway point. That written report, as well as any agreed to recommendations for the LCB, are due by October 31 of this year. It's an ambitious few months ahead for the task force, and to that end, I was asked to convey to this committee that the scope of what the task force has been asked to do is, as I think you all know from looking at the statute quite broad. And we don't want to overpromise what it is that the task force might be able to produce. The task force does not yet know how comprehensive the final report might be, or whether it will ultimately reach a consensus in which each side agrees to make particular recommendations. As you heard, and as you can see in the written materials, we've had a number of presenters on each side. And as you can see from the presentations provided in the materials, if you've had a chance to look at them, or you can see looking at them after this meeting, it appears that some of the presenters feel that some of the recommendations the opposite side is suggesting, rather than solving problems with the Public Records Act, would exacerbate some of the problems that that side sees. So there are real challenges that each side sees with the other and that the task force will face. But with these complications, we're still hopeful that the task force sessions will lead to fruitful consensus. And of course, we're going to continue to do our work and hope to arrive there. Before we get to questions, there was one other thing I was also asked to convey, which is regarding fiscal impact. We were not asked to analyze the fiscal impact of any recommendation that may ultimately get made. And so it could be that some of those recommendations come with fiscal impacts that are not identified in our report and would have to be looked at. With that, Kaylee and I are happy to take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you both for joining us. Members, any questions? Both to my left and right. And also, do we have any questions from our folk joining us via Zoom? And I cannot see you, so if you do have any questions, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair.
Please, Senator Krasner.
I don't have any questions, Chair, but thank you.
My apologies. I misunderstood that. We'll go to Senator Neal, please.
Thank you, Chair. So you started off basically saying you guys were tasked with a lot of items, but then you didn't have any kind of funding or appropriation to do it. So what's the plan for the 2027 session? There have still been ongoing issues with public records requests where certain local governments do not comply or provide information or make it extremely difficult or make it extremely expensive in order to obtain items that are directly within the purview of the public and should be provided to the public. So is there a plan for 2027 to try to figure out how to make this bill real with some kind of funding request?
My apologies, Senator. Are you asking if there's going to be an effort to get funding in 2027 for further task force meetings after the next session?
Yes, meaning you would bring back or recommend that there be another bill draft request that actually has an appropriation attached.
Well, Kaylee, I don't know if you have a response. I unfortunately can't see you. This is Ben Lippman answering again. And it is not something that we've discussed. I think we would have welcomed some funding, and it's an extremely, it's an interesting question that I think is worthy of the task force discussing in the event that we don't think we can get through this year what we've been asked to do. And it's one that I think is good for us to take up, but it is not something that, to my knowledge, has been considered or discussed yet.
Okay, I was just wondering because it expires on June 30th, 2027. So I mean, if it's symbolic legislation, then fine, right? And then it can, expire in 2027. If there's something where ultimately there was a real legislative interest in trying to dig into public records and the failure by entities to, number one, follow the existing law, and so therefore there's a task force that was set up because there are real problems that are consistently happening in this space. I think you should have a conversation with, I don't know if it was Assemblywoman Torres or if it was Senator Daley who had this idea. But I think it would be of interest for you to probably re-engage the legislator who brought this forward to see what they want to do and whether or not you actually met their actual goal, right? Because I'm assuming there was a problem. They wanted to go after the problem. They were sending notice to whoever was a violator of the problem by pushing AB 128 out and getting it signed, right? And if that problem has not been remedied and they are still a problem, then this is still a need for this legislation, right? But that would be decided by whoever had AB 128 and who was the legislator pushing that issue, and whether or not in their effort to put out 128, did it solve the abuse or did it not?
And next, we will go to Senator Grazer. Did you not have a comment, Senator
No,
Grazer?
sir.
Again. And then Assemblywoman
No, Chair, I don't.
Nguyen, did you have a
Thank
comment?
you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm trying to figure out in the work of the task force the last few months, has there been discussion on best practices from the other 49 states in our country? I think as we look into modernizing some of our process across the state, it's always good to hear that we are looking at some of our sister states across the country and see how they've been improving their process. And I wonder if the task force member have looked at those different states to see how we can learn from some of their challenges and be able to be innovative in your findings.
Kaylee Work for the record. Hi there. Yes, that has been a conversation. We have not dove into the details on that yet, but it is kind of, I think, on our radar for us to see what best practices are nationwide and to include that within the scope of our ultimate report, should we be able to provide that over the next 3 months. And to clarify, we will provide the report out in the next 3 months by our deadline, October 31st. But again, we are hoping to find best practices across the nation.
So, follow-up, Chair. Just wanted to make sure that we do this. How many more meetings do you have until your October 31st report due date?
This is Kaylee.
Currently, we have.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
No, I'm sorry. Please.
Kaylee Work for the record. We currently have 3 identified on the calendar. As Mr. Lippman previously stated, in July, August, September. We are likely to meet again in October, though we have not selected a date for that meeting yet.
And just so, one more time, and following my colleague Senator Neal's question in terms of the timeline, right? You focus on getting us this report by October, but to your opinion, and perhaps you can speak on behalf of yourself, not necessarily part of the group, is this something that you need more time on, or is this something that you waiting for us to figure out what to do next after you submit your report?
Well, speaking on my own behalf, this is Ben Lippman again. I am hopeful that over the next several meetings, we'll get real work done and come to a consensus on items that we think would be helpful to improve transparency in the state and the state of public records. I don't think we'll know until these next few meetings are finished whether more time would be something that would be helpful or not. So far, as it was, I think it was explained, we've mostly had outside presentations so we can gather information, and the next several meetings are going to be more working meetings among ourselves.
Perfect. Well, thank you for your work. I know that this is volunteer work, and you all definitely volunteer your time to help our state move forward. But I definitely would love to encourage you to continue looking at best practices across our state so that we can continue to be innovative and be sometime ahead of the curve. We are always sometimes wondering where we are peers on a certain list in terms of ranking across the state, and definitely would love to see Nevada on the top list for being able to have some innovation in this process. So thank you for your work, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, and there hasn't been a single legislative session where we don't have this conversation. And there hasn't been a single legislative session where we find that this is a very difficult conversation to engage in, because we have two polarizing sides who have a very unique lens. On one side, we're very concerned about meeting, complying with being able to fulfill all the requests for any FOIAs they may be receiving, and on the other side, you have the transparency lens of you should be entitled as a member of our community to have access to XYZ. And then we understand that in between, there's folk who want to help both sides of it, and then we have folk that take advantage of it and are submitting so many different FOIAs that it makes it nearly impossible for any particular agency or government entity to fulfill those. So we know it's hard. And I think what we were hoping to get out of it from the previous interim, for my previous chair, at the time was Assemblymember Torres, was to try to get the players in the room, stakeholders, folk who get paid to do this, folk who are just interested in the lens of protecting transparency, folk who are interested through the lens of government, putting everybody in that same room and hoping to try to get some middle ground. I will encourage you all to work hard. I know it's hard, but it's better probably than having one of us insert ourselves and try to pretend like we have the solution. I think you have the right people in the right place. It's going to be hard, but we're hoping that something good comes from it. So thank you again for joining us. We'll continue to work together and kind of reach out to you all, see what we can do to help. Thank you again. And with that, we will move on to the next agenda item, which I know we have our folk from the Public Safety Alliance of Nevada, presentation on issues and trends related to public unions. Good afternoon, welcome. And we don't have anybody joining us from Carson City, correct? Perfect. So we'll focus here in Las Vegas. Good afternoon, welcome, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores, members of this committee. Thank you so much for letting us present today. I'm John Abel, Director of Government Affairs for the Las Vegas Police Protective Association. Represent the dedicated law enforcement professionals who serve.
My apologies for interrupting you. Sure. I just wanted to acknowledge that we'll continue with your presentation, but I think I'm just realizing that I accidentally skipped over agenda item number 6. So I apologize to our folk from government purchasing. We will move to you right after. So my apologies. Please continue.
Okay, sorry about that. I represent the dedicated law enforcement professionals who serve our community every day, putting their lives on the line to protect the public. Our message is clear. Police personnel records and internal investigative files must remain protected from broad public disclosure These protections are essential for officer safety, privacy rights, the integrity of investigations, due process, and ultimately for effective policing that keeps our community safe. This is not about concealing misconduct. It's about preserving the tools and trust necessary for law enforcement to function. Why these protections are critical. One, officer and family safety. Public release of personnel details, complaints, even if unfounded, or investigative materials exposes officers and their families to doxing, threats, harassment, and violence, especially in today's climate. Officers already face elevated risk. Removing privacy multiplies them. Two, privacy rights. Officers are public servants, but they retain fundamental privacy interests and personal information, family details, medical data, and unproven allegations. Releasing raw files without context can irreparably damage reputations and careers. Integrity of internal investigations. Officers are often compelled to provide statements during internal affairs inquiries. Confidentiality encourages candor and thorough self-review. Broad disclosure chills cooperation, risks contaminating parallel criminal probes, and undermines due process. Recruitment and retention. Law enforcement already faces staffing challenges. Eroding privacy makes the profession less attractive, leading to fewer qualified officers and reduced public safety. We fully support targeted transparency, release of body-worn camera footage in serious incidents, final disciplinary outcomes when imposed, incident reports, and aggregate statistics. But raw internal, personnel, and pre-discipline investigative files are different. They are essential internal tools, not general public documents. And there are strong legal foundations for this. Nevada Public Records Act, NRS Chapter 239 presumes openness, but properly allows balancing tests and exemptions for personnel records, investigations, privacy, and law enforcement needs. Federal precedent reinforces this balance. In a couple of cases, in Department of Justice versus Reporter Committee for Freedom of the Press, U.S. Supreme Court recognized strong privacy interest in law enforcement records about individuals, even when pieces of the information are publicly available elsewhere. The court supported categorical protections to avoid unwarranted invasions of privacy. Also, Garrity versus New Jersey protects compelled statements and internal investigations from later criminal use. This safeguard only functions effectively with maintained confidentiality. These authorities demonstrate a national consensus. Protecting these records serves a public interest by enabling safe and effective policing. So I do have some recommendations when it comes to this. We urge this committee or joint committee codify strong protections for police officer personnel records and internal investigative files, promote balanced transparency, timely release of appropriate materials with redactions for safety and privacy, partner with law enforcement organizations such as the LVPPA and PSAN, Public Safety Alliance of Nevada, to develop practical guidelines that enhance public trust without compromising operations. Protecting these records strengthens rather than weakens accountability. It ensures officers can do their jobs without fear, while the public receives the safety and service that it deserves. Moving on, I have one more topic that I'd like to present. It involves another section of NRS 289-060, which mandates that law enforcement agencies provide officers with written notice no later than 48 hours before any interrogation or hearing. This notice must include a clear description of the nature of the investigation, a summary of the alleged misconduct, the time, the date, and place details, identifies of those involved, and other essential information. These protections ensure basic due process, allow officers to prepare effectively, consult with representatives, and respond meaningfully, safeguarding both the officer and the integrity of the process. Despite this requirement and strong language already present, we at the LVPPA and our collective bargaining unit and our agreement, we continually encounter recurring issues with notice compliance during LV and PD internal affairs investigations. As a government affairs director and representative who regularly assists officers in these matters, I've personally seen notices that are vague, overbroad, or insufficient with insufficient specifics. Results in officers being questioned about incidents, conduct, or policy violations that were not summarized or referenced in the original notice. It's the inability to adequately prepare or recall specific events from weeks or months earlier, leading to responses that may later contribute to discipline. Expanded questioning during the interviews that feels like an ambush, requiring representatives to object on the record while the interview proceeds. We have successfully advocated in many cases by contacting the internal affairs investigators to request clarifications or amendments to bring notices into compliance with the CBA and NRS 289. However, this reactive approach should not be necessary. It creates inefficiency and undermines the proactive due process intent of the law. While LVMPD often provides better notices than some other agencies, inconsistencies persist and represent ongoing challenges for our members. The core problem is that NRS 289 currently lacks the meaningful teeth to hold departments accountable when violations occur. There are no statutory penalties, mandatory corrective actions, or effective deterrents for repeated non-compliance. Officers' primary recourse is often post-investigation grievances, arbitrations under the CBA, where improperly obtained evidence may eventually be excluded under NRS 289-085. This after-the-fact remedy wastes time and resources, creates anxiety for the affected officers, and fails to prevent the same issues from reoccurring. Without stronger enforcement mechanisms such as clear civil remedies, oversight requirements, or consequences for systematic violations, the law's protections remain aspirational rather than fully effective. Almost done. These problems are not merely procedural, they erode trust, morale, and the perception of fairness at a critical time for law enforcement. Officers deserve the same fundamental protections that NRS 289 was enacted to provide, just as any citizen would expect in a fair process. I recommend full and consistent adherence by LVMPD and every department in Nevada in the internal affairs process in the spirit of NRS 289-060. Notices should include detailed summaries with specific dates, times, locations, and clear descriptions of the alleged misconduct or performance issues. When new information emerges, the statute already provides a mechanism to pause, issue supplemental notices, and reschedule. Beyond that, strengthening the enforcement provisions of NRS 289 would provide real accountability and reduce these recurring issues. The LVPPA remains fully committed to working collaboratively with LVMPD leadership to resolve these matters and strengthen compliance. Proper notice practices protect our officers' rights while supporting thorough defensible investigations. Thank you for your attention, and I will happily answer any questions that you have after my testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lieutenant Harrison Porter, HARRISON PORTER, and I serve as the chairman of the Las Vegas Police Managers and Supervisors Association. We represent the sergeants, lieutenants, and captains of LVMPD. Our association is also a member of the Public Safety Alliance of Nevada, which represents law enforcement from all across our state. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about issues affecting Nevada's public safety employees. One of the primary concerns we would like to address involves improving the Nevada's collective bargaining process under NRS Chapter 288. Across the state, many public safety associations and other public employee unions struggle to complete negotiations within a reasonable time frame. Our association recently spent more than 20 months negotiating a one-year collective bargaining agreement. By the time a tentative agreement was reached, the contract has already expired and it will not be fully executed until after it's expired. I would like to recognize Sheriff Kevin McMahill for stepping in and helping move that process toward completion. We believe the legislature has previously enacted provisions within 288 that, if strengthened or more effectively implemented, we could ensure negotiations are completed in a more timely and efficient manner. Employees should not have to wait years for wages and benefits they have earned through the bargaining process. This issue is important because the men and women we represent dedicate their careers to protecting our communities and willing to place themselves in harm's way every day. They should not have to worry about whether prolonged bargaining will delay, leaving them struggling to support their families as cost of living continues to rise. Many are forced to work excessive overtime to keep up financially. Other concerns involve employees who are placed on modified duty for extended periods of time during internal administrative investigations. In many cases, these employees are removed from their regular assignments, separated from their squads and shift, and left in a temporary status where investigations continue with no defined timeline. During this period, career advancement may be delayed, opportunities to earn overtime is often lost, significantly uncertainty becomes part of their daily lives. To be clear, I'm not referring to employees accused of criminal conduct or intentional misconduct. I'm referring to employees facing allegations of an administrative policy violation who are left waiting for months, sometimes longer, without knowing when the investigation will conclude or what the outcome may be. No employee should remain in professional limbo indefinitely. Establishing reasonable timelines for completing internal investigations while allowing appropriate exceptions for complex cases would provide greater fairness, accountability, and certainty for both employees and agencies. Extended periods of uncertainty place significant strain on employees' mental and physical well-being. It negatively affects morale and ultimately impacts the effectiveness of the workplace. Thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions the committee may have.
And members, just for clarity, we've been doing several things. I would say 3 different buckets in this committee. Some of it is just continuing the work from the past legislative cycle. That's bucket number 1. Bucket number 2 are pieces of legislation that we typically are often, or not legislation, but pieces of the NRS that we're often looking at. So NRS 288, collective bargaining, is something that's always before this community, and we're consistently looking at that. And then 289 with including the Peace Officers Bill of Rights and all that, we have been working on that in this committee for some time now. I, during the interim, have had an opportunity to sit down with members of law enforcement, and they indicated that they had concerns and that they believe that there are some areas that maybe we should consider as a committee. So as you're hearing their recommendations in different areas that they have concerns in, that's why they were doing that at my request. And then that third bucket is obviously things that we believe are important for this committee to consider to move into that 2027 cycle. So if you're just trying to navigate, this was not a mandatory reporting or anything like that. This is more them saying, this is what we would like for you to consider as a committee. So thank you again for the presentation, and we will open it up for questions. Members here in Las Vegas or joining us on Zoom. I see Senator Krasner saying no, and we'll start off with Senator New.
Thank you. So are we going to get whatever you were reading as a copy?
Sure, if you want to, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. So I just wanted clarification in the, I don't know if it was a recommendation or a comment about officers having to remember months back information and recount it. Was that a recommendation, or can you give more context of what did you mean by that statement and what the, I guess, scenario is in which that occurs?
I can give you a scenario without names.
And sorry to cut you off. Just state your name for the
sorry. John Abel, Government Affairs for the LVPPA. Without naming names, we had a specific case where an officer was accused of a crime, placed on unpaid leave for, don't forgive me for the timeline, probably around 6 years, unpaid while his case processed through the system. He was acquitted of the charges by a jury of his peers. After he was acquitted, he was then put back on paid leave and then brought into internal affairs and then questioned about the events that happened 6 years previously. A lot had happened since then, and he couldn't remember exactly some of the details of that night or whatever happened. It was 6 years ago, and he was fired for truthfulness. And he was like, I don't remember, or he'd been drinking in the incident at his home, and his memory was foggy, but he was still acquitted in court by a jury of his peers, fired by the department for truthfulness for something that happened 6 years previously that he was called in to testify, or to, he's compelled to give a statement and tell the truth. And, he was giving broken pieces of what he remembers from the event, and Metro fired him, and we took it to arbitration and we still lost. So it's things like that. I don't know how your memory serves, but there's things I can't remember from 5 or 6 years ago. If I had to sit before internal affairs, questioning, and I'm fired for truthfulness for something that I don't remember. I just think I find that to be unfair.
Okay. So, because I was just trying. So what would be your recommendation related to that? Because I guess tell me what your recommendation is, because I guess I'm trying to process
Well, one of the recommendations I would say would be, sorry if I cut you off, Senator.
Because I'm trying to understand, like, typically, right, if you do an IA investigation, aren't there written statements? Like a person has written an account of what happened, either their sergeant or a higher up has written an account, so they don't get an option to see it again?
If it's off duty, no.
And
Off
again,
duty,
if I
there's.
had you state your name.
Oh, sorry, John Abel for the record. If it's an off-duty incident, no, it's often investigative files, maybe witness testimony, witness statements, but nothing that the officer has written.
But wouldn't there have been a court transcript from his trial where he was
Yes.
acquitted?
Yes,
So he didn't get a chance to reread that?
I'm sure that he did, but you're talking about internal affairs questioning. It's a lot different than when you're testifying in a trial. They get down into the details of, at this time, at this date and time, why did you go downstairs at 2:00 in the morning? It was a question along those lines, and he couldn't remember. And he had, I think he'd given a statement the night of, and then when presented with that statement, it was a little bit different. 6 years later, and he was still fired.
I guess I was trying to understand, like, that context is helpful because, right, I had a police officer friend that I know did a trial 6 years later, and they had to recall what happened, right? And so that's what I'm trying to understand. What's the recommendation here? Because if you go into court, right, and you're cross-examined, you have to answer the question, what did you do at 2 a.m., right? Why were you across the street? Why did you have on, if you were in, sitting on the side of the road and for, 6 hours, you have to answer those questions. So what's the recommendation for that you want to happen?
John Abel for the record. One of the recommendations is for these internal investigations, they should only be able to go back a certain number of years. For criminal activity, it should be like 5 years, maybe 6 years. For non-criminal activity, it should be a year. We've had multiple instances where we've had officers have to go into internal affairs and recall things from 2 or 3 years ago, and they can't recall exactly what happened, and they get questioned over and over and over again to try to help them remember. And I don't remember, and it ends up hurting them in the end with discipline.
Follow up. So, okay. So you want those kinds of recommendations. So would that be across the board? So let's say on the other side, right, there was an evidentiary hearing and there was a citizen that had to come in and recall information from some incident that happened 6 years ago. And it just so happened because of all the pleadings and filings, they finally have their court date. Would they also have to be limited in what they recall if they're on the stand and an officer is on the other side as a witness?
I don't know.
I mean, because I'm just saying, like, is it fair across the board? So do regular citizens also get the ability to not recall information because it happened in a certain time period too? And so we should change the evidence rules for regular citizens too?
Well, I think it's a little bit, John Abel for the record, I think it's a little bit different than when a citizen is on trial in a criminal case versus an internal investigation. I think it's very, very different. The rules now are, they can kind of go back as far as they want, and ask questions. And I've sat through many internal affairs interviews where they're asking questions from 3 or 4 years ago on, let's say, anything from a welfare check to a call that you went on, and they're just getting around to the investigation, or somebody decided to come forward and complain. The officer has no idea. I mean, since then they've handled 200 calls for service or 200 incidents, made 50 other arrests, and they called in to ask questions about the incident, and they can't remember, and they end up being penalized for it.
No, I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm clear of what you're saying. And I do recognize that there have been circumstances within police agencies where there has been, I would say, a weaponization of the IA investigations against officers inside. But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how do you create true fairness in that scenario, right? So I'll give you a scenario. So police officer I know had an IA investigation opened against him because his assistant chief didn't like him, right? So they had some kind of situation. And so in order to punish, right, or get them to, stop whatever behavior they wanted them to stop, which was them saying that they had violated his rights under 289, then they opened an IA investigation. It was not true. It was false, but that person still had to weather the storm of this now is in your file, because once it becomes a part of your file, then you may or may not be able to do a promotion, because now all of a sudden you have this negative thing hanging in your file. But it occurs because there are cliques in police agencies, right? And groups of people who do things against other officers. So what I'm trying to understand is, how do you create the fairness, and how do you prevent the cliques that may exist within the agency operating just generally, right? I mean, because it's a real thing. And you could be out of the clique, or you could be impacting, them in a way where they have more power to come after you. So I'm just trying to understand, like, how these recommendations help support and save everyone who may not be in said cliques.
John Abel, for the record. I'm willing to hear any proposals, work with you to figure it out. I don't know exactly know what a bill would look like as far as protecting officers' rights in internal affairs investigation. Listen, you're right. I worked for Metro for 20 years. I've been a union rep for 8. I've sat through hundreds of internal affairs investigations. I've seen behind the curtain. And I love LVMPD. I love working there. I've loved being an officer for 20 years. But a lot of instances, you're right. And it's one of those things that we fight against every single day, and we have to do it behind the scenes. We have to do it diplomatically within the department. It doesn't happen every day, but it does happen. There have been officers that have been railroaded, and we represented them. I think the officer I'm speaking about, who was acquitted of charges that are something he was arrested for 6 years previously. My opinion is they owed him $600,000 in back pay and didn't want to pay him. I think if he had elected to not take the back pay, he'd still be here working. So that's why I think ultimately he was terminated. Now I can't prove that. That's just my assumption based on what I know about the case, what I know about the officer. But there's a lot of things like that. Listen, the process that we go through mostly is fair. We're just asking to kind of fix a couple of things in the notice issue. And I'll give you a perfect example. We represent the Las Vegas City Marshals. I repped 2 city marshals yesterday, internal affairs and investigations, policy violations. I walk in with the officer to represent him. The internal affairs detective slides me the questions that he's going to ask the officer. I look at him, I'm like, okay, so I know what he's going to ask the officer. The officer still has to be truthful when answering the questions, but it helps, right? It helps prepare the officer. Instead, when I go in front of like Metro, I don't know any other questions. So we rely on the notices and what they put in the notices. For instance, if you have an officer who is accused of excessive force, typically there's body-worn camera. And I'll watch the body-worn camera, and they'll say, okay, you're accused of using excessive force. They don't say how. They don't put in how he used excessive force. Because when I watched the body-worn camera video, it didn't seem excessive to me. There weren't any punches thrown. He wasn't slammed to the ground. But he's accused of using excessive force. But they didn't say how. And per NRS 289, that should be in the notice.
Okay. I mean, clearly, I don't know what Chair Flores is thinking. Right? I'm just a member on this committee. However, like, I don't know if there's a part 2 to this conversation, because clearly this can't be one of his ideas of a 10-minute conversation where we're supposed to hear these recommendations. Because what I heard was there's a notice issue, and then I heard that I didn't see the set of questions, right? And I guess, are you saying is one of the potential recommendations that every time there is some form of an interrogation of an officer, that the set of questions be given?
John Abel for the record. I would appreciate it. Yes. I mean, it can be given. It's hard to explain to someone who is non-law enforcement and non-union rep, having never sat in these investigations, as to the difference in, so you've got the Las Vegas City Marshals, there's 100 less marshals who are under a different chief, work for the city, and there's LVMPD officers, correct? And they both have an internal affairs section, and they both operate very, very differently. You know, I've sat through probably hundreds of Metro interviews. I've sat through probably less than 50 Marshal interviews, but I think that the Marshal process is more, trying to think of the word. I think it's more beneficial to help the officer prepare for the interview. And there's not gotcha questions. It's not an ambush, where a lot of times when we rep officers with LVMPD, we feel like it's an ambush. There's questions that we have no idea that what they were going to ask, because they weren't on the information they were going to ask about wasn't on the notice. It doesn't comport with NRS 289.
So would that be the same? So let's say the scenario is officer is accused of X and he asked for union representation, and the union declines to, I guess, support him because in the background there's also political pressure from the council, city council. What would you do in that scenario? Should the officer then get the right to basically say, regardless of the political environment, regardless of the political pressure, you still have to represent me? And it doesn't matter that there's some, behind the curtain political shenanigans, right, that are against me, but I should have equal access and representation to the union, regardless of these political relationships, to the people who have a vote.
John Abel, for the record, it doesn't matter what political issues are within the department. If they're a member of our association, they are a dues-paying member in good standing, we're going to represent them. And I'll give you a perfect example. We had an officer who was accused of 40 counts of lewdness with a child, and he was convicted of all 40 counts. While he was waiting to go to trial, and through the trial, he was a dues-paying member of the PPA. When, after he was convicted, we sat in the jail cell with him while Internal Affairs interviewed him and asked him, "Is your name such and such? Were you convicted of 40 counts of lewdness with a child? Yes. Are you going to serve 30 years in prison? Yes. Okay, that's all I have to ask you." Because he was a dues-paying member, because we have the right to represent him, we represented him, and we sat there with him, while he was being questioned by Internal Affairs. I think for us, it doesn't matter what the political affiliation is. We're going to represent them if they're dues-paying member.
Okay, I was only asking because I've actually seen that scenario happen, but it is what it is. So hopefully, Chair Flores will have more of an extended conversation, because I feel like, I know that there are good people doing, good things, and then there's some very unique circumstances within the organization, not just Metro, but other police organizations, where it's I don't know how you fix it, right? Because I feel like some of that is created behavior and it's passed down for folks to continue to behave in a certain way because they get away with it, right? I don't know if it's a power trip. I don't know what it is, but I know that there's abuse amongst officers for sure. That's guaranteed that that happens. But I'm also just trying to figure out, like, what are these rights, these additional rights in 289 that you're seeking that I guess I always have a hard time, like, what are regular citizens' rights are? And I think, and I've said this on the record in the legislative building, like the rights of a regular citizen and the rights of a police officer. And where do we find the balance between the two? And if we're faced with the same kind of scenario and I don't get those rights when I go into a court proceeding or when I am faced with an interrogation, how do we make that make sense, right? Because a regular citizen is going to ask that question and try to understand that. And ultimately, just the same way as you have a right to an attorney and a regular citizen has a right to an attorney, and the Fifth Amendment is the Fifth Amendment, right? Where do the lines stop and start for a regular person to say, hey, these are my rights in an interrogation as well?
John Abel for the record. Thank you, Senator, for those statements. If I could, I'll add a couple of things. One, when an officer is questioned in an internal affairs setting, it's a compelled statement. If they refuse to answer questions, they will be fired. In a citizen, you have the right to an attorney. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to give a statement. In fact, when officers call us because they're off duty and criminal internal affairs is out there to question them, they'll call us, and the first thing we tell them is, don't talk to them. Believe it or not, we do say that to them. Also, I will tell you, and I say this a lot, officers fear, and I say this having represented them for 8 years, and I say this having been an officer for 20 years. Officers fear internal affairs in that process more than they fear suspects. And that is not an exaggeration. It is the absolute truth. Anytime internal affairs calls an officer, and I always say this because they'll call us right after. As soon as they hear, hi, Officer so-and-so, this is an internal affairs detective A or B, their ringing in their ears starts. They don't hear anything else. They don't hear the name of the detective, why they're going to be called in. They just think that they're going to get fired and that their families are going to suffer. And also, listen, most of these officers have spent, it's very difficult, in my opinion, to become a police officer. You're highly vetted. And once you become a police officer, you're highly trusted. Once you're fired from a police department, in my opinion, you have a very difficult time finding another job because you were one of the trusted ones. We trusted you and you violated that trust. So why would I trust you? They can trust someone who is an ex-felon, had a hard life, was raised in a family where maybe not everyone was around to support them. I think society can get behind someone like that making themselves better versus a police officer where you were vetted, you were trusted. So in my opinion, it's important to protect those rights because I can tell you, when an officer is put on unpaid leave, for better or for worse, no one except for us cares what happens to them. Metro does not call and check up on them. They don't call and check how they're paying their bills. They don't call and check if they could put food on the table. And they call us frantic, not knowing what to do. And so that's why it's important to maintain these rights. Listen, and I've said this a lot to people in the legislature. We don't put it out there. We don't advertise it. But I've had more officers come into our office who are facing termination. And we ask them, looking at all the evidence, all the body-worn camera, how can we support you? How can we defend you? Because it's plain and simple what you did and why you're going to get fired. So a lot of times it's us recommending, hey, instead of going through this entire process, you should probably just resign.
No, listen, I have always asked, I don't know whether or not unique, hard, whatever. The point is, I always ask what I want to know, right? And so I'm not confused about whether or not officers are faced with a different kind of context. But I guess I've seen, because I have at least 20 friends that happen to be police officers, I've seen also the inside where there has been officers who other officers have, they haven't even been formally charged with anything. Actually, it even could have been that the IA investigation was closed and that officers have been like, oh, you shouldn't talk to him. Oh, you shouldn't speak to him. Like there's a target on their back after the fact. And that's coming from the clique. That's not coming from anything else. That's coming from the clique, which is then trying to mistreat other people who haven't done anything wrong, but they got on the bad side because maybe they were overtime and they took overtime away from somebody who was just like, how dare you mess with my schedule? So I'm going to do something to you. You understand what I'm saying? Like there's just, I won't say there's internal foolishness, but there's definitely internal foolishness. But what I'm trying to figure out is, like, we want to fix the broader, like, how this is affecting me as an officer, but what I'm looking to hear is how is there going to be an enforcement to go after the cliques with inside police agencies that are literally creating bad behavior, and because some I would say police officers, like in sometime in political life, is generational, right? So families pass down, and it's like, my father, my grandfather, whoever were a part of that, like it becomes a very close. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, how are you going to mitigate the cliques that are literally have historically been doing bad behavior to other officers. And it's a continued mindset that is being passed down from officer to officer. Like, I'm not hearing that as a solution.
John Abel, for the record, I don't disagree with you. I think it's probably more prevalent in smaller departments. Metro is a department of 6,000 to 7,000 employees, if you consider commissioned and non-commissioned. Do those cliques exist within larger law enforcement agencies? Of course they do. I don't know how much effect it has on the day-to-day officer. I mean, our department is very junior. Patrol has got 5 or less years on. So I don't know how prevalent it is in a large department. I will tell you that it does happen. I have officers who are prevalent on social media, and they get these random text messages about how they're terrible officers and they shouldn't be an officer and other things that I won't repeat here. And they do it via secret texting apps. But I will tell you, Metro took that seriously. They interviewed the officer who was affected, and they're treating it like it's a criminal investigation, and they're trying to figure out what officer is through subpoenas and search warrants, trying to figure out who is sending those text messages to this officer, because it's affecting his mental health. Just because he's prevalent on social media, and he was before he was an officer, he's being bullied pretty much on a weekly basis because of his prevalence on social media. So it does happen, but I think it's more prevalent in smaller departments. Listen, I'm open ears, and I know that this is a short meeting. We don't have all day, but if you want to meet with me and discuss, absolutely, I'm available. I'm sure Harrison is as well.
Next, we'll go to Assemblymember Flanagan, and then Assemblymember Harris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Harrison, and thanks, John, for being here today. Senator Neal asked a lot of questions about the recommendations, and while some of them might be valid, I think she touched on a lot of it, but understanding why is one of the recommendations. Well, let me go back. And having conversations with other officers in this space, because that's how you get like a better understanding, what's best practices. Maybe IAB investigations that should be concluded in a shorter period of time. But you also wanted to have the questions presented before, which to me taints the process and creates collusion. So why would, like, if an attorney's working a case, he doesn't give the other attorney his questions before. Like you have the facts, you have the determinants, you are looking at the same case. So I would assume you have the same opportunity to advise your client, if you will, on how to respond, to prepare. So as you're looking at this, how is all of that factoring into the recommendations that you're making? Just logical, approaches to how you, common sense approaches to how you look at responding to an investigation. Maybe there is a period of time, you review the same materials, you talk to the officer, whether he's off duty, on duty, a period of time in which he should be questioned, how quickly that should occur. I mean, you have these same tools. So as you work up these recommendations, are you factoring in what appears to be, at least to me, common sense factors?
John Abel for transcriptions, and thank you for the question. It was an example as to the different processes with the different departments. Well, ultimately, I would love the questions beforehand, even if it's the day of, but I don't have to have them. What I really want and what we really want is for the internal affairs notices that they give officers comport with NRS 289. There are times I have gone in there and we have prepared an officer, looked at all the evidence, and then we get into the interview and the questioning goes off the rails and completely away from what is on the notice. So we have to say, hey, this wasn't on the notice. Can we maybe stop and restart so you can actually give us a good notice as to what you're investigating? So I don't need the questions. I was just using that as an example as the different processes. Ultimately, the officer has to tell the truth. They are being compelled to tell the truth. Most investigations that we deal with that are on duty, there's body worn camera associated with it, and there's multiple body worn camera. There's the officer that's involved, and there's all the officers that were on scene. And so they are being compelled to tell the truth. I just want the notice to comport with NRS 289 so that we can prepare our officers for a lot of times what could be their job. And a lot of times I know, having been a union rep for 8 years, I know what they're going to ask. I want a good notice. And I just think that it's laziness that they don't give us a good notice, because we've asked them a lot of times, hey, can we get a better notice? And they were like, nope, sorry, you're not going to get it. And we have to call the Labor Council of Metro, convince her to tell them to give us a better notice. That just happened this week, because it's a part of a fair process for the officer. And listen, nobody wants a corrupt officer to, skate on something that he actually did and not face discipline. None of us want that, right? But what we want is the ability to properly prepare our officers for what could be them losing their job, or could be them being accused of truthfulness when they weren't able to prepare properly for the investigation and for the questions that they're going to answer. A lot of times they'll ask questions, the officer will give an answer. They don't like the answer, and they keep re-asking the question until they try to get the answer that they want. A lot of times it's a biased investigation. So I don't need the questions beforehand. Common sense obviously rules the day. We want the internal affairs notices to comport with NRS 289 so that our officers can prepare properly for the investigation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, John. Then I look forward to seeing what comes out of this with the factors in that are just the obvious things that should be considered. Maybe timelines can be suggested, whether it's criminal versus administrative, to get some resolution. I could support, not dragging something out for 3, 4, 5 years to allow for closure and completion. So we'll see what you guys come back with, aside from requesting questions that you probably shouldn't get since you have some sense of what the investigation will entail. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Assemblymember Harris, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I probably have two questions, if you can indulge me. The first, John, is I'm a little concerned, and tell me if this is the normal process, because you've mentioned this case that it went to trial and everything happened, but it's 6 years later. Is it typical on all of these that internal affairs is waiting for a trial to be completed before they conduct their investigation?
John Abel for transcriptions. It honestly depends on what the charges are. If they're felony charges, the officers put on unpaid leave. They won't typically start the internal investigation until after the criminal case has been resolved or completed. And these don't happen every day. I mean, obviously we see in the news lately, a bunch of officers have been arrested, but on misdemeanors, a lot of times, no. Like a misdemeanor domestic violence cases, the department will often offer them a 40-hour major suspension and say, you can take this suspension, but just so you know, if you're convicted of domestic violence, you are still going to be terminated. So it just depends. And we have very few cases that drag on for 6 years, but some do. I had an officer arrested in Dallas, Fort Worth, for heaven's sakes. He spent a day in jail, came back, put on admin leave for 3 years and got forgotten about, had lost his house, had to move back to Texas until 3 years later, his case was completely dismissed without a trial. He had, because it didn't happen. I mean, what he was accused of doing did not happen. And he was forgotten about. And then he was brought back 2 years later to do the eye investigation, did it thinking he was going to keep his job, and he would keep his job. But ultimately, he had been gone so long that he didn't really feel like being a cop anymore and felt like he was unjustly punished. So he stopped being an officer and then left. So it just depends on the charges in the case.
Thank you for that. And if I may, thank you.
Please.
Okay, so back to what I think you're getting at, and that's going to be my question is, are you looking to a more standardization of practice, seeing that one department is providing questions and one department is not? Is that what your ultimate goal is?
Our ultimate goal is to put language in the NRS to hold the department accountable some way, somehow. I mean, we had it before in 2019, lost it in 2020, but for the 6-8 months that we had it from Senate Bill 242 in 2019 that held the departments accountable if they violated NRS 289, we got far better investigations during that time that were more fair to the officer, because there was teeth in the language of the NRS that if the departments violated the NRS, that there would be sanctions. Either they would lose the case or have to go back and reinvestigate it, or put the officer back to work and not discipline him at all. When there's teeth in the NRS, in our opinion, it makes the departments cross their T's, dot their I's, and make sure they're doing a proper investigation. Ultimately, that is what our goal is.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And next we will go to Assemblymember Cole.
Thank you, Chair. So I think part of the issue that we're having here with questions and answers is just understanding the difference between criminal law and the burden of proof that somebody has to go through in order to get a conviction versus defending a property right in a person's job. One standard is beyond a reasonable doubt, and there's evidentiary rules and whatnot that go into a court. And then you also have the preponderance of evidence, which is the lowest level of evidence that's needed. And that's the standard for the loss of a job. And so I think what might be helpful for the committee, and my recommendation, maybe my request, would be for our legal division to give us maybe just a brief memo on the difference between those things so that we kind of understand where we sit, if that makes sense. So not really a question, but a recommendation for the legal. Thank you.
And I'm sure that's something that we can request offline from LCB, and we can make sure we can share that with the rest of the committee members. Thank you for that recommendation. Members, any additional comments or questions? I see our folk joining us via Zoom, nodding their head. Everything's good. So with that, the only other ask I'll make of both of you is after today's meeting, if you would follow up with the members, there may be some additional questions and/or additional explanation that they may request of you. That way we could have something and a better understanding coming into the next meeting if there's some consensus amongst the members, and we'll do that. Any closing remarks you may have?
I just want to thank the committee again and you, Senator Flores, for allowing us to present today. It means a lot, and we really, really appreciate it. Thank you for the thoughtful questions.
Yes, thank you to the committee for letting us speak, and we look forward to working with you soon.
Sounds good. Appreciate both of you again. Thank you for the work you all do. And we will move on to the next presentation. And again, I apologize that I took that out of order, but we will go to the presentation on the biannual report from the Commission to Study Government Purchasing. And then following this presentation, we will move into the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition, who are patiently waiting, and I know I have some folk who would be joining us from the East Coast. I do see the presentation being uploaded online. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Yes. Chair Flores and committee members, I am Jim Haining. I'm the former chair of the Commission to Study Governmental Purchasing. I just want to share a couple slides just so you know who we are, so we can get a little of our background out. So we were created in 1985 when we were put into statute in NRS 332.215. So the current membership of the commission is all the purchasing agents of local governments within the counties with a population of over 100,000. So it's Washoe County, Clark County, and we do have some participation from agencies in Carson City and the state of Nevada, and also some of the smaller counties additionally participate. So the objective we were given in statute is to propose changes and to review the proposed changes that happen during each legislative session. Additionally, we're required to meet at least quarterly, and during the legislative sessions, we meet monthly. So let me talk about the effectiveness of we call it the NPPSC. So in 2019, we worked in conjunction with state purchasing to propose the modernization of 332. So state purchasing had a BDR as they were updating 333, and they allowed us to piggyback on and make proposed changes to 332. At that time, we were successful, and we were able to finally modernize 332 into a very good statute, one of the better in the country. We also requested the authority to submit up to 2 BDRs in the future sessions, but that was removed in the final bill that was passed. And we can only be effective in proposing changes to the NRS, which is one of our obligations and duties, is if we can find an entity or a legislator that will submit a bill on our behalf. And we have not been successful since 2019 because we're unable to find sponsors. So let me talk about what we have been doing. So this last and we send a report every 2 years to the legislature of our activities. So this last legislative session, we tracked several bills. 4 of them were passed: AB 43, AB 303, AB 336, and AB 502. All of these related to local or state government in some way or another. Not to all of us, but in some of them were very specific to certain agencies. There were 12 bills that we tracked that were not passed. 4 of them were vetoed. One of them, SB 71, many of us, especially those from Southern Nevada, were very interested in this one, as it would have helped us and dissolved one of the councils that we have in kind of consolidated us, but it was ultimately vetoed. It was proposed by the Nevada Minority Council, and I hope it comes back this next legislative session. We had SB 93, SB 447, and AB 212. They were all vetoed. The bills that never made it to vote and out of committee were AB 23, SB 270, SB 272, SB 302, AB 2, AB 94, AB 222, and AB 305. So with that, we just want to let you know that we really, to be able to be successful, we need the ability to have a BDR so we can propose the changes that we see, because this is what we do day in and day out in our jobs, is to, we're public purchasing professionals, all of us, and we're unable to get any traction since we do not have a BDR. We do have a suggestion that we've been wanting, that we put in our biennial reports for the last several years concerning legal notices and the requirements for that, because they're really not effective anymore in this modern day and age when we all have websites and systems that notify everybody rather than legal notices in the newspaper. One of the suggestions we'd like to have considered. With that, we're grateful for this opportunity. Oh, there's one other comment. So the report, 2 reports back on the Public Records Task Force, that was very interesting because we as public purchasing professionals, we are constantly dealing with a ton of public records requests on all of our purchasing efforts. And we would, they're staggering at times, and we would love to be part of that conversation because we are affected by it. I know lots of other departments within our organizations are as well, but public procurement definitely is. So with that, just one other thing. We reported to the Sunset Committee a couple weeks ago, and we actually recommended that we be sunsetted because without a BDR and without the ability to propose changes, there's no sense for us to exist. So with that, that's our report, and I would accept any questions you may have.
And thank you for joining us today. We do have a couple of folk. We'll start off with Assemblymember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the presentation. And again, I was on Sunset a couple weeks ago when you had made your previous presentation. And I did hear that your group had concern because you never had a BDR or had find anyone to sponsor one since 2019. My question is, how do you reach out to members of the legislature in terms of asking them to support, the changes that you're making? Because I've been on this committee on government affairs since I was elected in 2022, and I have not heard of this particular request for the changes that your group is mentioning. So can you tell us how have you been reaching out to the legislators? And, because I have not gotten a request from this particular group.
Yeah, Jim Haining for the record. I personally have reached out to 2 legislators in the past who were personal friends to see, what we could do, and they just weren't interested because it wasn't something that was interesting for them. We really don't have a format, and we have never been, I guess, educated on how we could reach out.
Okay, so it's more like you haven't reached out versus we and then as you said, the two legislators that you reach out were your personal friends, but there's 2 out of 63, right? And I would encourage you to expand your reach a little bit. And I appreciate all you do for the work of the purchasing, professional across our state, and we appreciate what you're doing to move the needle forward. But I would encourage you to, as um, much as possible, communicate with all 63 of us. Not even folks who even sit on committees, this committee particularly, have the ability to work on an issues. Some of us have purchasing backgrounds. Some of us have accounting backgrounds. Some of us come from different part of our professional experience that will want to solve problems that you are experiencing, because we all want the state to be more efficient, and of course looking to how we can innovate and continue to partner together, because you all do this work every day, like you said. So I would encourage you, Mr. Haining, and the rest of the member of the council to reach out to me directly. Now that I put this on public record, you can reach out to me directly and look to see how we can help you all. But, I'm a bit disappointed to hear that for the last 4 years that I've been on this committee, I have not gotten a direct communication from this team. So, my doors are always open, and I hope that you or any member of your team will reach out to me, and I'll be glad to discuss next steps.
Jim Haining for the record, thank you very much. I will be submitting to you a potential bill draft or a change that we would love to have made. And that is everyone in the state. Every purchasing department in the state would like to have, actually, it's like one word that needs to be changed in our statute.
Well, I look forward to it. Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence.
And thank you, members. Any additional questions? Seeing none, Senator Krasner, just wanted to make sure that you were not hoping to jump on. I don't believe so. Well, with that, again, thank you for your presentation, and please do reach out to members of this committee within the next few days if you can, should you have any recommendation, so that we can hopefully get that on for August. And thank you again for joining us this afternoon. And with
Thank you very much, Chair and committee members. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and close out that presentation, and we'll move on to what was originally agenda items 12 and 13, presentation on accessibility and accountability measures, and presentation on compensation for interveners. Ms. Spicer, whatever you prefer in terms of how you want to handle that order. I understand that you have folk who are out of town and presenting via Zoom on East Coast time. So I want to make sure that you work that out, whatever works best for your presenters.
Due to the this is Jackie Spicer for the record. Due to the content of our presentation, we're going to go in the same order with us going first. Thank you.
Sounds good. So with that, we'll open up the presentation on accessibility and accountability measures concerning the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada.
Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Jackie Spicer. I'm the Coalition Coordinator for the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. Today I'm joined by Hector Ariola, the Policy Fellow for the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. We are here today to educate legislators on the issues community members are experiencing while engaging with the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. The PUCN holds immense power over the lives and economic security of Nevadans, making public participation vital for just and fair governance. However, the current system is outdated and built on a model of systemic exclusion. Geographic, linguistic, and logistical barriers silence the communities most impacted by the Commission's decisions. The Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition is a statewide coalition of community organizations advocating for intersectional climate action and environmental justice. Collectively, we advocate for affordable, reliable, and clean energy for all Nevadans. It is important to understand the relationship between the Public Utilities Commission and energy cost burdens. Las Vegas and Reno are the fastest warming cities in the United States. Rising temperatures, rising energy costs, drought, and dramatically less federal support create barriers in access to affordable home heating and cooling that enable families to keep their homes at safe temperatures. More than 1 in 3 Nevada households face energy insecurity and energy affordability challenges, issues that are exacerbated by the rising cost of living. Low-income Nevada households spend about 12% of their income on utility bills, a significant portion of housing costs, especially considering that energy burdens qualify at 6%. Hundreds of thousands of Nevadans have their electricity disconnected each year for late or missing payments. Working people are struggling to pay their utility bills, and the Public Utility Commission of Nevada that regulates utility costs is neither accessible nor accountable to the general public. Now I will turn it over to Hector to cover the accessibility considerations for your awareness.
Thank you, Jackie. Good afternoon, Chair Flores and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Hector Ariola, and I will be going over some of the accessibility issues that our coalition members have been facing when trying to engage with the Public Utility Commission of Nevada. The PUCN has taken active steps this year that reduce public access by limiting meeting times, participation options, and language access. These barriers, combined with inconsistent accessibility practice that vary by chair, prevent meaningful public engagement. For the sake of time, we will not be playing the video on this slide, but in the video from the March 25th Interim Growth and Infrastructure Committee meeting, the PUCN attorney Garrett Weird suggests that the reason they don't provide remote participation is because the public can become unwilling during public comment period. However, just as the legislator accepts public comment in Carson City, Las Vegas, over the phone and email, it understands that when people care about an issue, they will show up. His explanation on how the public can engage with the PUCN has not been the experience for our members. Our members have called, emailed, attended meetings, and submitted comment about our concerns and not received any response. Even more concerning, the consumer advocate, the Bureau of Consumer Protection, raised concerns 2 months before the recent consumer session, and their requests were dismissed. For consumer sessions, evening sessions should be standard so working Nevadans have the opportunity to participate. When these sessions are one of the few opportunities for public engagement, holding them only during standard working hours is unacceptable. The Bureau of Consumer Protection noted to the consumer session that evening sessions should have, the consumer session noticed that evening consumer sessions have been a long-standing precedent. The PUCN response was that Nevada law does not require the commission to adhere to this approach, and that the commission may face logistical and other constraints that limit its abilities to hold after-hour consumer sessions. Despite the BCP requesting these constraints be made public, they refused. So without any explanation for abandoning past practices, this appears to be a deliberate decision to exclude working Nevadans. The PUCN staff concluded that written comments provide adequate access, which we'll touch on shortly. Also, consumer sessions should never be scheduled on early voting or on election days. Commissioner Cordova rescheduled the Clark County session from primary day to June 16, while Commissioner Brown declined the request from the Bureau of Consumer Protection to move the Northern Nevada session from the final day of early voting. Next, telephonic or virtual participation should be standard for all consumer sessions. Although Commissioner Cordova allowed phone participation for the June 16 session, Commissioner Brown did not provide the same option for Northern Nevadan. Remote participation is especially important for rural Nevadans, people without reliable transportation, and individuals with disabilities. However, virtual access does not solve the problem of meetings being held during standard working hours. The PUCN points to written comment as an alternative to public testimony. While the PUCN homepage was redesigned this year, it is still unreasonable to expect members of the public to easily navigate the electronic filing system, and it is not a reasonable substitute. Submitting comment requires navigating a complex 10-step process, creating an account, formatting a PDF with certain margins, identifying the correct docket number, and using supported browsers that exclude many mobile users. These unnecessary barriers make participation inaccessible for many Nevadans. Next, when members of the public ask how to submit written comment, they are directed to the electronic filing system. If your constituents ask how to submit a comment, would you feel confident giving them this guide? We encourage the legislator to visit the PUCN website and attempt to write a comment with your own concerns to the PUCN. Claiming that the PUCN should not be required to allow reasonable accommodations due to the options for written comment is disingenuous. Our last concern on accessibility is the PUCN's failure to follow its own language access plan. We noticed that the PUCN updated its website this week and is requesting feedback on their language access plan. We want to be clear that we are simply asking for them to take the steps they said they will in their own plan. For years, our coalition members have brought limited English proficient community members to consumer sessions, yet the PUCN has never provided interpreters. Organizations have instead been forced to provide their own interpretation services, and commissioners have split the 3-minute public comment period between speakers and interpreters. The PUCN language access plan clearly states that the agency, not the LEP individual or organization, is responsible for providing language services at no cost. It also states that staff should proactively provide language assistance when needed and recognizes that specialized interpreters may be necessary. Despite these requirements, interpreters and language services have never been provided at consumer sessions. Without evening meetings, consistent remote participation, accessible writing comment procedures, and meaningful language access, working people and limited English proficient Nevadans are effectively shut out of decisions that affect their lives. In practice, these guidelines remain unfulfilled, creating a systematic barrier to equitable participation. And now I'll be turning it back to Jackie. Thank you.
Accountability at the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada goes beyond public access, largely because public comments are not treated as evidence and therefore cannot be considered by the commission when making a decision in rate cases. We're sharing 4 considerations for implementing accountability measures for the PUCN with examples from other states, including what they've done to expand the commission, redefine the mission and duties, form a Public Utilities Commission Equity Task Force, and implementing intervenor compensation. We're sharing this as educational information about the commission makeup for your awareness and not providing a specific recommendation for that change. First, the Public Utilities Commission size is not set in stone. Nevada currently has 3 commissioners. Nationwide, PUCs range from 3 to 8 commissioners. And while a majority of commissions have 3 to 5 commissioners, there are 4 states that have 7 or more commissioners. The PUCN composition could be expanded to include consumer advocacy and customer representation, so ratepayers have a voice in PUCN decisions. Examples from other states include the New York Public Service Commission and the Connecticut Public Utilities Commission that both have 1 commissioner with a background in consumer advocacy. The New Hampshire PUC has 1 seat not specified, so it can be filled by a member of the public. And the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is an example of one of our own boards that requires 1 seat to be held by a cosmetology customer. Currently, all 3 of Nevada's public utility commissioners are appointed by the governor. Examples of alternative commissioner selection processes are 2 states that are appointed by the legislature, 2 states that are appointed by both the governor and the legislature, and 10 states that have their commissioners elected by voters. We believe the basic regulatory duties of Nevada's Public Utility Commission are not strong enough to resist regulatory capture as is. The Public Utilities Commission mission and duties can be redefined to be more specific and measurable by 1, aligning regulatory decisions with the state law, which is a decision facing the Public Utilities Commission this year. Nevada voters approved a constitutional amendment for renewable portfolio standards to require in-state utilities to get half of their power from renewable sources by 2030. Yet to accommodate unprecedented load growth from data centers, NV Energy is planning to build out new natural gas infrastructure and miss the renewable energy goals determined by voters. Fossil fuel infrastructure produces toxic emissions that pollute the air we breathe, causing or worsening health problems for the public. In addition, Public Utility Commission decisions can be redefined to prioritize the reduction of energy burdens. Multiple other states have taken steps to redefine the mission and duties of their public utility commissions. Examples include Massachusetts, which requires the Department of Public Utilities to include equity among 6 priorities for meeting statewide greenhouse gas emission limits. Maine requires the Public Utilities Commission to consider climate and equity impacts while minimizing the cost of energy to consumers, meeting the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, and mitigating disproportionate energy burdens. And Washington, which directs the Utility and Transportation Commission with the reduction of burdens to vulnerable populations and highly impacted communities. One accountability consideration is to create a Public Utilities Commission Equity Task Force. We're sharing Colorado as an example that has both redefined the mission and created an equity task force focused on community engagement and understanding the impacts of Public Utility Commission decisions on disproportionately impacted communities. And we are aware that Assemblymember Moore is already working on legislation around a working group, and we're grateful for her leadership on this work. The presentation following ours by the Energy Equity Project will go more in depth on the topic of intervener compensation. However, we did want to touch on it briefly. Utility regulation is a technical legal process that requires a significant level of expertise and resources to participate. Intervener compensation is important because intervention is not the same as making public comments. Interveners need legal representation, and because of the complexity of PUC proceedings and the many barriers to entry, this means that the people and groups most impacted by high rates and a lack of access are the least likely to have the means to participate. Intervener compensation helps ensure that communities have the means to participate effectively in regulatory proceedings and addresses the massive resource imbalance between community-based organizations and utilities in rate cases. Examples of intervener compensation grantees in other states include statewide nonprofit groups focused on energy costs, consumer protection, environmental issues, public health, energy conservation, and community action. Other states have shown a dramatic return on investment for ratepayers when intervener compensation is well structured and functioning effectively. The Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition appreciates the opportunity to discuss these gaps in the Public Utility Commission of Nevada's standard practices to ensure that accessibility for the public and to resist regulatory capture by implementing these accountability measures. Ensuring that our communities have access to affordable, reliable, and clean energy is critical to the safety and well-being of all Nevadans. Thank you for your time and graciousness allowing us to present today.
And thank you both for your presentation. Members, at this time, I will open it up for questions. If you'd like to ask any questions, those joining us via Zoom, please unmute yourselves. I don't believe so in Las Vegas. Any questions, members? We'll start off with Assemblymember Karras, please.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Chair. So you mentioned that you're aware of Assembly Moore's work on this very topic. Have you started collaborating with her? Or are you anticipating this to be separate from her efforts?
So we have spoken to her. This is Jackie Spicer, for the record. We are in communication with Assemblymember Moore. I'm aware that she is working on the equity working group. And what we are hoping to do with this presentation today is just to bring awareness to this issue and provide education on the issues that the community members have been facing, and that we wanted to see more happen for next legislative session as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And next, we'll go to Assemblymember Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Chair. And along the line of what my colleague just asked, I just want to make sure that we look at some of the best practices. And thank you for doing the homework on some of the best practices in other states. But I also noticed a couple of the states that you mentioned have a bit of a larger population, and then a couple of them have a bit more of a full-time legislature. Have you looked into some of the similar state with our size of populations and what their best practices are?
Thank you, Assemblymember Nguyen. This is Jackie Spicer, for the record. We have not done that comparison between the state populations, and we'll be happy to do that and follow up with that information to you and the committee members. Thank you.
Follow-up, Chair?
Please.
Thank you. And I would be glad to work with you on that. I think that you have alluded to the answer with Assemblymember Karras's question, is that you are working with Assemblymember Moore and perhaps a few others on addressing some of these other concerns. But I would love to be a part of that conversation to see how we can help restore some of the integrity and some of the processes that have been displayed incorrectly in terms of providing public access to the decision maker of our state. So I would appreciate to be included in that working group if you are all having one. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any additional questions or comments? Senator Neal, please.
Thank you, Chair. So on the language access plan, I'm assuming this popped up in a public setting. So was the question asked and then answered on why the PUC had not been implementing the language access plan?
So I don't personally have that, but this is Jackie Spicer, for the record. But members of our coalition have met with staff and commissioners, whether one-on-one or in group settings, to talk about these barriers, have been having the same language access problems for years. So this isn't something that is new for our members, and they have made efforts to try and remedy this, and there has not been changes up to this point.
Follow up. So in addition to what you, it's a separate question, but what you have presented in the documents for, equity, access, transparency, are there other things that you're considering for legislation for the 2027 session outside of these issues?
This is Jackie Spicer, for the record. I am not 100% sure about what you mean, like other legislation.
I mean, so some of the conversation has been around not just, there's been talk about the ratepayers, but what they are paying, right? So are we trying to go after the actual rates itself, or are we just trying to get transparency on the rate change?
Jackie Spicer, for the record, thank you for the question. I think that intervenor compensation programs are going to be one of the tools that we would like to see as a way to fight for lower rates, and something that we have seen be effective elsewhere. It's one of the tools that we'd like to see beyond public access.
So for the intervener compensation, can you explain that a little bit more? Like talk to me about how that would work in like real terms.
Yes, just Jackie Spicer for the record. I also want to mention there is the follow-up presenter who's going to be a subject matter expert on intervener compensation. But essentially there is, the legislature can create like a body that can vet organizations that would be applying to potentially be interveners. There is a process for folks to apply and get approved to become interveners. We would need to do like a cost causation analysis to find out like how much it would cost potential ratepayers, because if this to be funded not by the state, in other states, what they have done is added an additional line item, which is typically less than 20 cents on a bill, to cover the costs of an intervener compensation fund for other states. That has returned significant return on that investment for ratepayers.
Thank you for that. So this is by no means an area that I am versed in. I'm more of a looky-loo. So under the PUCN, it's not just electric, it's also gas, right? Because Senator Wynn had put Southwest Gas under the PUCN. So are they going to be treated the same? Are they going to be treated differently? Because they're two different groups. They have two different rates.
Jackie Spicer for the record. So yes, interveners would get involved in each, it depends on the rate case. They would choose to get involved and intervene in specific rate cases that apply to the work that they are doing. And we believe that accessibility would improve things across the board, whether they're electric customers or natural gas, but this would apply to both electricity and natural gas customers. Or cases, excuse me.
Thanks, Chair.
Members, Assemblymember Wynn, did you have anything additional? No. Members, any additional questions, comments? Seeing none, again, I'll make the same recommendation that we continue the conversations for the next 30 days with each of the individual members on the committee and see where we go from there. Thank you on the presentation. We'll close this presentation out, and next we'll open up the next presentation, which I see our folk joining us now via Zoom. Whenever you're ready. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Flores and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I know it's a little late for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for making space for this conversation about accessibility and accountability and intervener compensation. My name is Justin Schott. I'm coming to you from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I serve as the director for the Energy Equity Project. We are a nonprofit resource for policymakers, regulators, and frontline community organizations. We believe that providing both rich data and lived experiences can help really improve the design and utility regulation. I will keep this pretty brief because I think intervener compensation, both the value of it and the structure of it are pretty straightforward. So I'll talk to you briefly about the purpose, some of the benefits that we've seen from the limited set of states that have intervener compensation programs that are authorized. We'll talk through some potential design considerations and what a model program might look like in Nevada. So intervener compensation, as you got a preview from Jackie, this is something that enables new voices to participate in contested dockets. So organizations that don't have the resources to acquire legal representation or pay expert witnesses, they are frequently shut out of this form of participation and left only to public comment. And so offering this pool of public funding enables them to hire their own team and their own legal representation so that their specific experiences, particularly from environmental justice communities, can be represented and inform the record in these contested cases. I can't emphasize enough how different a case looks. As someone who served as an expert witness personally, when you have these interveners participating, it becomes a very different space when it's not just the commission staff, the utilities, and maybe some big greens or some of the larger industrial customers that have representation there. You get very different stories of the impact of things like rate increases when you hear from community members directly, and they can put their voice right into testimony and into the briefings that follow that. So currently, there are 18 states that have enabling legislation, but only 8 of these are funded. And there's been increasing attention to intervener compensation for the last several years. So the National Association for Regulatory Utility Commissioners has done some work summarizing the status of intervener compensation programs. We see a cluster of these in your area in the West and also in the upper Midwest that are funded. In terms of the value of intervener compensation and some of the outcomes that we've observed from these 8 states that have active programs, it depends on what the interveners have requested and the points that they make in their testimony. But we see increased transparency. Interveners can request utility data through discovery and then share that with their constituencies. We've seen greater consumer protections. We've seen specific funding allocations for some of the most impacted and marginalized communities, reductions in excessive utility expenses for things like IT and other expenses that don't serve the public good, and new rulemakings that have been requested by intervener compensation. Jackie indicated the rate of return on intervener compensation, and this is the traditional evaluation measure for these programs. And they often yield more than 10 times back in ratepayer savings than those interveners receive from intervener compensation funds. This is just an example of the Michigan Utility Consumer Participation Board website. They are the public body that has been established to review the grant applications that come in from potential interveners. It's a pretty straightforward application. They generally take these 1 to 2 months before a case comes up. So when there's a new rate case that gets announced on the commission schedule, they will open that up to a new round of potential funding. This is a 5-member volunteer board that reviews these. They do in-person interviews. It's been something that a lot of small grassroots organizations have found a very accessible process. And they are transparent in their operations, so you can see the annual report. You can get data for the outcomes of their investments. So I'm going to share some data. This is just one case study that I'm especially familiar with in Michigan. These organizations were focused on a range of things to benefit their communities, especially in the Detroit area. So looking for reductions in overall costs as they're seeing rate increases go up in things like IT capital investments, looking to reduce some of the strain that might be proposed by programs that communities don't really agree with, things like prepaying funds instead of having robust affordability programs, and making sure that low-income customers in particular weren't harmed by a shift to time of use rates. And these are some of the benefits that they secured. So they were able to lift a cap that was limiting the percentage of customers that could participate in distributed generation. They secured a more robust $8 million program for whole home repair and weatherization. increased the requirements for energy storage while accelerating retirements of coal plants. So a number of benefits that they were successful in advocating for. For accountability as well, making sure that they are not paying excessive charges for corporate membership dues. And here's a snapshot of the budget from that 1 year for this group of interveners that was able to access the funds. So you can see their total awards in the middle there. And this is for a coalition of 3 organizations. They received about $164,000. They were still actively working to get their own pro bono support from the law clinic that represented them. Right, so it's still a minority of their funding coming from the intervener compensation program. And then they document all of the intervener compensation programs. So you get a sense for the representation here, the citizens utility boards. Solidarity is a very small local group in Highland Park, Michigan. There's the Environmental Council. So it's a range of groups that participate in this. There's municipal participation as well, and they participate in a range of case types. So in terms of the design considerations, there's the total budget. This can be a few $1,000,000 per state. Can start small. I think Idaho is at $40,000 for the entire state. The application procedures, right, following those best practices of accessibility is really important. And then I think the timing, both in terms of when the funding is released, making sure that groups don't have to front costs for too long, and that they are reimbursed quickly. That is another critical element of intervener compensation. We worked with some students assessing the programs that were most prominent here. And you can see some of those different design choices. Upfront grants, again, this is appreciated by the grassroots organizations. These budget limits refer to the budget per organization. And again, these can be small awards in the kind of low tens of thousands to something a couple $100,000 for some of the larger multi-year cases that are ongoing. And a couple of the states, Oregon and Michigan and Wisconsin, have dedicated budgets for environmental justice organizations. So from what I've seen, it's hard to change accessibility to a Public Utilities Commission. All of those recommendations to improve language access and meeting times, these are really valuable to help people know what's happening. But in terms of being able to actually influence the outcome, we know groups need a seat at the decision-making table. They need to be able to submit their own testimony. And for some of these smaller grassroots organizations representing some of the most impacted communities, the communities with the highest energy burdens, this is really the vehicle, I think, that gives them the best opportunity to have a voice in PUC decisions. Really welcome your questions here. I think it's a pretty straightforward process to get this set up, and again, doesn't need to be a giant budget to make a big difference. Thank you.
And thank you for the presentation. Members, we'll open it up for questions. We'll start off with Assemblymember Flanagan, please. No. Assemblymember Wind. Do you have a question? No? We'll go to Assemblymember Karras and then we'll move over to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question. I think the idea of an intervener is an interesting concept. I believe I remember Jackie stating 20 cents per bill. I'm assuming that's per month. Does the public vote on this particular increase, or would that be up to the commission? I'm a little curious on that.
Thanks for your question, Assemblymember Harris. Justin Schott for the record. this is generally something that has been, I think, in the legislation that authorizes these funds. So you may have a set amount. It's possible you could set a cap, which could be 20 cents or 95 cents or whatever it is as the surcharge that goes on the bill. But in my experience, that's generally come from the legislature, and then that's just the PUC is ensuring that that gets collected properly through the bills and made accessible through whatever the decision-making board is to the interveners.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Neal.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I have a series of questions. So I'm trying to, wrap my brain around this one. So I was looking at since you used the Michigan example, so I was pulling up there, the Utility Consumer Participation Board report that was created. So it appeared that, I guess what I'm trying to understand is when the intervener becomes a part of this advocacy conversation, what are they generally paid?
So each intervener is, sorry, Justin Schott for the record. Thanks for your question. Each intervener is paid based on the budget that they have submitted. And so they're documenting what they anticipate as the costs. This is in a state where you have upfront grants that are awarded. And so they will generally indicate their legal fees, their expert witness fees, and then a small amount for administration. That's generally on the order of 10%. Other states like California require you to submit receipts and reimbursements, and the commission can individually approve or strike down those line items. I think it's much better to have it in agreement upfront. And so the organizations are negotiating their legal fees and expert witness fees in advance of intervening.
So, okay, thank you for that. So the follow-up to that in the same vein, so in the Michigan example, they have the Utility Consumer Participation Board, they have the Utility Consumer Representation Fund, which was created, and then it appears that they also split some of the money that they, I guess, raise with the Attorney General's office. So, and it looks like apparently in this scenario, the Attorney General for the state of Michigan also intervenes on behalf of consumers, similar to what we currently have in Nevada, right?
I'm not familiar with your setup in Nevada, but yes, that's right. The Intervenor Compensation Fund in Michigan is split 50-50 between the Attorney General staff and the interveners who apply for that compensation. I think other states may use it to fund their consumer advocate and or Attorney General as well.
So follow-up question. So the funding comes from the utilities. And so this is the question. Does the funding come from the utilities? And then the advocacy groups, do they set that amount in statute in order to make the utilities pay to then create the grant that then does these specific acts?
The funding comes ultimately from the ratepayers, and that gets passed directly through to the Utility Consumer Participation Board to pay out the grants. I think that is the setup everywhere. That is the ratepayers making this investment in interveners, right, that will represent a broad array of their interests. Interestingly, the ratepayers are also funding the utility staff for all of their charges, which can be in the millions of dollars to engage in rate cases against their own interests.
So the idea is ratepayers, residents, intervene in order to not just pay their electric or gas bill, but also to divert or create a funding source to pay for things they want to pay for? Because when I was looking at the Michigan report, they have they used it said UCPB presented on behalf of residential ratepayers, reduction in greenhouse emission. They wanted protection of public health. They wanted equitable access to energy efficiency. They wanted weatherization. They wanted efficient electrification measures, and then clean energy tech. So they got the intervener to then engage in what they wanted to do and how they wanted the utility money to be basically split to do these other things. Is that correct?
Generally, I will clarify a little bit. So the customers, by funding intervener compensation, they're creating this broad umbrella fund for residential advocacy, right? So whatever those priorities are that the grassroots groups or consumer protection groups bring forward, those are the ones that will get advanced. So people don't specifically know, right, as they're creating an intervener compensation program, what it will fund. Oftentimes there's language saying this must be a unique perspective or issue that the group intends to raise. So you may have to outline your testimony or what you would like to recommend in a particular rate case to see that it's got some validity, to see that it's not duplicative of what the Attorney General is already planning to present. So it's really looking to distinguish some unique issues that haven't been raised with credibility elsewhere and to allow groups to propose those as they see fit.
Okay, thank you for that. So more of a process question. So in Michigan, nonprofits are representing groups. So it said that they had a bill that required what you were discussing, which was the grant making to nonprofits. So how exactly did Michigan select or identify the nonprofits? That's the first part of the question.
Sure. It's an open application process here, and then this 5-member Utility Consumer Participation Board meets to review the applications. I don't know their exact criteria for determining that or how much is awarded to different groups, but I believe they have something in their mission about advancing affordability and environmental justice, right, as the kinds of issues that they look to support.
Okay, so is the Utility Consumer
Public health.
Okay, so is the Utility Consumer Participation Board that is created in Michigan, is it legislatively appointed? Is it community or nonprofit got together and created it? How did they get on the board, right? So so I'm asking this question because I'm trying to figure out, how do you avoid the same kind of political dynamic that individuals are fighting against now, right?
Yeah, it's a good question. They are governor appointees or executive appointees, I believe. The board itself is required in statute. I don't know that its exact composition is specified there. But I think that's a really good point, that people are looking for something outside of this. I think kind of the governor's office has done a good job trying to uphold the spirit of this and to ensure that considerations of groups that weren't able to participate with their own funds are given due consideration as applicants.
Okay, I get it. I mean, I'm assuming that the Michigan governor is not a Republican. I'm sorry. Okay.
She is not. No.
I take that back. All right, I take that back. Okay. So what happens if the ratepayers disagree with, in Michigan, the Utility Consumer Participation Board? What if they disagree? what if the ratepayer that they were set up to advocate for says, all right, you got an additional 6 million to do greenhouse emissions, to do heat mitigation, and now the ratepayers are saying, whatever this 20 cents is that you added to my bill, I hate it, I don't like it. What is the process in order to say, I don't want to do that as a resident? Even though you put this advocate in place, how do you get out of that?
Yeah, I first want to clarify there's an $8 million fund that I think you're referencing that was secured, right, as kind of a concession from the utility in negotiations. That's not from the intervenor compensation program. And so often they're securing, right, tens of millions or even 100 million plus in benefits, right, for a small fund that's just a couple of million. There's not an opt-out provision, though, for people, right? This is just a fund, like you might see a renewable energy surcharge or surcharge for affordability programs. It's much lower than either of those are in Michigan. So I think that's the idea around speaking to the return on investment, is that all ratepayers, right, are saving more money as a result of intervenor compensation, even if they're not in universal agreement for some of these additional settlement items or policy changes or program investments that happen as a result. So there is a big focus on how do you ensure that kind of the costs are getting covered in approving these awards.
So follow up. So if the residential ratepayer disagrees with the intervenor, right? So, okay. New rate exists because now these programs are being paid for, right? So program greenhouse emissions, program for green tech. And there is this, let's just use a number for the example, right? Let's just say $5 million extra is now being asked for from the utilities, which ultimately is then spread to the ratepayers. So once this advocacy board, because that's what I'm going to call it so I can understand it. So once the advocacy board puts this out there, there is no way to challenge the new rate. And that's what I'm understanding. There's no way to challenge the new rate. And it's just assumed that everyone, because the advocacy group is putting these programs up, that everyone agrees that this is what the overall benefit or is going to be. Like, it's the good for all, right? Is that what the belief is?
Yeah, I think I see what you're getting at, Senator Neal, and I would say there may be 5 million in new funding programs, right, that support some specific interest, but those are more than offset by, you would expect something like $50 million in savings that result directly from the testimony of the intervener. So this has been the outcomes of these programs, I think, across the board, is that they save ratepayers money. And so if every ratepayer is paying 20 cents more, right, for the 5 million new programs, they're also getting a $2 credit for the 50 million in new savings as each of these interveners is combing through the utility financials, calling out expenses they think are excessive, teaming up with other organizations and the Attorney General, right? They are first and foremost achieving these affordability benefits that then go to all ratepayers. And that's the majority of what people would see is lower bills as a result of the interveners. There's not a say then in these kind of other priority issues that they're introducing, right, that may use a small percentage of those savings that would have been returned.
So the idea is that energy costs less because you're investing in all of the symptoms of energy usage, right? So you're investing in reducing greenhouse emissions. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, I thought, well, I think it's what, 2030, we have some, I think it was under Senator Brooks, the greenhouse emission, like there's a certain amount of investment we have to do. How does, I guess what I'm trying to understand, how do competing programs get, I guess, identified, and who is doing the ROI examination or audit? Is that the consumer advocacy group? Who's doing it?
It's a combination of the reports that the consumer advocate group is submitting to the UCPB, and then the UCPB's annual summary, compiling those. But this is something that you see in these, technical 500-page orders from the commission. Is the commission reviews the arguments that were made by each intervener, and they will say, we found this argument compelling to say we should disallow investments in this grid hardening exercise because we realize it's actually cheaper to do more solar and storage here. Whatever the arguments are against excessive costs, they will generally indicate the parties that were responsible for making those arguments. And so it is reasonably trackable, I would say, the results of one's intervention. And you can see the arguments that are not accepted as well. But I think having more diverse groups in a case means there are different eyes, there are different ways of making an argument. There's a higher level of scrutiny, and this is what comes back to benefit the ratepayers.
No, I get it. I'm just, I mean, this is our opportunity to ask questions, but I guess I want to know, how much money has Michigan saved by bringing this on board, right? Because this is the way I see it. It's like, well, if I'm gonna have to pay a rate, then I would at least want the utility to use your money to pay for the energy, for the environmental issues that I would like to be managed or mitigated, because that's what it seems like what they worked out in Michigan, which is you'll take care of all of my climate issues and the top tier issues that we want you to pay for, and the ratepayers have agreed because they see as the ultimate earth benefit is going to be X, Y, and Z, right? But how much has actually been saved by the ratepayers in Michigan doing this model, right? So you say it's, yeah, I got 10 million to then do these energy greenhouse emissions, electrify, green tech, etc. But compared to the 50 million that was walking out of the door, so what was saved?
Yeah, so here's the data on that. If you can see my screen, the total here at the bottom, there were 821,000 in grants across these 2 years of cases, 2023 and 2024, and a recorded savings of nearly 600 million. Even if you think these are generously reported, right? I think the order of magnitude here still becomes clear that these are disallowances. So even if there's a little bit of overlap, right? Even if you think $729 per dollar invested is too high, you might accept that it's $100 per dollar invested. But these are what has been tracked by the participation of these. It's just four organizations that received intervener compensation funding. Interestingly, right, we had a municipal intervener, the city of Ann Arbor here, that might not have participated otherwise, but was able to, right, bring in some financial expertise to that and get this $150 million disallowance. And these don't happen if people don't bring them forward in testimony. So I'm happy to send some follow-up with the reporting, and if you're interested in any of these dockets as more of a snapshot on how these are calculated. But these are kind of the general orders of magnitude that I think are helpful to consider with intervenor compensation.
I think it's super helpful. So in Michigan, business and residential are looped in as the spread, or are businesses excluded and it just goes to the residents?
No, some of these are across the board. So particularly with capital expenses, right, that the ratio that is covered by residents and commercial and industrial customers stays pretty consistent regardless of what is approved as the rate base there. So many of these arguments benefit the businesses as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I know there are other questions.
Members, additional questions? Assembly Member Cole, and then we'll go to Assembly Member Nguyen.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess my question has to do with, I believe that the Attorney General currently has a program right now through the Bureau of Consumer Protection that does this already, like they're intervening on behalf of the ratepayers, the individual residents, right? Not businesses, I don't think. I think it's just consumers. So is that program not working the way that it's supposed to? Do we need to do fixes there? Is it working and we just need more help? Can you just explain on that? Thank you.
Yeah, again, sorry, I'm not familiar with your local system and the funding that the Attorney General has. But what I've seen in other states is both the attorneys general and the consumer advocates have a list of things that they would like to intervene on. They only have capacity to select maybe a third of their priorities to get it into testimony, because they are supposed to be in several different cases at once. Often it's really a matter of building that capacity. And so I think they would tell you themselves, sure, if they had more capacity internally, they could achieve some of these same savings if they were allowed to focus on robust testimony. So that is some of the effect of intervenor compensation, is expanding that capacity that you would have through state agencies.
Chair, if I don't know if you're able to give some information on that, do some research and get back to us, or if maybe the Attorney General's office could give us some information on, existing cases, what's happened, how many they're intervening on, if they don't have the capacity to do everything that they need, and all of that good information. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to get back to you on that. I know I'll be seeing, there's a conference of the consumer advocates who are sometimes the attorneys general and sometimes a separate group. And so I should have a chance to speak with them in person next week.
Thank you. And next we'll go to Assembly Member Nguyen.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a very fascinating topic, and I've been trying to get my head wrap around some of the basic math, right? So I think some of these states that were mentioned previously has a way more density than us, obviously a lot more populations. And so if you would institute something like this statutorily, if you divide it to, every ratepayers, you would have a lot more of a bigger source versus state like us, where we are, smaller in terms of the populations and how we can truly make a difference, right? So have you seen, Mr. Schott, in terms of your expertise that, states similar to Nevada size, how these interveners programs are being effective, handled by a nonprofit / outside intervener versus a state agency?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Assemblyman Nguyen. Thank you. I think one of the things that struck me when I was learning about intervenor compensation programs was seeing Idaho on the map with a small program. I think it's $40,000 per year. So They are also not the most populous state, right, and have a lot of rural interests, and are still able to set up a program there. I think it's just administered internally by their PUC staff. Wisconsin might be the closest model that I can think of in terms of kind of state size, and that's been really valuable to a couple of their interveners there, and they have a dedicated focus for that a couple of environmental justice groups have been taking advantage of.
And then in terms of the qualification of these interveners, that is not, you know, a state agency or a municipality, because, you know, as someone said earlier that, or maybe you said earlier that, you know, attorney general offices or state offices sometimes are overwhelmed with caseloads and they may not have staff capacity. However, they have the expertise and the legal knowledge. As far as these nonprofits, and I come from a world of nonprofits myself, sometimes we have that challenge of having that expertise ourselves, just because nonprofits are not operate with large budgets and don't have a lot of expertise in terms of staff that are readily available, right? So how do these intervener get, in terms of a rubric, get qualified to be awarded these things? Because, you know, a lot of time nonprofits are run by one or two volunteers, right? How are they able to justify to wherever the decision making is, say, hey, you know what, we would be qualified to do this because that's what we do. But how do you kind of say, hey, you know what, there's like 200 groups out there doing the same thing. How do you kind of justify or measure which one would get it and which one does not?
Yeah, it's a great question. It is a steep learning curve. It's still a big lift, even with the resources, just to understand the commission, understand what utility regulation looks like. So they've done a lot of homework, I think, even to get to that level where they can be intelligent applicants for this, right? So they have been going to PUC meetings, they've been reading the dockets, they've been connecting with pro bono law clinics and other experts or larger nonprofits, right, that have some more capacity. So they've done their own work, I think, to learn the ropes. And then it is often those partnerships, I think, that distinguish the groups that are really ready to step into this, right? So they've got a clear legal representation, clear expert witnesses. They may have identified their community witnesses as well, who will provide testimony on their lived experiences. So I think it's not as many applicants as you might think, because all of these pieces have to be in order. So they're certainly making some investment, but I think knowing that there's the potential to get these recurring grants and really get into this space of trying to get more accountable utility regulation is what attracts them to do that. So they may get a foundation grant that allows them to invest for a year or two in building their own capacity to understand the system and try to pull the pieces together for a strong proposal.
So thank you for that. So I'm sure you have that data, and I'll take it offline because I know other colleagues of mine probably have questions as well. But I would love to see that data on, you know, groups across the country that are interveners, right? And they're kind of like qualifications and in terms of their capacity, and also how do they be able to kind of have a good ROI for these, you know, grant, right? Because as you said, sometimes a small investment may have a huge return, which is great. But at the same time, how do we as lawmakers, or how we know as consumer that these groups are qualified to do these things versus a, you know, Attorney General's Department of, you know, Consumer Protection or a similar body, so that we have, you know, a good mindset in our head saying, hey, you know what, these are the right people that is going to fight for on behalf of our citizens. So if you have that data offline, I would love to see it. And if you can send that to the committee, that would be helpful. But if you don't, I look forward to find out where we can find some of those information so we can see how some of these groups are able to, help our everyday ratepayer to be more in the knowledge of what these kind of things that they may not be familiar with.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I'm happy to send some follow-ups of also from the organizations that are interveners of how they got into this space. Some of them have documented that story as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Members, any additional questions? Assemblymember Flanagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And mine is more just so I get further understanding of why we have the conversation. When interveners are involved and you have the different types of utilities, so a person who's on solar versus a person who's on traditional, how do we do that effective, or how do you do it effectively when you are advocating for fairness in terms of rate hikes or protections? It might be akin to Assemblymember Wynn's question a moment ago, but or some vein of that. Just want to understand that process better when interveners are involved, a person's on solar and there's rate hikes, and how you make the negotiation or the fight fair if someone's solar versus traditional. How does that work? Whatever you can share.
Right. Yeah, thanks, Assemblymember Flanagan. I think that's a really good question, that there are potentially these tensions, right? That and sometimes we see disagreement among some of the interveners themselves around what makes a good affordability program, or tensions around electrification, right, versus the rate impacts of that. And so I think there's a trust that increasing the accessibility and the inclusivity of these proceedings and getting more representation from groups that just have not been at the table for decades, right, is going to provide just a better record for the commissioners to work with there and consider those different perspectives. It's not, I think, something that the interveners have to worry about so much. They know their missions, they know the communities that they represent when they're there, and it's their job to advocate on their behalf as best they can. Sometimes I think this comes up in the negotiations, and then again, that's another access point that interveners gain, is many of these, at least in other states, are not fully adjudicated, right? There's an interest in the utility coming together with the parties to reach some agreement. And that's where I think you start to see some compromise and some of these trade-offs that get made around clean energy versus affordability and some of those other tensions.
Members, any additional questions? Seeing none, I will make the same recommendation that we continue the conversation with the members moving forward. And also, I do know that we have our commissioner here, Cordova, and I believe wanted to join us at the dais, maybe to answer some questions. Is that correct? Thank you. And I believe that maybe you would be able to help enlighten us in some of the procedural questions, that how this could potentially play out. Obviously, there's different directions the state could go through should they even decide to go in this direction. But any input you'd like to provide to the conversation would be appreciated at this time.
Thank you, Chair Flores. I'm Tammy Cordova. I'm a commissioner with the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. And in the Carson City office of the legislature is actually my general counsel, Garrett Weir. Some of you may be familiar with him. He does a lot of our legislative appearances, as it's not always appropriate for us commissioners to comment on ongoing cases. The only comment I would have on the intervener compensation is it is something that has worked in other states. I think as some of the members of the committee have recognized that we are not a huge state, and we like to be very careful about how we spend ratepayer money. That's one of the things I take very seriously when I make my decisions at the commission, but we are happy to provide whatever expertise might be of assistance to the committee or to any of your members, Chair.
Thank you. And with that, members, we don't have to ask questions. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but if anybody does have a question, please let me know. Senator Neal, please.
Thanks, Chair. So I just had a, well, is it, let me ask you this first. Is this a fair question? Have you looked into the Michigan statute on energy at all?
Senator Neal, this is Tammy Cordova of the Public Utilities Commission. I haven't looked at the Michigan statute, but I have at our National Association, NARUC, attended some discussions about intervenor compensation in other states. And I will say it's been fascinating for me to learn how very different all 50 of our states and some of our other territories are about how they deal with public utility commissions, how they deal with participation in commission proceedings. We are fortunate to have the Bureau of Consumer Protection and our Attorney General's office, and they do have cultivated expertise, and they are funded through an assessment that we collect at the commission. Some other states don't have that in their Attorney General's office. Some states only have nonprofits, some states have both. And so I'm kind of generally familiar with the various ways in which you can get robust intervenor participation, but no, I'm not specifically familiar with the Michigan statute.
Because it just seems that, because I had some time to just kind of go back through the Michigan report, and it appears that they had some significant savings from this intervenor process, and then they reinvested that into what I guess the ratepayers wanted to see in terms of, I would say, programmatic change, right? So I guess I was just trying to get a sense of, like, when we think about NRS 704 and the purpose of the commission, like, if that happened, it's like if a bill like this was successful, like, where would it fall, right? Because in 704-001, it says, under sub 4, that part of the commission's power and duty, right, and jurisdiction is to balance the interests of customers and shareholders of public utilities. But then there's a cutoff in the sentence that says, by providing public utilities with the opportunity to earn a fair return on their investment while providing customers with just and reasonable rates. So when I read that, right, I'm thinking, all right, it's not like they changed in the intervenor. There's still a return, except for the return is being used in a different way, right? Instead of it just being money that accrues back to the utility, it is money that is then being used for some environmental justice or climate or green emission issues. And so I don't know if that's such a bad idea, right? But I understand that a shareholder is like, I don't want my money to be used that way, right? So, and I guess the argument and the questions that I think that the community keeps presenting, right, is that who has the higher, who should have the higher interest that's weighed, right? The customer or the shareholder, right? So I think that's ultimately the argument that we're in, which is what is going on within this environment. And, I'm not an anti-utility, but I'm just wondering, like, do you even believe we could even come to a place of supporting something like this in the current, I guess, environment? That's really an opinion. And you can say, like, I'm not going to give you my opinion. But when we added low-income persons to the statute, that was a heavy conversation. But low-income persons are in the statute. And now they are supposed to be treated a very specific way because of their inclusion. So is it so hard to say that environmental interests should also be included?
Tammy Cordova, Commissioner of the Nevada Public Utilities Commission, Senator Neal. There's a lot to unpack there. I think I will let Mr. Weir respond to some of the questions that you've raised. partially and just in the interest, I don't want to create the misimpression that I'm speaking on behalf of the agency, and I don't think that's fair to my colleagues for me to be voicing an opinion, but I'll let Mr. Weir weigh in if that's okay with you, Chair.
I'm going to, Chair Flores, am I okay to proceed?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Garrett Weir, General Counsel for the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. Senator Neal, regarding your question about the balance of interests and the return that is provided for a reasonable return for public utilities, that would actually be separate and apart from any sort of revenue generated to fund an advocacy entity. That type of language exists in most jurisdictions. It's also codified or reflected in a lot of case law that ensures that utilities are entitled to recover their prudently incurred costs of providing service. And so basically, there's sometimes this idea, I think, among the public that if there are increased costs of providing service, that the commission can just not allow the utility to recover that. They can eat the costs and we can maintain lower bills. And that's actually just legally something the commission is prohibited from doing. That's a test that any rate-making decision of the commission has to pass. Utilities would be able to appeal a decision where they weren't entitled to the opportunity to recover their prudently incurred costs through rates. And the commission's decision would be overturned if that were the case. So, but I would like to note, with regard to this concept of intervenor compensation or funding, the commission has been engaged in a dialogue with Assemblymember Cynthia Moore, and we look forward to continuing to work with her on the concept of a working group to thoughtfully review these types of issues and others, and to address some of the concerns that we've heard today. I have heard, I've been here all day listening to all the public comment as well as the presentations, and it's pretty clear that there is some widespread misunderstanding of both the commission's processes as well as the effects of some of its recent decisions. And maybe today is not the time given the late hour, but or I could speak today if that's the preference, but we would be happy to provide some background to clarify where there are some misunderstandings, again, about some of these items that we've heard people talk about, which are concerns of people being left out of the decision-making process and utilities not being held accountable or there not being meaningful participation. I think that people have a misunderstanding of exactly what a consumer session is versus a meeting or a hearing, and where meaningful participation can occur. And it's tragic in some instances because people, they think that their voice is going to be heard when they show up to a consumer session and they want to talk about a decision that was made in September of last year, a decision that was, we heard concerns about transparency, but there's probably not a conceivable governmental decision-making process that's more transparent than the one that people seem to be concerned about here with the commission. It's just that it wasn't made based on the consumer comments during a consumer session. It was based on an evidentiary record developed previously that was the product of publicly filed applications and several rounds of publicly filed testimony, a record that contained over 40,000 pages of evidence relied upon by the commission. There were public hearings that could be accessed by everyone, public meetings subject to the open meeting law where the commission took votes and heard public comment. There were 2 consumer sessions, one held in the evening, one held during the day. I believe that was June 4th, prior to that decision being made, prior to testimony being filed. And that's important because, again, those consumer sessions are not evidence. The comments made by customers during consumer sessions, they're not sworn in under oath. They're not subject to cross-examination. The commission has to make decisions based on evidence. If it did otherwise, it'd be violating the constitutional due process rights of all of the interveners in our formal hearings. So what those consumer sessions allow for, especially when they occur prior to testimony being filed, it flags issues. The consumer sessions flag issues, or it's an opportunity for the formal interveners in our processes to incorporate those concerns into their testimony, into their positions, and actually create evidence as part of the evidentiary record that the commission can rely upon in making decisions. And ideally, that would be the Bureau of Consumer Protection in Nevada, who represents the residential ratepayer interests. And they could, I think that we need to figure out a way of better informing folks as to how to engage meaningfully in our process. And I can go into more. I mean, there's also even just as far as transparency, the commission's decision itself in this case that Commissioner Cordova presided over and drafted the order. It was an order totaling 180 pages. It goes into great detail about the evidence relied upon for this demand-based billing component that people are concerned about. And again, it's tragic that so many people are very concerned about that. There's a misunderstanding of what the impact is or is likely to be from that rate-making decision. The evidentiary record, which again is referenced in that decision, in that order, goes into great detail about the evidence presented, some of which isn't contested, regarding the impact, the anticipated impact on customers. The evidence showed that over 90% of customers will see reduced costs as a result of this revised rate design. The evidence showed that the vast majority of customers will see lower overall total bills, even without changing their usage behavior. What the commission's decision did is it provided an opportunity, a new tool for price-sensitive customers to be able to adjust their usage to even further lower their bills. And it's precisely those vulnerable populations, lower income families or households, seniors who are home during the day, who are most likely to benefit from these decisions of the commission. I won't speak directly for Commissioner Cordova, but I think her order speaks for itself. And it highlights this is a near singular focus of that decision was to help struggling Nevada households by reducing their utility bill burden. And it's, again, very unfortunate that there's been this widespread false narrative about the anticipated impact of this bill or of this decision of the commission. But again, it was made transparently. It's based on evidence. It even includes that order that I referenced, extensive discussion of the commission's revisiting of this billing mechanism in the future if it doesn't yield those outcomes that it's anticipating. That's unprecedented since I've been at the commission, where there's reporting being required of the utility to show comparisons of the impact under the prior rate design and the new one to see if it's doing exactly what the evidence suggested that it would do. And if it doesn't do that, the order expressly contemplates revisiting that rate and it not being something that's permanent and locked in place. So again, there's a lot of misunderstanding, but it was a transparent decision-making process. It's just that people were not aware of the way to meaningfully engage or even when to meaningfully engage. But it's a decision that was made. It's been appealed, subject to judicial review. Both courts where the issues were heard affirmed the decision of the commission, found that it relied on that substantial evidence in making its decision and that those decisions were lawful. So I apologize. I've been speaking for a while now, but it is hard to hear so many comments and people who are understandably frustrated based on their understanding of our process or misunderstanding of it. And we really want to work on trying to get information out to the public about how to engage meaningfully with the commission. We recognize, notwithstanding all of that, the commission has transitioned to using alternative facilities, not the commission's building with limited capacity, to host those consumer sessions. We do appreciate the efforts of LCB staff and again, Assemblymember Moore in facilitating the use of those facilities. And it is regrettable, some of the stories we've heard about folks who were forced to wait outside due to the limited space. And But we've heard those comments, and we want to try to engage with folks and address those concerns. And so with that, I guess I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have about the commission's decisions, its processes. I can address the language access plan, I guess. There's several things that were brought up. It was a lot. And I'd be happy to address any concerns that people have. And I recognize that it's late in the day, and I appreciate your indulgence.
So, Chair, just a comment. So I appreciate you putting that on the record. I mean, people feel how they feel, and you are entitled to feel how you feel, right? Welcome to, I mean, you've been in public service, right? It's hard to be a punching bag, but that is sometimes what it is. Maybe one thing you can consider, right, are doing mock sessions to help people understand process. Because if you don't know, right? So for myself, I do a teach to testify, right? Like, because folks don't know how to testify in the legislature. They don't know sometimes, what does that mean if you amended it? What did that mean if it died on the Senate floor, it didn't make it off the desk? What is the desk, right? Maybe it's literally doing mock scenarios that are not punished, where people can understand process so they can engage. I personally love the fact that young people are engaging in energy policy, right? And they are like pushing in on energy policy, even with just, they're like, I'm reading it, I'm trying to understand it, and then they're going head first into the issue. That is a welcome behavior for young people. However, considering, on off days, doing mock sessions, what's the consumer hearing, the different types that come up, how do you read it? Break it down in plain language for someone so they can understand, right? So when the criticism happens, it's at least happening on an educated front. And then there are some people who were just straight up educated and offended, right? And that's the reality, right? We had a mixture of conversation. People were like, who watch what you guys do religiously, right? And they're just absolutely offended. And then there are young people who are just like, I don't believe this is right. And I mean, and rightfully so, they should have came in there. And then there are the people who like, I expect a government building to, if you know there's going to be a large group of people to show up, that you support the young people that were standing or the old people that were standing outside, right? And that was not a consideration. And so the general feeling is that regular people, and this is just a general feeling, that regular people are being overlooked above corporations. But that has been a consistent trend for months. Whether it's the PUCN or some other entity, that is a general feeling that regular people and what they care about is being put at the bottom of the totem pole, and corporations are putting above, right? And so you're getting some of that blowback, right? And so because that's been what's been going on since 2020, right? And so ultimately you're caught in that, but do mock sessions. Step outside, break the language down, right? We have to explain legalese on our side, so you're no different. And this is a hard policy to crack. So if we have to break down legalese and make it plain, so do you.
If I can, Garrett, do you mind if I respond?
Sure, I had a few thoughts as well, but
okay.
Thank you.
Tammy Cordova, Chair Flores, and to you, Senator Neal. I couldn't agree with you more. We have an outreach department. I have gone out personally and spoken to a variety of different organizations in Las Vegas. We attend a lot of senior expo, different fairs that are put on. We try to get out there in the community. I will say that the challenge that I have is unless you invite me, I don't know that you want to talk to me. And so we've been trying to encourage folks that do show up to our consumer sessions to invite us out to have a conversation. A consumer session is not the right place to have that consumer session because every person in the room has a different interest and we just don't have time for that. But creating a space I've been to CHISPA's offices, I've been to senior organizations, I've gone to their space and answered the questions that they've wanted answered, not the questions that a diverse group of 100 different people want answered. And so I'll share with all of you, you can share with your constituents. We have an outreach program at the commission, and we are happy to come out and talk to you. I've lived in Las Vegas for a long time, and I understand, some of the concerns and needs here in our community, and I'm happy to come out and explain what we do. And I think you're absolutely right. We've hosted a few of those kinds of things at the commission, and they're not very well attended. I find that when we go out into the community, it's far more effective than it is when we try and have something at the commission's offices, but we're certainly open to try anything of that sort. And so, Garrett, I'll go ahead and let you chime in.
Sure. I just was going to mention, and I think Senator Neal, you accurately captured, I think there is a lot of frustration that folks have. We heard comments where people said they feel like they need a champion for Nevadans. They want they want to avoid, or they want to have an equitable and informed outcome. And there was even reference to regulatory capture. And these are statements that reflect, I think, frustration that isn't necessarily aligned with what is actually happening in Nevada in the utility regulatory space. And just, I hope that the commission can be proud of the committee and our entire state can be proud of the work that actually is occurring at the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada based on outcomes. And right now, if you go and look at any of the studies recently being conducted regarding the relative price of electricity for retail residential customers in different states, Nevada is either the lowest rates in the country or near the lowest rates in the country. Nevada is number one for most stable rates. That means the lowest rate increases over time for the last 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, last year. That reflects a diligent application of the commission's duties and processes. And even this case where there's such outrage, about the demand-based billing component, that's within the context of a general rate case where the commission reduced the requested revenue requirement increase. So the amount of money that the utility would be, that it was asking to recover more annually, the commission reduced that amount by almost half. That's nearly unprecedented when you're looking at historical expenditures. The utility, they're basing that on costs that they've incurred already. And the commission said, no, you don't get to recover that in rates. And, so that was a huge win for customers. A reduction of approximately $106 million annually in that request. And that reflects the, commission's process that yields value for customers. And I think it is very important that we communicate to people, and maybe it's holding mock sessions or something where we engage with the community to inform them of the benefits of our process, because it is awful to hear the comments that people are making that show that they don't believe that there's value when there's tremendous value derived from the utility regulatory process in Nevada. And again, even I think another thing we can be proud of, we've heard a lot of comments about renewable energy and those policies. Nevada's been able to maintain those low rates, those stable rates, all while incorporating the most solar generating capacity in the country per capita. And it's not even close. The next closest state, California, has about half as much solar generating capacity installed per capita as Nevada does. That's something that we should be proud of. That's hopefully ending some of this discussion on a positive note, and we need to do a better job of letting people know the benefits of our process.
And next, we're going to go to Assemblymember Nguyen, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again, the both of you, for spending time here with us today. I just want to echo a small part of the sentiment that my colleague Senator Neal has just talked about. She explained, the mock process and creating connection and understanding of how everything works. I mean, just to really highlight what the commissioner said. I held coffee with constituent events in my district, and nobody shows up, even though it's advertised for weeks on end, right? But when you go and talk to, neighbors in my district, they don't know who you are. They don't know what is it that the assembly people do, even though, our body has existed for, centuries, right? It kind of tells me that we still have a disconnect in terms of the education process. And, Mr. Weir, I know that the team has been working hard, and, you reached out to me when I first, got elected, and you gave me a rundown of, what it is that the PCU does and PUC does. And I get that, but I would encourage you to add some educational tools online, the website, perhaps what Senator Neal said, explaining how to testify, explaining what there are ways that you can testify, and maybe if you hold a session and nobody comes, why don't you hold that session with a video? And that video could be then translated to so many different languages that folks can understand and understand how the process works. Because if we're still dealing with this day, and I'm in my 4th year, and I still have to explain what is an assemblyman does, then if you peel so many layers, there's going to be so many other everyday Nevadans who still don't understand the process until something goes wrong, and then they get angry because the process is not friendly to the everyday people. And I get that, because as a citizen legislature, we are in the community. We see these things every day, and we are a part of it, and we understand that people have a very limited understanding of how everything works, and they only truly understanding the topic when there's something wrong. And I don't think that's a good way for us to continue to highlight the good things that you highlighted, right? You just highlighted that we're one of the lowest rates in the countries, and we have all these good things that we should be proud of. But the thing is, these things are being kind of overshadowed by the lack of understanding of how it works. So perhaps the compromises, and I know that you're going to go over, the language access plans and things like that, but I feel like we can use tools and design ways for us Nevadans to learn about how these things works, so that it will be easier for us to navigate through these things without a lot of heartburn. Because I think a lot of things that happen, it's just people just don't understand how things work. And I encourage you to continue to innovate in that space, because us as legislator have the same issues when we try and go out there and trying to educate everybody. Is sometimes we have the same kind of turnout, but of course something goes wrong, then people are like, well, why aren't you doing more of these sessions? And I said, I have, right? So if you could meet us there in terms of just innovate in how we teach, because I was just recently on your FAQs on your website. I don't see perhaps a section that would teach people how to participate. And that's something that we can put online and put different ways for people to learn, whether it's a video or whether it's a, video of a recorded session that you all held to teach the public how to interact with the PUC. So that's pretty much my comment there. Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence.
And thank you. I think everybody's just sharing feedback after the numerous amount of phone calls and emails that we all got ourselves, and that were very much rooted in procedure and process. And so please don't feel like we're picking on you. I think everybody's just echoing the messaging that we got from our constituents. I do know that we have a question from Senator Krasner.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Ware, for answering questions. So we, the members of the Nevada Legislature, create the law. Can the PUC take actions or do anything that's in direct violation of the Nevada law that we have created? Thank you. That's my question.
For the record, Garrett Weir, the Nevada Public Utilities Commission of Nevada is a creature of the legislature. It's created by statute and it's governed by statutory requirements. So everything that the commission does has to be consistent with Nevada law, and any decision made by the commission that isn't consistent with Nevada law is subject to judicial review, which follows a reconsideration process where the commission can then re-vet or rehear issues upon request of participants. And if the commission's decision was not lawful or consistent with law, it will be overturned by a court.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? Seeing none, again, I know that you wanted to provide some additional feedback. I'll let you do your kind of final remarks on whatever it is that you want to utilize this time for, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up so we can move on to the next 3 items on the agenda. Whoever wishes to go, and if there is something, because I know there was a couple of things you wanted to be able to touch, so please do.
I guess I think I meandered around and probably got to most of it, with my long-winded answers earlier, but I did want to address just the language access plan. The commission, its language access plan, it has to be updated pursuant to the law, I think, biannually. And so the request for input that was referenced earlier is just the commission complying with law regarding language access plans. As far as compliance with the language access plan for the commission, my understanding is that the commission has complied fully with it. We actually do have Spanish-speaking interpreters available for all of these proceedings if they're requested. For other language interpretation services, we would need advance notice to be able to provide those services. But if those services are requested, they're provided based on my knowledge. And Commissioner Cordova was present and presided over the most recent consumer session that was being referenced. And again, my understanding is we had interpretation services available if they were requested, but that nobody requested them. And that's really all. That was the only other statement that I was going to make. Other than, I guess, I did want to, regarding the intervener compensation, and there was some discussion of like budgets and impact on a monthly basis. I did just want to note that the Public Utilities Commission, just for comparison's sake, across all utility bills, so there's the mill assessment that funds the Public Utilities Commission. So again, that's telecom bills, natural gas bills, electricity bills, jurisdictional water bills. So across all of those utility bills, the total amount to fund the Public Utilities Commission, which is the entire agency, both the decision-making body and all of its support staff, as well as the independent regulatory operations staff, which appears as a party in all of the contested proceedings independently. But all of that public utility regulatory infrastructure, that is funded at an impact across all utility bills of 52 cents per month approximately for customers in Nevada. So that's just some relative context when you're looking at funding a separate entity. That's the cost of our entire agency infrastructure.
And thank you again for joining us. I'm sure the conversation will continue. But again, appreciate the late hours in the conversation. With that, we'll go ahead and close out that presentation. And next, we'll like to invite the ACLU to please join us. And they'll be presenting on the immigration enforcement related updates. Thank you.
It was a good afternoon, but now we will say good evening. Chair Flores and members of this committee, for the record, my name is Attar Hasibullah, first name spelled Athar, last name Haseebullah. And I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Nevada. I do have a PowerPoint presentation today, but I'm actually not going to bring that up in the interest of time, and I'm going to attempt to hit each of my main points for the evening. I rarely get asked to give a constitutional law presentation at this hour, but I will do my best to do so. And before I begin, I will kick it over to my colleague, Michael Kagan, who will co-present alongside me today to introduce himself and a little bit of his work.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with Mr. Hasibullah from the ACLU. My name is Michael Kagan, Kagan. I'm a professor of law at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and director of the UNLV Immigration Clinic. It's important for me to clarify that I'm not speaking for UNLV or for ENCHI. I'll be speaking for myself, for my own expertise, but very much informed by the work that we've done, including that I've done with my students and the UNLV Immigration Clinic. And I would note that I have, unlike Mr. Hasibullah, taught evening classes on law before, so I'm ready to go.
With that, before we actually begin the presentation, I want to lay a little bit of context out. And I actually want to thank you, Chair Flores, and I want to thank this committee. I believe it is critical for immigrations and customs enforcement officials to present before this body. There is so much going on with our community. And as you heard during public comment, so much fear and anxiety and so many grave constitutional violations that are occurring nationwide as well as here in Nevada, which I'll lay out some of. And I know our colleagues from the Nevada Immigration Coalition will be presenting shortly as well. So I won't go into each of those incidents or anything of that nature, but it is critical that they do that. And the reason why is to address the issues that this community is facing. And more critically than that, I hope to be able to provide you with a little bit of guidance today on state and local government cooperation with ICE during these efforts and how you might be able to move forward in making sure that this community is protected from constitutional violations. Now, you all know this. I've presented before this body countless times. We are a nonpartisan organization, and none of what I am saying is partisan. Our work is rooted in protecting civil liberties and civil rights for all people and protecting the Constitution. That namely includes due process rights, which continue to be violated at scale by ICE. It also includes violations that are occurring by local and state government officials. I'll begin the presentation, though, by turning it over to Mike Kagan so that he can share a little bit about the class action lawsuit that we've worked on together. Thereafter, I'll go into 2 additional cases and happy to take questions from the committee. It's odd that I would probably share 3 cases or information about 3 cases that are currently being litigated, but I'm going to do so. That is my First Amendment right. It is the First Amendment right of all who wish to discuss these issues, and it is critical for this body to understand the impact of these decisions and this lawlessness that's occurring so that you can ask the right questions and run the right legislation you need to be effective policymakers. As always, happy to answer additional questions also after the hearing. And with that, I'll kick it over to Mike Kagan to discuss the first case.
Thank you. So it's important for people to understand a process that typically happens for people in Nevada if they are arrested by ICE and if ICE is seeking to remove someone from the United States. In most of those cases, they are not immediately removable. ICE people are entitled to a process, due process, under the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, and that means they're taken. They have a hearing, sometimes quite a lengthy hearing, in immigration court. The question that comes up that's most urgent right now in the litigation that we've been involved in is, will they be detained while that process is going on? Not everyone is normally detained, just as in the criminal process, not everyone is detained while they're awaiting trial. And the law does not require everyone to be detained, and that had been the understanding through both Democratic and Republican administrations until the end of summer, beginning of fall last September, last year, when the current administration suddenly changed course and decided that they now believe that the law allowed them to detain everyone if they entered the country without inspection, no matter how long ago. That means and regardless of whether they have any criminal record or even a parking ticket. That means that someone who has been living here for 20 years, has no criminal record, would be detained in an ICE detention center without even being able to ask for a hearing. Now, in a hearing, people are not necessarily always released. The question in those hearings is whether they're a threat to public safety or a threat to abscond. Under the new administration's interpretation, they would not even be able to get that hearing. At the UNLV Immigration Clinic, we, with my students, handled some of the earliest petitions for writs of habeas corpus to challenge this policy, and then quickly after that, partnered with the ACLU as co-counsel in a case called Jacobo Ramirez, which challenged this on a class basis for all ICE detainees in the entire state of Nevada. And happily, we received a favorable summary judgment decision that declaring that the ICE reinterpretation of the law was incorrect, as many, actually hundreds of judges around the country have found. Unfortunately, while that has resulted in many people getting out of detention, it has also resulted in an extremely disturbing situation that I frankly never thought I would see as an American attorney, which is the federal government defying the court. So as you may have read, on July 2nd, Judge Richard Boulware issued a decision saying that ICE was in, quote, open defiance of a judicial order, which, by the way, they did not appeal, and that ICE was rebelling against the basic principle underlying our constitutional order. But it is incredibly important for our neighbors that they have that due process right, and I'm glad that many of them are enjoying that, although we are struggling with what should be a basic assumption that the federal government will follow the orders of a federal court.
Back on the record, Atara Sibula, I want to share a couple passages out of this case so you understand the nature of what we're dealing with and so that I don't sugarcoat things for this body. Quote, in Suarez versus Ballum, which is one of the two decisions that has dropped in the last week, as a result of ICE's open defiance of the class action lawsuit in which we prevailed in, that afforded all those that fell within this class the ability to get a bond hearing. A group habeas petition was filed. 7 petitioners in that specific habeas petition that moved forward, that brought a lawsuit because they've been unlawfully held and denied a bond hearing and challenged that unlawful detention, appeared before Judge Boulware. Judge Boulware issued this decision that's being referenced in Suarez versus Ballum. And the quote is, 3 months have passed since the Jacobo Ramirez judgment, yet ICE has not conducted an initial custody determination for any petitioner. Put simply, months after bringing a judgment that 1, declared petitioner's detention illegal, and 2, vacated the agency policy underlying their arrest and detention, the government has taken no action to cure its unlawful conduct. In fact, federal respondents have recently admitted that they are not conducting initial custody determinations or issuing Form I-286 notices, even though they acknowledge the declaratory judgment and vacature require those procedures. The court went on to state that ICE is engaging in lawlessness. That is not a normal process. I have been practicing at the highest level of law for many years now. You very rarely, if ever, will see a federal court say that about a federal agency. And the fact of the matter is, the orders became specific that subsequently were issued. And the decision in Suarez versus Ballum, again, that dropped last week, was that 7 of those individuals, the 7 petitioners, were required to be released from ICE custody on their own recognizance because ICE refuses to cooperate with the court. As a result of that release, those 7 individuals are now home. That's because of this work. But it's critical for this body to know what's actually going on there to ask those follow-up questions, and I'll explain why in a moment. Subsequently, in the last several days, another petition for a group habeas petition has been granted, with an additional 10 individuals now ordered released on their own recognizance. We're talking about 17 individuals who have been ordered released now on their own recognizance because they are in ICE custody and ICE refuses to cooperate with a federal court order. That is the definition of a constitutional crisis. And as ICE and the Department of Homeland Security continue to rage on and talk about law and order and requiring people to follow the law, they are in violation of a federal court order. Imagine I appeared before this body and the first thing I stated was that I'm in violation of a federal court order 17 times. Would you take me seriously? Would you view me credibly as an actor? I think the answer would be no. We cannot allow the federal government to engage in this kind of tyranny unchecked. And it doesn't matter who the president is, and it doesn't matter the name of the party that's involved. People deserve due process. And as a civil libertarian who values individual rights in an organization that defends that, that is a critical piece of this equation. I mentioned the 17, the first 7 were held at the Washoe County Detention Facility, and of the final 10 that are a part of these, and I expect more to come, 6 of those individuals are at Southern and Pahrump, and 4 of those other individuals are again in Washoe County. That is a problem. We are entering into the space of constitutional crises, and it is incumbent on this body, the moment you get an opportunity to ask those follow-up questions, to see what's going on. And if you are unable to do that of ICE, ask why Washoe County is able to offer this agreement that they have in place where they're holding individuals and what specifically allows them to do so. Which brings me to our next case, which is our challenge of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's 287G policy. This body has never, not one time, provided legislative authorization for any local government or police department to enter into a 287G agreement. In fact, the only thing under state law that is specified with respect to that type of action is with respect to prisoners. As you all are aware, there's a distinction between those who are in jail and those who are prisoners. There has not been an adjudication. Moreover, they are not allowed to hold individuals for civil warrants. And that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about a criminal holdover, a criminal matter that's being held over. We're talking about civil enforcement actions when we're dealing with immigration issues. But Washoe County has held those individuals, just like the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has signed a 287G agreement. And there is no legislative authorization to do so. They are in open defiance of the law. Our challenge at the district court level, the 8th Judicial District Court, was dismissed on standing grounds, not because of the actual merits of the arguments, on standing grounds. And why was that? During the pendency of the case, LVMPD turned over our client, Sergio Moraes Hecheverria, to ICE. That is a Cuban national who was thereafter deported to Mexico. And where was he dropped off in Mexico? All we were advised was he was dropped off on a path. The 8th Judicial District Court came back and said he's no longer in the custody of ICE, so they don't have jurisdiction. And they came back, the 8th Judicial District Court stated our argument did not fall within the public importance doctrine, and they were unclear whether or not this issue was likely to be repeated, and deemed it moot right now, despite the fact that we don't have access to the records. How is it possible that an agency that maintains hundreds of requests, that doesn't turn over that information, can continue to withhold those records, not share that in a court setting, and we continue to have to fight to be able to even have standing? Organizationally speaking, it is critical that any organization that wants to bring a constitutional challenge based on a violation of law by a government agency be permitted to do so. And that doesn't matter if it's the ACLU on this issue or a different group on another issue. We need accountable government that's responsible to the people. We cannot have that if government continues to violate the law, which is what's happening here. The third case I'll mention, and another area where it becomes critical for this body to bring in folks and ask questions. Our case against the Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles. Last year, we filed a lawsuit against the Nevada DMV for unlawfully withholding records detailing the full nature and extent of their cooperation with ICE. For months, the DMV denied engaging in communication with ICE because this body has already passed a law that says it's illegal and unlawful for a government agency to turn over immigration or information to immigration enforcement officials or those that are partaking in that effort for any reason. Despite that occurring, the DMV denied that allegation, and the Department of Homeland Security, after we filed that lawsuit, went on the front page of the Las Vegas Review-Journal and issued a statement that referred to my organization and me as liars, said that didn't happen, despite the fact that the records that we had already showed there was cooperation, communication. That was occurring, not publicly. The DMV continued to state that there was no cooperation or communication there. 3 days after a hearing that occurred not too many months ago, the DMV's attorneys, represented through the Attorney General's office, issued clarifications. And they iterated at that point that they, in fact, have been in communication with ICE officials through the Department of Homeland Security, and that they've been communicating with DHS via the use of encrypted chat signal. And one declaration, one affidavit that was submitted to the court said that there was no prohibition on their ability to use signal. That is scary. That is scary for ordinary people that want to make sure government is transparent. That is scary for everyone who is, whether or not you are undocumented or you're a US citizen, who does not want their information unlawfully disclosed. And that is problematic. We have government agencies that are openly lying in court. There's no other way of describing it. And that's not a knock on their attorneys. Their attorneys are offering the information that's been presented to them. But if these agencies are left unaccountable, and if this body doesn't have access to this information in real time, how are you to ask the questions to hold these agencies accountable to their full extent? Why is there no prosecution of the individuals who have unlawfully turned that information over? They should be prosecuted, but that's not happening. There has not even been an independent investigation conducted by the DMV into these issues. Instead, they continue to withhold records. So our request to you today is simple, and I'm happy to take any questions after this. I normally won't give policy recommendations on the record, but I will today. My ask is that you expand the concept and the ability for organizations to bring litigation so that we can hold these government institutions accountable, regardless of who's in charge. And I don't care if it's a Democrat or a Republican. Whoever is in charge of these agencies should be held accountable whenever there's a constitutional violation. And the ACLU or any other organization should not be tossed out of court on BS standing grounds. And second, I would ask that as this interim process continues, and I'm so grateful that you required or asked that ICE be here, and same with Court Civic, because there's many, many issues there as well. We know about that with respect to attorney access issues and others, but continue to ask questions of these agencies. You know, everyone will get up here and continue to say, we're here to engage in public safety. But the reality is that civil liberties are only ever violated under the guise of public safety. There will be no civil liberties violations without an appearance that there's a public safety consideration. And that is terrifying. When we have agencies that are engaged in lawlessness, as is the case has been defined by a federal court order by the Department of Homeland Security, or we have state and local agencies that are complicit in that lawlessness, which they are. And there's no question about that. And one need not look further than Department of Motor Vehicles' affidavits to see that. It's critical that this body ask those follow-up questions. I hate to suggest you bring back the concept of whether or not there could be outside parties that conduct these investigations, but that may also be necessary. Regardless of what happens, I hope this presentation at least allows you to ask future questions. And if you do get the opportunity to bring the DMV in, ask why. Why are they turning over the information of Nevada drivers to ICE? Why are they doing this, and why won't they produce the records? Why are they hiding records? Why are they using signal? Why is Washoe County detaining people? Why is LVMPD cooperating? These are all critical questions to ask, and these are not what taxpayers in Nevada are hoping for. And I know this body wants transparency, and I'm hoping you get the answers that you deserve as well. With that, I am happy to answer any questions this body might have. And I see an additional maybe recommendation to support the wonderful work of the UNLV Immigration Clinic by my colleague here.
I appreciate that, although that wasn't actually what I was going to add. We're not to go back to the issue of 287G and the connection and cooperation between Nevada Police and ICE and its impact. We're not involved with the litigation about 287G, but we are daily witness to the impact of that close connection. And I want to bring to this body a grave concern about criminal justice in Nevada that results from this, because the Nevada Legislature is first and foremost responsible for the enforcement of Nevada laws, including criminal laws. What we see having been created now in this state every day in Las Vegas and most likely in almost every county in this state is a two-track system of justice where I would go to a different criminal justice system than a Latino immigrant. And I will explain why I'm being that specific. We assume it is essential to the American system of law that anyone accused of a crime ranging from a speeding ticket to murder has a right to a day in court. What we see, we know statistically here in Nevada and around the country that people convicted of a crime, a minority of those arrested by ICE. We do see a very large number of those who are arrested by ICE have pending charges. Now, typically very minor pending charges, though some can be a bit more serious. I really want to dwell on what that means. What is happening here in Nevada right now, and has been happening for the last 18 months or so, is that when an immigrant, specifically a Latino immigrant, is arrested for anything, they will not get their day in court. That's not good if you care about someone being able to challenge the evidence against them. And it's also not good if you care about Nevada being able to prosecute people who have committed crimes and punish them in the same way that I would be punished if I committed a crime and was convicted. Because what will happen if someone is a Latino immigrant is that they will be handed over to ICE at the moment when they would otherwise be released from the jail while their case is pending. In some of these cases, there actually really is no pending charge. It's extremely common, particularly for low-level arrests, for the district attorney to decide not to go forward with charges because maybe the police officer made a mistake. People make errors in the field. That is a normal and perfectly healthy part of the system unless it is an immigrant, in which case that person will be handed over to ICE and might be deported for a mistake, but they will never get a day in court. Now, I keep saying Latino immigrant, and I want to be clear why. This system only affects essentially one race of people in Nevada. We have this data from 2025 of ICE arrests of the nationalities, 94% Latinos. If you are not Latino, this is very unlikely to affect you. But we no longer right now have a system of blind justice in our criminal justice system in Nevada. And I think it's incredibly important for this legislature to know that and to address it, because this is not the American way. Thank you.
And I know you're going to questions, Sheriff Flores. The one piece I didn't mention was I know there's probably some who may say, is this happening here in Nevada? It is. And there's been surges in the numbers. And the best place to get information on what those numbers look like is from law enforcement, because we don't have access to that information unless we pay an exorbitant cost because of our public records laws. They don't make those readily available to organizations like mine or to the rest of the public. They can get that information and provide it. Right now, what we are aware of is a week ago, 10,000 people were arrested across the country. And by what we've been advised of, there's a suggested quota system of approximately 2,000 individuals per week to be able to go after. That's dangerous. We know that's dangerous as a whole, and we want to make sure that that doesn't happen anywhere, but especially not here in our backyard, which should be a beacon of hope for everyone. The fear that continues to, sorry, I said 2,000 per week. The last we were told was 2,000 a day. The fear is rampant. And I think that's most illustrated by the fact that we continue to be asked to do know your rights trainings, and not by groups that are politically inclined. I spent maybe more time in churches than any other Muslim in the state of Nevada, maybe ever, during the pendency of the last year. I'm like a regular at Sunday service because of the amount of fear that's gone in across the state. And these are hardworking folks that just want to exercise their faith, and they're continuing to be attacked, vilified, and subject to fear as well. So with that, happy to take any questions the committee might have. To the best of our knowledge, we will answer.
Thank you both for the presentation. Members, any questions? And also for those of you following on Zoom. No? Members, any questions? Yes, please. Assemblymember Karras.
I just want a point of clarification because I think it bears hearing again. Did you say it was 94% of Latinos in Nevada are arrested? Of all arrests are 94% Latinos?
Of all ICE arrests in 2025, 94% were Latino.
In the,
In Nevada, those are Nevada
in Nevada,
arrests.
thank you, thank you. It's ridiculous, but thank you.
Members, any additional points of clarification, questions, or comments? Seeing none, I'll just take a personal point of privilege just to say thank you for the work that I've seen you do. I have had an opportunity to witness it, and I have also seen the work you do being handed over to other attorneys to help other individuals. But for the Immigration Clinic, through Professor Kagan, ACLU, with UOTAR, we have an extraordinary team just doing an immense amount of work for free. So I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do and all the humans that are part of your teams. Because a lot of people are home and are hugging their kids thanks to the work that you do. So I wanted to say thank you, members. As you all know, the intent of these conversations that we've been having is so that this committee will have an opportunity to explore legislation for the 2027 session that will be sponsored through this committee. So I hope that you continue to have conversations with them, as I will, and that some of their recommendations can then become BDRs, and that conversation will spill over into August, when we will be making recommendations as a committee. Assemblymember Flanagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick. It's become a long day for everybody. You talked about the turmoil, and then we have different agencies that are on board with, like, supporting the ICE approach. How hard, just to have, I guess, on record, how hard it is to work in the community for you to do the kind of work that the ACLU is responsible for doing in this type of climate? Just to have it on the record, I guess.
Chair Flores, through you to Assemblymember Flanagan. And I will try not to get emotional.
And if I could just have you state your name for the record.
Atar Hasibullah for the record. This has been the most challenging 18 months I have experienced as an attorney because of the types of individuals that have arrived at our doorstep. We're talking about single moms who don't know where their husbands ended up. We're talking about children who have called in to say that they don't know where their parents are. We're talking about people who are calling us from out of state to say that individuals have been transferred into ICE custody in Nevada. This is not a normal approach to law. The number of requests we've had from innocent children who are concerned about their families is appalling. The flagrant disregard for the law is like nothing I've ever seen before. And the fact of the matter is there are agencies that will continue to cooperate as part of this regime and not understand the human impact. But as an attorney, as a civil rights attorney who focuses on the Constitution daily, including protecting the rights of people who I vehemently disagree with, who share no ideological bond with me whatsoever, it's shocking. It's shocking to see what's happened with our Constitution. It's as if it's being tossed out before our very eyes. And that's not simply an opinion I'm giving. It's what federal courts are saying. We do this work without a single penny from the state or from local governments. Your body, the legislative body, does not fund us at all. I haven't received $1 in funding from the state. We do that because of the support of our members and the support of people who believe in our work. We do this because this is what the Constitution means. So it's immensely difficult. We don't take breaks. We work 7 days a week, oftentimes up to 18 hours a day. It's not normal. And I hope that answers the question.
Members, any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, we look forward to continuing to work with you offline, and hopefully we have some proposals that we can work together for the upcoming session. Thank you both. and for all the folk that work alongside of you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go ahead and close out the presentation, and we'll invite Make the Road and the Nevada Immigration Coalition, who will be talking about presenting on immigrant community support initiatives. I do see them in the back and making their way forward. Welcome. For those following along, wishing to join us for public comment, just to give you a little bit of a roadmap, we have this presentation followed by a presentation by the Governor's Office of New Americans, and then we'll move into public comment. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, Chair Flores, members of the committee. My name is Tony Ramirez, Tony Ramirez, and I serve as Government Affairs Director with Make the Road Nevada. At Make the Road Nevada, we are often one of the first places families turn when they face immigration-related questions, fears, or emergencies. Alongside our Immigration Coalition partners, we work closely with immigrant communities every day, giving us a clear understanding of both their needs and the fear they are living with. People come to us when they are unsure of their rights, afraid of being taken advantage of, or trying to understand who they can safely turn to.
Good evening, committee members, Chair Flores. My name is Christian Gonzalez Perez. That's Christian, Christian, Gonzalez, Gonzalez, and Perez, Perez. And I'm the supervising attorney for Make the Roads Legal Department. We welcome the opportunity to present to you about what we've seen on our side with the public, the community, as well as some of the proposals that we recommend of actions that this committee and the legislature can take in order to protect our communities, our Nevadans all over from the abuse that we've seen from ICE.
Good evening, Chair Flores and committee members. For the record, my name is Noe Orozco. That's N-O-E, accent over the E, O-R-O-S-C-O. I'm the coordinator for the Nevada Immigrant Coalition. And when we're discussing the topic of immigration, state and local governments, they often say that it is a federal issue. And for the most part, that is true. But there are things that the state legislature can influence in terms of the environment of the enforcement. And so we're hoping with this presentation to be able to highlight some of that. We did have a presentation. I don't know if that's something you would be able to put up. We had sent it to the committee. And if not, we can just rock and roll without it.
I do see our folk moving towards you. Hopefully they should be able to help. I know at times they leave the presentation for you to be able to click on it there in that laptop, but I don't know if it's there.
Oh. It is. We could just go without. In the interest of time, we'll just go ahead and continue. We did submit it to the committee, so you all will be able to access that. And so just real briefly, with the Nevada Immigrant Coalition, we were founded in 2006. And it's made up of over 20 different organizations in both Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada. And the steering committee is Make the Road Nevada, Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, and the Culinary Union. And so what we're really trying to do within the coalition is to ensure that the immigrant voices are being incorporated at every level of the policymaking process, and that we are not just an afterthought after policy has been created. After the 2020 census, with the racial and ethnic diversity index of 68.8, Nevada ranked as the third most diverse state in the country, only after California and Hawaii. The way that the census determines the diversity index is if two people were to be chosen at random, what is the likelihood that they would be of different race and ethnic groups? And so again, Nevada ranked the third most diverse in the entire country. And although 1 in 5 Nevadans are immigrants, about 1 in 3 of the total immigrant population in Nevada are undocumented. And over half of the undocumented Nevadans that have, have lived in the state for over 20 years.
And then just to continue on that from what Noed said, here in Nevada, the majority of the economy is based up on immigrant labor. And so this is why it's important that we have these policies in place that protect our community. So that way, not only it protects Nevadans that have been living here for over 20 years, but also our economy, as we've seen as more people fear for the ICE enforcement, the ICE involvement, we tend to see a less amount of people coming in for tourism. And so for that, we've also want to say that we've seen that here in Nevada, the federal involvement of ICE activity is completely different than what we've seen in other cities. Earlier in the year, as you remember, Minneapolis, California, with the raids and all the on the ground activity that we've seen, that's different here in Nevada. That has been alluded and mentioned by my colleagues Atar and Professor Kagan about how it's done here in Nevada, primarily here in Nevada. It's not actively going out on raids and making it public, but rather it's more in the background with the involvement of the police through 287G agreements, as well as targeted enforcement, where some of our community members on their way to work get detained and get put into ICE detention.
And so in terms of just the moment of crisis that we find ourselves in, there's all the due process violations that the UNLV immigration or that Professor Kagan and Mr. Hasibullah had highlighted. But in order to paint a more fuller picture, I do just want to highlight very quickly two things. Whenever the topic of immigration is coming up, and specifically if they are not citizens just yet, there's a question of like, well, why don't they just adjust their status? And there's a whole slew of reasons as to why people are sometimes unable to adjust their statuses. And so very quickly, I just want to highlight two of those. The first one is that the USCIS has downsized and restructured itself, and that has led to a backlog in processing applications. Currently, there's over 12 million applications that wait a decision, and that's in the country, not here in Nevada specifically. And this means that whether they're trying to become citizens, they're acquiring their green card, their work permit, seeking asylum, even DACA renewals. I was having a conversation with community members about a month ago, and they're saying that they've applied since, people that have applied since December are still awaiting a decision. So if they're working and their work relies on having that renewal, they could potentially be put on leave, or in some instances, I've heard of community members saying that they have actually been let go. And this is all because USCIS has not been able to get around to their application. And there is a proposed rule change right now that is seeking to have the renewal be every year rather than every 2 years. I recognize this is not something that the state legislature is able to do, but again, I'm just trying to paint a more full picture. And then the second thing is that the Department of Justice Recognition and Accreditation Program. This program exists to accredit non-attorneys who work largely with faith-based organizations, think of like Catholic Charities. And so they're able to assist immigrants on everything from naturalization petitions to representing them in immigration courts. And so it essentially allows people to be able to have and get an attorney or some sort of a representation that they otherwise would not be able to get. Mr. Hasibullah already mentioned how he doesn't receive any assistance. And one of the public comment earlier today indicated that there's only one pro bono organization that's able to provide that. And so that it just highlights, in terms of why we are unable to process some of these applications and to be able to adjust our statuses. And then the very last thing that I will mention before I turn it over to my colleagues is from 2024 to the first 10 months of 2025, there was an increase of over 200% in the detentions. And this is something that Professor Kagan had mentioned. And although federal government will have you saying, that they're coming only for criminals or people that have convictions, that is not the case here in Nevada. Professor Kagan highlighted that very eloquently. But one of the things that I do want to mention is that between February to May, there was an increase of 20% of people that had been detained without criminal convictions. And it is noteworthy to point out that 70% of the people that have been detained in Nevada, their first point of contact was actually local law enforcement, not immigration enforcement agents.
Tony Ramirez for the record. So something that I want to highlight is aggressive immigration enforcement compromises their community trust and public safety. for all Nevadans, not just immigrant communities. When we talk about community, we mean every person who lives, works, and raises a family in our state. One of the most significant consequences of aggressive immigration enforcement is that community members become less likely to report crimes to law enforcement. We hear directly from families who chose not to report crimes or hesitated to contact police because they fear they or a loved one could be detained due to their immigration status. National research also shows that fear of immigration enforcement discourages crime reporting and cooperation with police. When crime goes unreported, offenders remain in our neighborhoods, and the investigations become more difficult, and everyone is less safe. The impacts extend far beyond law enforcement. Families tell us they make daily decisions based on fears rather than need. Research also shows that nearly 1 in 4 adults in immigrant families with children avoid at least one essential activity because of immigration concerns in 2025. 12% did not go to work, 10% avoided taking their children to school, childcare, or after-school activities. 10% avoided visiting a doctor's office, clinic, or hospital, and 11% stayed away from religious services or community events because they feared drawing attention to a family member's immigration status. These decisions have lasting consequences for entire communities. When parents are afraid to take their children to school, workers miss jobs, families delay medical care, and people stop participating in their faith community. Schools lose engagement, employers lose workers, health outcomes worsen, and communities become more isolated. The fear also takes an emotional toll on children and families. National research found that 15% of adults in immigrant families with children reported their children experienced increased stress, anxiety, or sadness because of worries about their own or a family member's immigration status. In mixed status families, that number rose to 27%. When public institutions are perceived as extensions of federal immigration enforcement, trust erodes. Communities are safest when residents feel comfortable reporting crimes, seeking medical care, sending their children to school, attending places of worship, going to work, and engaging with public institutions without fear. Thank you.
With the engagement of the public institutions, that's where we go back into like the 287G agreements. So far here in Nevada, there's 5 jurisdictions that have these agreements in place. And as Mr. Hazabullah already mentioned, the agreement, these governmental entities, the police departments, don't have the authority to do so unless the legislature has made it explicit for them to do so. Even though the way these police departments engage into it, they do it voluntarily in violation of the law. And so far here in Nevada, only 5 jurisdictions have the agreements, which is Douglas County, Clark County, Lyon County has 2 of them, those agreements in place, as well as Mineral County. With every arrest in our community, and people get put into the criminal justice system without getting the day in court, they'll get sent into ICE detention. Which is why it's imperative that here the legislature passes a law making it clear that the local police departments do not have the authority to engage into these agreements and cooperate with ICE, and Nevada wouldn't be the first state to do so. There's already a couple of states in the nation that have already done so, some of them being California, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, and Washington. So this wouldn't be something that Nevada will be breaking through, but it'll be following the law to make sure that we limit the cooperation, the unlawful cooperation that local police departments have that put our community in danger.
And so in terms of some of the possible policy actions and legislation that this body would be able to take, it's not an exhaustive list. Mr. Hazibullah and Professor Kagan have already highlighted a little bit of that. But in terms of just some of these sensitive locations, because our communities members are being kidnapped by masked agents, our neighbors and friends are afraid to take their children to school, to seek medical attention, to go to worship, or even to attend their routine immigration check-ins. And so protecting sensitive locations is essential to public safety. We can have legislation that explicitly states that immigration officers can't access anything without a judicial warrant. So for states, cities, and the counties, this could just be any facilities that they operate. And while the legislature may have limited authority over private property, passing these types of legislations can encourage the private sector to adopt similar policies. And then I'll turn it over to Christian to highlight the last one.
And so as our ask and some of the legislative policies that we have identified that the legislature can act on, recognizing that obviously regulating federal agents will be, wouldn't be subject to the legislature and the state powers, but at the local level, under the state, we can do so under a couple of different ways. For the local accountability, we can pass laws regarding no masking, as well as making sure that the police officers are identifying themselves. And on this ground, we have already reached one of Assembly Member Jackson, and we've been in touch with him about what this kind of policy will look like. In addition to that, to prevent to gain the trust back into our communities and prevent the fear of impersonators going after our community and signing them over to ICE, that also ties into another talk with Assemblymember Jackson regarding the prohibition of using bounty hunters in Nevada from going out and cooperating with ICE and doing the ICE enforcement and immigration enforcement. Some of the other things regarding the detention center accountability, unfortunately, as we see, the ICE officers and DHS have not been present here, but to hold them accountable, some of the things that the state can do is regarding its authority to oversee the private detention centers. In order for these detention centers to operate, they need to have a license from the state. And that's one of the oversight powers that the legislature can act on, to have oversight authority over how these detention centers violate or abuse or don't have great conditions for people that are detained in the centers. This wouldn't be something new. I know some of the other states, such as California, have already passed laws that allow either the persons being detained or outside or other entities to sue the detention centers for breaching the contract and being able to provide adequate conditions while people are in detention. So this is one of the ways that the legislature can act to hold the detention centers accountable. Another one of the ways that the legislature can act on to hold accountability, not only to the detention centers, but also to officers, is when they violate the constitutional rights of people. There was a case back in 2022 that was called Mack versus Williams that was decided by the Nevada Supreme Court. That case allowed allowed actions against federal agents when they violated Nevada state constitution law or Nevada rights under the Nevada Constitution. This legislature can codify the ruling of Mack versus Williams, where it creates a cause of action where individuals can sue and hold people that have violated their Nevada constitutional rights accountable whenever they have these violations. So that's one of the other things that the legislature can do and can act on this upcoming legislative cycle, to hold accountability for not only the ICE agents, but also to any entity. And that can also be expanded to the DMV or any of the other agencies that have this unlawful cooperation with ICE, to hold them accountable when they violate our constitutional rights. Lastly, the other one that legislature can act on is what other states call Trust Act policies. And that kind of alludes to what Noé mentioned about the protecting areas where our community are involved in, whether it's the churches, whether it's a courthouse, whether it's the schools. It's expanding it to make sure that law enforcement officials, are not given access to these places unless they have a judicial warrant or have actual authority granted by a judge, and not just simply an administrative warrant that was signed by another officer that doesn't have the same weight or doesn't even have any other weight that a judicial warrant has. And with that, we open it up for questions.
Thank you. And with that, members, we'll open it up for questions. Anybody wishing to join us, or better said, ask any questions via Zoom? I don't believe so. Anybody here wishing to ask any questions? I do not believe so. I think I will just echo more of a sentiment of understanding. I know the work that you're doing and the communities that you're working with. It's a shame that we don't have the private bar kind of being a little bit more involved and engaged, where they're serving the same community, but they're getting paid, right? And I think this is a space where the private bar could be working alongside of you, both with resources and really helping move resources in different directions to help I think maybe that would be a conversation we could take offline, but I think that there's a need for the private bar to get more involved desperately, both on the resources side and on the expertise side and on kind of all hands on deck side. We will continue to reach out to you all just to get a better understanding on some of the legislation that you brought up. I had an opportunity to speak with Assemblyman Jackson, and I know he had done a press conference and done some things like that. So hopefully there's other things we can do besides that. But we have about 30 days to hopefully engage a little bit more with the committee. Hopefully we'll have maybe a sit down ourselves and just try to come up with some ideas of what maybe this committee can consider. Beyond that, the only other thing that I would ask of you all is, have you all looked at other states, you know, with the, particularly with the immigration clinic? I know the state's gone involved along with the county, but have you seen other states engaging in other ways beyond that? Because when we talk about helping our like immigrant migrant community, there's the arm of helping folk who are going through immigration processes and dealing with the navigating the immigration system. But our community needs help every day, right? They need help on navigating through how to get something at the DMV or operating with a specific state agency, how to enroll their kids in school. There's so many things that we could be doing to creating like a bridge for that. Is there anything you've seen in other states where you think they're doing that effectively, that they have a state arm that has really come in to provide those type of everyday services?
I'm not too well versed, Noel Orozco for the record, too well versed with New Jersey, but I know that they recently just had passed some legislation, if I'm not mistaken, with increasing some of the deportation defense. And so I would definitely look into that. But in terms of just more day-to-day assistance and needs, that is something that we see in the community every single day. Whenever there is any detentions or even increases in activity, immediately they start reaching out to the networks that they know, asking if there's assistance. The good thing about Make the Road Nevada is that they do have a little pantry that they're able to help the community with. We've had community members ask if they're able to have someone go on their behalf to the grocery store to drop off their kids. And so in Minneapolis, we were able to see that they were forced to mobilize in a very short amount of time. I was in some calls with some folks from Minnesota earlier in the year, and they were very much community organizations were very much having the conversations about like what they would do if ICE were to come to the community, which they were anticipating, and then they did come, and the community was very much forced to come together a lot quicker than they were hoping. And so we've been having those conversations here. We've been working with faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, with the family preparedness clinics, with the Know Your Rights, but there's just not enough for us to be able to be helping the community at large. And I think, just echoing what Professor Kagan and Mr. Hazibullah said, in terms of like just we are at capacity because we're constantly being asked if we have resources and information available to the community.
And if I might add, Christian Gonzalez first for the record, some of the states, the way I've seen it is that they provide, instead of providing the funding directly for the services, they try to get at the root of the problem, which is by increasing the amount of money that's provided to the legal service providers to prevent these families from even needing these services in the first place when one of their family members gets detained or deported. One of the examples can be one of the laws that's currently pending in California, where they're trying to fund legal services so that way they can represent, they can have attorneys represent people in detention to avoid them being either detained or to be able to seek the relief so that way they can have a more stability for their family. Some of the ways that California is approaching it is either by increasing the funding to already existing legal providers, but also opening it up to nonprofits and other private attorneys that will apply for a grant that the state creates, and then be able to show that if they have the ability and the knowledge to actually take these kinds of cases, to then be able to apply and receive those cases to provide these services for free. Another example can be in Cook County, Illinois, where recognizing that all the legal aid organizations as well as community organizations are already up to capacity, they provide more funding to the public defenders in order to provide these consultations and even represent people that are clients of the public defender once they get put into removal proceedings, to be able to continue the representation, to then be able to assist them and get out of detention or facilitate their absence from the family.
And thank you for that. And hopefully we'll be able to work on some stuff offline. Please do me a favor and just make sure you reach out to the members of the committee. Obviously, we have an open line of communication, but it'll be important for them to kind of get a better sense of what you're thinking. Thank you again, Christian. All three of you, thank you for all your help and all the work you've done. I've had an opportunity to see the amazing work you all have been doing with Know Your Rights and providing information to the community as quickly as you can give it to them. So thank you for your work. Appreciate you. With that, we'll go ahead and close out the presentation. And we will go to our last presentation of the evening. And thank you for waiting patiently by our Office of New Americans. Good afternoon, or excuse me, good evening. Let me correct that. Good evening, whenever you're ready. And I don't know if you had a presentation. I know our team's coming up. Okay.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Iris Jones for the record, IRISGONES. The Governor's Office for New Americans was established by the Nevada Legislature in 2019 and signed into law by Governor Steve Sisolak. And today I have the privilege of serving as director of this office under Governor Joe Lombardo. Today with me, I have Carissa Lopez Ramirez. She is the Vice President of Immigration and Family Services for Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada. She's here with me today in her capacity as the Nevada State Refugee Coordinator. The Nevada Governor's Office for New America has a statewide mandate, and we fulfill that responsibility with a team of, the next form has the director and 3 dedicated staff members. As you can see in our slide there, we also anticipate to have 2 new positions, the Refugee Self-Sufficiency Coordinator and the RSS Fiscal Compliance Coordinator. And those 2 positions will be funded by ORR, which is the Office of Refugee Resettlement. In ONA, we have different strategic pillars. One of them is the statutory one, language access plan. We do have the oversight of the program for the state, and as well as the minority interagency collaboration for diversity and inclusion. Our core efforts right now are the Refugee Support Services Coordination, Workforce and Economic Opportunity, and Community Engagement. And we had in the last session some legislative success, SB 124, then it's focused on foreign trained doctors. Regarding language access plan, in early 2024, there were only 32 agencies, 32 participating entities on this language access plan, and now we do have 114 participating entities between state agencies, divisions, commissions, boards, cities, and counties. And this year, Story County and Carson City joined the language access program, expanding statewide participation. Also, I'm very happy to announce that Nye County provided language access assistance during the voting process to the Shoshone community, becoming the first county in the United States to provide assistance in the Shoshone language. Some of the assistive communications technologies that now the state have, thanks to Language Access Plan, is the use of Wordly, Pocket Tools, Ubi Duo, VPAT, bubblefish.com, as well as Listening Everywhere. Some of the activities that we have done in order to be in compliance with what is required by the Language Access Plan and the statute is that we have updated the State Language Access Toolkit, and we have distributed all of these to state agencies, board, commission, cities, and counties. And we have also delivered 3 statewide training webinars for participating entities to support implementation of Language Access Plan. This includes policy framework and guidance, language access services, the overview with identifying individuals who require language access services, resources and implementation tool, etc. We have also, and I think I would like to mention this, by statute, ONA is required to receive and work with the different entities to investigate the complaints relating to language access. I have heard today some of the comments that have been made, so I would like to let the community know that we do, this year we do have a compliant forms available for all participants in English, Spanish, and Tagalog available. If there is the necessity of providing these complaint forms in different in another language, we'll be happy to do so. As I mentioned, one of the, I would say even most fulfilling success that we had last year during the session is our participation in SB 124, which is the International Trained Physician bill sponsored by Senator Fabian Doñate, and is a bill that passed unanimously. So thank you so much to everyone on this that voted for this. This bill became effective as a law in July 1st, and this law now establishes a pathway for qualified international trained physicians to practice medicine in Nevada under a limited license, defines eligibility criteria, supervision, and practice requirements, and at the same time creates a pathway to full medical licensure. What ONA's impact and contributions were is that we conducted a statewide outreach before, during, and after the legislative process, and we had the opportunity to engage with 132 international trained physicians in stakeholder meetings and supporting the successful passage of SB 124. We also partnered last year with the College of Southern Nevada, CSN, to provide vocational English training for 100 international trained physicians, helping participants to prepare to meet the requirements established by this new law. We also translated the proposed regulations into Spanish, Tagalog, and Mandarin, expanding the access to the affected physicians and stakeholders. We have different community public meetings with community leaders. Some actually legislatures were part of those meetings as well. We met with employers, healthcare partners, and international trained physicians to increase awareness of this law and promote workforce integration, as well as with some state agencies. It is important to know that Nevada is not unique on this. States across the countries, including Tennessee, Florida, Idaho, Iowa, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Virginia, and others have adopted similar policies because they recognize the experienced physicians who are already legally authorized to be here represent an underutilized workforce. The expected outcomes for this law is to expand Nevada's healthcare workforce by creating new opportunities for qualified international trained physicians to serve communities experiences providers shortages. I have added some of the pictures of our experiences there during the legislature last year, and I just want to say that these are some of the faces that you all are helping and providing them with the opportunity to fulfill their American dream, while at the same time helping Nevada in the shortage of doctors that we have. And in April of 2025, since then, there is some changes, big changes for our office. And this is all about refugee supported services based on the policy letter 2504 or RR. For over 3 decades, Nevada participated in the federal Wilson Fish program, under which the federal government allowed states to designate a nonprofit organization to administer refugee assistance programs. Nevada designated Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada to manage these services on behalf of the state. But in 2025, the Federal Office of Refugee Resettlement issued this policy letter 2504, changing the administration of refugee support services by directing federal funding to state governments rather than nonprofit organizations. And as a result, states became responsible for administering the program, overseeing the federal funds, monitoring performance, and ensuring compliance with federal requirements. And in response to this federal policy change, Governor Lombardo accepted the responsibility for administering the Nevada Refugee Support Services Program and designated the Governor's Office for New Americans as the responsible agency for a statewide program administration and oversight. And in this new role, the responsibility, the Governor's Office for New Americans will serve as the Nevada's designated administrator of the Federal Refugee Support Services Program, and in this role will be responsible for the administration, oversight, and accountability of the federal grant, while refugee services continue to be delivered by qualified refugee resettlement agencies and other approved service providers. It's important to know that ONA does not and will not provide direct refugee services, and instead, refugee support services will continue to be delivered by Nevada's refugee resettlement agencies and other state-approved providers with demonstrated expertise in serving eligible refugee populations. We'll be continue collaborating with our partners in Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada, African Community Center, Northern Nevada International Center, and Lighthouse Charities. As I mentioned, Carissa Lopez Ramirez is the Nevada State Refugee Coordinator, and she is based on Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada with funding supported through CMA. And here on this graphic, you can see how the funding is going to work. If you have any questions regarding that, we will be able to provide answers to it. And about community engagement, we do believe that engaging with the community is key for the work that we do. So I have put there some of the pictures of the latest collaborations and community engagement that we have had. One of them where we were part of the interinstitutional collaboration to identify educational gaps affecting Hispanic students. And this was an initiative led by Padres en Liderazgo, some community leaders there and stakeholders conversations we have had on identifying needs and opportunities within the Indian community, as well as maintaining a close relationship with all the consulates, but the picture you see is the newly opened General Consul of Guatemala. ONA also participates in the task force for the human trafficking, and we were able to host the quarterly meeting where we had over 80 attendees, and this is a task force that then we participate because we believe that it is important that no American communities are protected through culturally and linguistically accessible prevention, identification, and victim support efforts. We stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Again, thank you for the late hours with us. We appreciate you. Members, any questions? We'll start off with Assemblymember Flanagan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. How do I simplify this? How is this program complementary to or not in direct contradiction with the governor's support of ICE efforts? Like, I'm confused on how you support one immigrant group, but you don't, and then you have Hispanics listed in the presentation, but then you don't support the other, or you support the deportation when you haven't necessarily determined if they deserve to be deported or attacked or targeted in the way that they're targeted when they may not be doing anything. I'm just confused as to how we stand up, how this program gets stand up, not we, how this program gets stand up. And you have the other contradiction. Just help me see it, because I don't see it.
Well, ONA is a coordinating office. We do not administer or have any programs specifically that are based on immigration status. We do not determine immigration status. The law have not assigned ONAs with these responsibilities.
And sorry, Director, if you could just state your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Iris Jones for the record. So that is not what ONA is obligated to do based on the statute. So I'm a little bit confused with your question.
I guess maybe to help with the confusion to my question, I guess it's a point of understanding. You establish a bill to help immigrants, but you support activity that also attacks themselves. It just feels like a contradiction to me. So I don't know if it's if you can address it or not, but to have, since it comes from the governor's office and they both come from the same place, I just see contradiction in the effort. And I'm wondering how we are successful with that kind of contradiction.
Iris Jones for the record. Can you please specify when you say then my office does not support immigrants? Can you please specify?
Your office is the office of the governor, correct?
I am the governor's office for no Americans.
Correct. So the governor's office also has, the governor's position is also supportive of ICE efforts, which is his choice. I'm just trying to understand, if the governor's office has a position on one thing, how do you have a different position on another thing, but it's all about immigrants? I was just trying to understand. That's all.
Iris Jones for the record. On a responsibility, but under Nevada law are more coordination of workforce initiative, language access, and now refugee support services coordination. Whether the governor specifically support one issue or not, this is what we are requested to do based on the on as a statute. If you can help me understand where specifically on the NRS indicates that we are a decisive part of immigration enforcement in particular, I'll be happy to discuss that. But again, that's not what ONA does. Now, specifically about the refugee program, and probably Carissa can speak a little bit more about that. But the refugee program, this is a federal program. ONA did not, or the state did not ask for this program to come to the state. This is a decision that was made at the federal level, and we are going to collaborate with the refugee resettlement agencies and we are going to have the oversight of the program. But refugees, the program have been in the United States, I believe, since 1980s. And that is the specific program that we are now going to have oversight of.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I quickly? I don't think I asked you anything about your enforcement of immigration. Just want to make sure we don't have that misunderstanding on the record that I'm questioning your program's responsibility to enforce immigration. I didn't say that at all, nor did I imply it. It's just, and you noted that it's federal level. So the ICE enforcement or ICE activities, or those are federal as well. So there really is not an apples to apples. I mean, apples to oranges comparison is almost an apples to apples comparison, just because it involves immigrant communities, and it's helping. On one hand, it's helping immigrant communities. On the other hand, it's not helping immigrant communities. It's all federal, and the governor has a statement on one and a statement on the other, so a hand in both. But I never said that your program has any responsibilities to immigration enforcement. And I don't want that to be misunderstood as part of my comments or anything that I'm stating as I try to get an understanding of the contradiction or the parallels. I don't think that you can actually answer my question, but it is good that it's on the record. Thank you, Senator Flores.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? We'll go to Assemblymember Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to further where Assemblymember Flanagan was coming from. I think it's a little disparate that we have a federal agency providing funding for refugees who are immigrants, and yet we're not protecting immigrants that we're not considering refugees, although they may have applied for refugee status at some point and were denied, or they just got the hell out of where they were coming from because it was so dangerous and wanted asylum here, but were not granted it. So I guess where we're coming from with a question is, what is the difference between the refugees you're helping, because you seem to be a subset of other immigrants? Can you explain that?
For refugees and asylum seekers or asylees, then you're referring to two totally different categories. But I will probably let Carissa to respond more on that.
Carissa Lopez Ramirez for the record. To answer your question, the difference between the refugees, these are people who have been processed overseas. And as a result of that, they're also eligible for the refugee support services, right? We also do assist the other refugee eligible populations, such as people who have obtained their asylum status, as well as the Cuban and Haitian entrants, international trafficking victims, as well as special immigrant visa holders.
So these are a subset of immigrants that were granted permission prior to entering the United States.
Carissa Lopez Ramirez for the record, that is correct.
I'm just going to leave that there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? Seeing none, I'll go to Assemblymember Wood.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Jones, for waiting all this time to present. So appreciate your patience. All right, in your slides, in your presentation, you mentioned previously you were able to have a third party to manage a lot of these refugee services on behalf of the state, and then recently the changes that were made, you now have to administer those funds yourself. How are those funds are now being allocated?
Iris Jones for the record. Well, we just had the IFC meeting, I would say like three weeks ago, where we were allowed now to receive the funds. The idea, we are still navigating different ideas, but the one that I believe that we're going to follow is that we're going to subgrant those funds to the refugee resettlement agencies.
And then are those the agencies that you had in your slides, those 4 organizations, the Catholic Charities, the Lighthouse, African Community Center, and I believe the International Center up in Reno? Are those the 4 partners that you already have? Are they going to be first in line for those funds? Are there additional agencies that are eligible to receive those funding as well?
Iris Jones for the records. The entities that you are mentioning, they are refugee resettlement agencies. They have been working here in Nevada for years now and providing these services. So we do not anticipate to make any changes. At least this is, I want you all to please understand that this is something that we didn't ask for it. The state have not been managing this program since, I believe, 1994, early 90s. So we do not want for the refugee community to be affected, nor for the services to be interrupted. So as of now, the plan is to manage the funds. Actually, because we do not have the capacity, ONA doesn't have the capacity just yet, we are working with the governor's office for federal assistance. They are helping us with the managing of the grant. And as I said, they are going to be subgranted. We're going to have send the funds to the approved refugee resettlement agencies because they do have the expertise. So in order for not causing interruptions nor big changes to this population, that's the way that we are going to do it for now.
Thank you for that. And follow up on that answer, how do you determine, the criterias? And that's fine if you don't have the answer now, since you just said you are now responsible for distributing those funds. Will we be, brief on how those funds are allocated and how do you determine the amount? And is that something that you decide, or does the governor's finance team decide that?
Carissa Lopez Ramirez for the record. So how we're currently distributing that funding is keep in mind that there's 3 resettlement agencies here in Nevada, right? And then in addition to that, we do have an additional service provider, which is Lighthouse Charities. But how we're distributing that funding is we mainly ask pretty similar in how the ORR request from us. For example, they submit their service plan. They also submit their budget and their budget narrative. And out of those, we determine how much funding they're going to get from our agency. And then as a result of this, we also do review historical data as far as the arrivals, as well as future arrivals that are scheduled to come. Thank you.
And do you report that information to the federal agencies, such as, the Homeland Security, as well as agencies such as ICE, about the types of organization that you're working with to execute these funds? Because these are federal funds, correct?
So Carissa Lopez Ramirez for the record, we do report all of these refugee arrivals as well as the outcomes related to this. We report it back to our funder, which is the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And I do know that they also do report this to Congress.
Okay, so just the Office of Refugee Services and Congress, and no other agencies.
No other agencies except those 2.
All right. Great. Well, thank you for that information. I appreciate the answers and I appreciate the information. Thanks so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Krasner, do you have any questions? I can't see you on the monitor. That's the only reason I'm asking. I'm going to take that as a no. Members, any additional questions? Assemblymember Karras, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I know that you guys are in transition a little bit from what it was called to what it's called now. Have you stopped offering any of the services that used to be provided?
Carissa Lopez Ramirez for the record. No, we have not. We're still continuing these services. So currently now we're using our FY25 funding that's currently provided to Catholic Charities. So as a result of that, that funding is good until the end of 2027. So as a result of this, we're still continuing the services because of that.
If I may, Chair.
Please.
So you say no, but it's this committee's understanding that you used to help Nevadas with DACA. So you are or you aren't anymore?
Carissa Lopez Ramirez for the record. So our migration and refugee services, we're only able to assist clients who are refugees and other refugee eligible population. In addition to our migration and refugee services, we also do have a separate program, which is the immigration services, and that program do assist DACA recipients.
So you guys just said you didn't stop any services, and yet you just told me that you did stop services because now it's not all-inclusive. It's only the refugees, this subset of immigrants?
Carissa Lopez for the record. So I'm referring to Catholic Charities services and not necessarily related to what ONA is currently doing.
Doesn't seem right, but okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? Seeing none, if I could, I guess maybe take it to more of a broader kind of 1,000-foot view. I understand the 2.5 mil now that it's kind of being passed through ONA, and understand that what my understanding from that is you're going to continue doing what you were doing before. It's just before the money may have moved through A, now it's moving through B, but the objective is the same. So correct me if I'm wrong there. Well, actually, I'll stop there. That just to clarify the record, that's pretty much what's happening.
Carissa Lopez for the record, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that. So I want to go back to just what ONA is doing, and I appreciate the presentation. And I had an opportunity to go through Senator Doñate's bill, and I know how important that was. And it looks like a lot of people from different sides of the conversation got together, so I appreciate that. I want to know more just what is happening today. So walk me through the day-to-day. If I walk into ONA office tomorrow, how many people are we seeing? Who are we servicing? What are we doing? And maybe if you could walk me through, if I call the Office of New Americans tomorrow, and it's a service that maybe you don't provide. Maybe I'm asking about removal defense. What do you do there? Do you send them to a particular group? Do you refer them out? Do you tell them simply, we don't do that? If you have somebody talking about, look, I have a business, but I'm trying to take it to the next level. I'm trying to do something with overseas. Just walk me through kind of what, because I don't know that we have a clear understanding of what's happening in your day-to-day operation.
Iris Jones for the record. ONA will still connect the community members with the resources that we have in the state. We are not going to go away from what is statutory mandated from us. So when somebody called us, because we do serve as a coordinated agency, and we connect people with services. We do not provide services directly. We have 3 individuals working in the office. One is specifically for language access, nothing else. The other person helps with everything administrative that we have to do in the office because we're such a small office, but we still have to do everything any other agency have to do. And then it's me. So the majority of the efforts, I would say, are I am the one that is taking the responsibility on all of that until hopefully we can have a couple more people that can help us with the refugee support services coordination. So again, we do not screen individuals based on immigration status. When somebody comes to us, that's not a question that we ask because we do not are mandated by the legislature to do it so. So what we do is specifically to your question is if somebody asks us to connect with any services, if it is immigration related, we do have a great relationship with the federal partners. We are sending them directly to the federal partners. To your specific question regarding somebody, we haven't have that case. I can go over the constituent cases report, and we can provide it to you guys at any point. We have not have, at least this year, anybody seeking legal resources, but when we have had in the past, we have sent them to, again, federal partners and are the ones that have been helping us with those specific cases. And then if somebody needs, for example, you just mentioned the business, right? We do connect them with the different state agencies and can provide the constituents with these specific services because we do not have the team that specifically provide any specific program for the constituents. We connect them.
Thank you. And Director, you mentioned a constituents report. I'm assuming just like a tally of how many calls and the type of calls. How many calls have we serviced up to now this year?
Iris Jones for the records. 13 constituents we have attended. We have served.
Okay. And then so 13 phone calls. I understand there's an administrative side to that. Of course, somebody's got to be there to answer that. And then now, so that addresses kind of my question with the phones. And in community outreach, and I've seen you director at different events and stuff like that. So I know you're out there, but I'm curious to know just walk me through how you decide what events you're going to. Are there events that ONA is spearheading that you're going to put them together? I know it's hard with the team of 3. Really, it's a team of 2 because one person's overwhelmed, which is the language access stuff. But just walk me through how we're partnering with the community, how we're deciding that, what you're spearheading.
Iris Jones for the record. Since we started this new learning experience along with Catholic Churches of Southern Nevada, we have definitely limited, unfortunately, our engagement because, as I say, it's me. But we do engage with the different consulates, the Mexican consulate, the consulate of El Salvador, as well as the one with Guatemala, from Guatemala. We have great relationship with the Latin Chamber of Commerce. We do participate also with Metro, as I said, in the task force. And we do participate in different events with Catholic Churches of Southern Nevada, as well as the African Community Center, Lighthouse Charities, as well, and many of other entities that they invite us to go to. We have definitely, because of we don't have right now more people in the office. We used to do English classes before, and we have made a stop on that because all my efforts lately have been setting up everything in the state, coordinating the implementation of the refugee support services program within the state, and that has been a huge leap for us.
And I do want to follow up on the community services side. But on setting up the new structure, again, and maybe I misunderstood you, but with the refugee support services, I thought there wasn't going to be like a huge lift. I thought it was just copy and paste. Am I wrong in that understanding that the money just arrives and you continue doing the same thing? Or is there going to be more of a like a kind of a oversight where people are applying for that 2.5 million that you're getting, and you may be looking at different providers now? You know, before maybe you were giving that money was being split up amongst A, B, C, D, and E. Now you're thinking of maybe working with different folk. I'm just trying to understand why that part of it is going to be a heavy lift. Are we considering changing the strategy that we've had prior?
We're not considering that, but for example, one of the things that we're going to do, ORR have provided us with a one-time shot provision. And with that, it's in order for us to implement the program within the state. Where I'm talking about that is that, for example, ORR requires for us to have a database so that we can use it in order to report the outcomes for the services that the state is going to be providing, right? And also, we are going to have we were approved to have a summit where we are going to bring together all the stakeholders, the different entities, then somehow, whether it is within the state or outside the state, work with the refugee population. We want the community to understand this specific population, and also to help us out when it comes to opportunities specifically for workforce entry. We have identified, before we took this role with the refugee program, we were always participating with the refugee resettlement agencies and the different meetings that they have, monthly and quarterly meetings, and we have identified some challenges that they had. So we see now this as an opportunity for the state to step in and help them, and therefore help the refugee community to have more opportunities when it comes to partners that can help them specifically with the workforce entry. So when you talked about, for example, the big lift right now, Habibo, I'm already talking to all these future partners. I'm already telling everybody, hey, this is a community here that are ready to help Nevada too with the workforce. These individuals, most of them, we have learned and bring great skills with them. We are right now developing also some type of some forms. We are working with Dieter to have some forms where we can understand the skills that these individuals bring. So then it's not only, okay, we're checking a box, we have to put these individuals to work, but okay, let me know what skills you have so that I can help you with the resources that we have with our partners so a doctor, and that's something that I learned during the passage of SB 124, we had doctors that were working in Wendy's. So I see as we are failing those individuals. So understanding their skills better and have a better assessment of who they are and what they bring and how they can provide also to our community, it's going to be key for the success of what we have in mind for this program. So we have been having these conversations already. As I said, we were approved to have a summit where we're going to bring everybody together. They can help us to provide better opportunities for this population. That's what we have been working on too.
Thank you for that. And I forgot to ask, with now putting that under the Office of New Americans umbrella, does that create additional funding for ONA? Are you going to get more money now because of that?
Iris Jones, for the record, for the specific office, no. But we are, the two positions that are going to work from my office are going to be funded specifically from ORR, as well as anything and everything in those individuals' work. We presented a budget where ORR is going to fund from the chairs, from the the desk that they are gonna use, their computers, everything that they need in order to work within my office. And they are, as I say, paying their salaries as well.
Understood. So whatever model they had before, 5 employees with 5 desks, 5 computers, they're going to try to replicate that and put that in your office, and it will be at no cost to the state.
It would be a no cost, Iris Jones for the records, it would be a no cost for the state. That was one of the very first conversations that we had with ORR, because this has been a conversation that we have been having for a year now. From the moment the ORR reached out to us with this new policy change. So that was one of our requests, because it was our biggest concern. We don't want to implement the program, and then it will be we'll come and ask you guys for funding, right? So it is their commitment, and they are going to fund not only the positions, but everything that was required, what we did identify in order for the office to implement the program within the state.
Understood. And did they formally put that in writing, saying that agreement that they're going to take on the monetary obligation? Was that a formal agreement that was written between ONA and them?
Iris Jones for the record, we did submit the budget, and they did request. It is, I'm sure we have communications about it, but they did provide, we did present a budget, and we went through the back and forth of justifications and approval process on the federal level, and they approved it, and now we do have the funds.
Thank you. And I really appreciate you doing that, because when you read through, this is unrelated to you, but when you read through some of those 287G agreements, the entire cost burden shifts over to the state. The entire obligation, should there be a lawsuit, somebody gets hurt, shifts over to the state. So I really appreciate the fact that in this instance, we had the foresight to say, wait a minute, we're not going to do this unless you pay us to do it. It's frustrating, though, that when it comes to helping folk, we think this way, but when in the other direction, we don't. But again, that's not on you, Ona. I, as a director, I just want to applaud you for doing that, because no state agency should enter into any agreement with the federal government where we're taking on that bill and we're taking on that obligation and responsibility, or should there be a lawsuit that we agree to do it. And we're doing that every single day that a 287G agreement exists in the state. So I appreciate you as a director understanding that we should never take on that responsibility. I have more questions, but before I get to that, I know Assemblymember Flanagan had a question, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It was just a point of understanding. Since your focus is on refugees, correct?
Iris Jones for the record, this specific program that we have been discussed focuses specifically on refugees and refugee.
So and in this vein of what a refugee is defined as, someone fleeing turmoil in a country and not able to return or afraid to return. So SB 124 is under your office in this presentation, because I just want to make sure I don't answer it and I let you answer, but I just want to understand why. Because the effort to bring professionally trained doctors from other countries to increase our doctor pool, and your focus being refugee services, they're not necessarily refugees. We're looking to find trained physicians in other countries who want to come here and work, but those aren't refugees. So I just want to, is this just a convenient place to put it? Because I would think we would give a different type of effort to that recruitment and not place that burden on your office to service people who are fleeing countries where they're afraid to go back to. These are people who we hope want to come here and do good work. And so it's almost like a concierge relationship that I would think we would be trying to establish, but not lumping them under refugee services. So I'm just wanting to make sure it's not a smoke and mirrors space, and that we do get done what we're trying to do to improve healthcare in our community.
Iris Jones for the record, SB 124 was a bill that was brought by Senator Doñate and the in 2025. This nothing specifically to do about with immigration, and we are not bringing individuals specifically or promoting this bill or this law with individuals that are outside the country. These 132 international trained physicians that we identified for over a year, then we were working very closely with Senator Doñate. Those are individuals that are already here in Nevada. We are not bringing individuals from another country, nor our efforts were focused on that. These are individuals that live in our communities. Then, unfortunately, the state didn't have, before the passage of this law, the state didn't have that reciprocity. If you wanted to be a doctor here, you needed to start from zero. And that is not the case anymore, thanks to SB 124.
I understand the intent of SB 124. I just was trying to make sure I understood why we were lumping it under your efforts as the office that works on refugee resources. It's fine if that's where we need to place it. I just thought it was interesting that that's where it ended up. I'm not questioning how many doctors we now have as a benefit of SB 124. Just the correlation between refugees and trained physicians didn't seem like the same thing to me, which because it's not, but it's fine if sometimes we need to house things where we need to house them in order to have the bandwidth to accommodate it.
Members, did we have any additional questions? I know we're getting into the late hours, and I appreciate everybody's patience. Did you have a question? Assembly Member Karas, please.
I know I've asked this a few times, and you keep saying you're refugees only, but I'm reading NRS 223.910, and your actual slide that you presented here today says the governor's office for new Americans serves as Nevada's bridge between government and immigrant and refugee communities by improving access to state services, supporting workforce participation, promoting economic opportunity, and coordinating statewide language access and refugee support services. It does sound like you're doing everything but help the immigrant community. Care to comment?
Iris Jones for the record. In the past few minutes, we have been talking specifically about the refugee program. However, as I mentioned before, ONA will have been, it will still continue to carry all our obligations that we are mandated by the statute that you just mentioned.
I'm just going to revisit it because to me, I asked if you were still providing for DACA and you said no. That doesn't sound like you're also helping the immigrant community, even though our focus here today has mainly been on the refugee population.
Iris Jones for the record. Carissa mentioned it regarding the DACA, but it is because she works as a refugee coordinator for the state of Nevada. If you ask my office specifically, we do work with the immigrant community. Nowhere in the statute determines that we have to request immigration status because none of our services are based on eligibility. So what we do when somebody comes to our office is then we refer them to the services that they provide. We do not have a specific programs or specific benefits that are based on immigration status. Therefore, those are not conversations that we have with our constituents because it's not mandated in the statute. We do work with the immigrant community in general.
Sorry, my mic's, okay. In what ways?
Well, Iris, just for the record, SB 24 is an example of that. because of our efforts, we identified 132 international trained physicians, and now they will have the opportunity to be doctors here in the state. We don't know if they are DACA. We don't know if they are refugees. We don't know if they are any type of immigrants in general. We do provide, we identify them, and now they will be able to be doctors here. That's an example of that. And in what way specifically? Now, as I say, because of this big lift regarding the refugee program, we have been focusing our efforts, our main efforts in this. However, anybody that calls our office, we have never turned anybody away because this is no conversations that we have. Again, ONA does not administer any benefits for any type of for the community. Therefore, when somebody called to us, we do not request their immigration status, nor we turn anybody away because we connect them with the different service system the state has.
So of the thousands upon thousands of immigrants in Nevada, you have helped 124 because they're doctors. Is that correct?
Iris Jones, for the record, I did not say 124, I say 132 international trained physicians were identified. I'll be happy to provide a specific number of every individual that we have assisted. And no, we do not determine that we help an individual or not, whether they are doctors, engineers, or they have not a specific career path. That's not what this office was intended to do when the legislature created it.
I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Krasner or Assemblymember Nguyen, any additional questions? I see them saying, well, I see you, Senator, saying no. Assemblymember Nguyen, no. So, Director, the only other questions that I wanted to get into, you all don't do any work at all or collaborate in any way with ICE or removal enforcement or anything like that, correct?
Iris Jones, for the record, no, Chair, because we, again, that's not what statutorily have been requested by our office. Nowhere on the NRS indicates that we have to ask immigration status to anybody that calls our office. Therefore, that is not how we approach our constituents.
Understood. And I think I knew that, Director, but I think mostly just to kind of get rid of that myth that somehow politically, unfortunately, if we have a Republican governor or a Democratic governor, you're going to have different kind of agendas set with different agencies. That happens all the time. I think with this particular area, it's always just more touchy because we know what's happening and there's a clear divide. It has nothing to do necessarily with you, Director. So, but I think it was good to just clear up the record. I wanted to go back to the questions we were asking about outreach. How much money do we put into marketing or outreach into the community? Do we have any resources for that? We have zero. Do you work sometimes? I'm assuming maybe you work with some of our local newspapers or maybe media outlets to do some kind of campaigns at times, but just can you walk us through some of that? Or not really, whatever it is. I mean, just curious.
Iris John, for the record, our budgets for marketing, campaigning, or outreach is zero. You are seeing here the marketing director, the outreach director, and all the constituent services director, and so on.
And is it possible in your negotiation with the new office that's being thrown in under your umbrella that you asked for them to help promote your office a little bit there? You've already done a great job in getting rid of liabilities and a good job of ensuring that they pay for the desk, the phone, the internet, and the staff. I think it'd be great to see you do something like that.
Iris Jones, for the record, I don't recall the specific amount, but in the one-time shot, we did ask for an amount in order for us to reintroduce the program and this population to Nevada. It's not a lot, it's that what I do remember, but we are going to do some outreach with those funds.
Understood. I don't think we have any additional questions for you, Director. And again, I do appreciate you staying so late into the hours. Thank you to you both. Please, as I'm asking of everybody else, if there's a recommendation for the legislature for 2027, if you could send it to the entire committee that you think would help the Office of New Americans. That might be a request for funding. That might be a tough one. I know that. But if there's anything else on the policy side, and I understand that you wear multiple hats and you're balancing a very difficult conversation depending on who you're talking to and what room you're in. I get that. I'm not naive. But if there's anything that you think we can do in terms of legislation, yes, this little cleanup would be helpful, or this thing is ambiguous and it creates a headache for me, let us know so we can, as a committee, entertain that.
Thank you, Chair. I was just for the record. Statutorily, we need to submit a language access report actually to this body by September 30th. We have identified some challenges as well as requests that we're going to be doing to this body. And yes, we actually have also identified a building. Hopefully, we can bring it to you guys. All I'm going to say is that it's very similar to SB 124, and we are very excited about that. So hopefully we can work something out and keep serving our community that way.
Sounds good. Thank you, Director. Have a wonderful evening. Both of you be safe. And with that, we'll close out the final presentation of the evening. However, we do still have public comment. If there's anybody wishing to join us for public comment here in Las Vegas, if you could please come forward. I see Professor Kagan excitedly getting up for public comment. Is that right? I don't believe we have anybody for public comment here. Anybody wishing to join us in Carson City for public comment? I see nobody in Carson City. We will go to the phone lines. Anybody wishing to join us for public comment? This is your time over the phone.
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phones now to take your place in the queue.
My name is Nick Christensen, Nick-Christenson, and I am an energy and environmental advocate speaking for myself. On the topic of the Intervenor Compensation Fund, I think the reason for this proposal is that the vast majority of people who are outside the utility and the regulatory front believe that the PUCN is not meeting its burden of balancing ratepayer interest against the utility interests. You've heard people talk about regulatory capture early. I think that's an accurate assessment of what we're talking about in Nevada, and that the scales right now are tipped in the favor of our utilities. I think BCP is doing good work, but I would ask Senator Cole that she might want to reach out to BCP and ask them if they think additional help on intervenor rate cases would be beneficial to consumers or not, and whether that's likely to provide a good return on equity. Because from what I've seen, they seem awfully swamped by what they're doing, despite their best efforts. In fact, I think Mr. Weir is the one that provides the best justification for why we need an intervenor compensation fund. He mentioned regarding the demand charge docket that there are 40,000 pages of testimony just in that one docket of dozens that are produced over the course of a year, and he calls that transparency. And in some sense it is. But anybody who's had any experience in the legal world would also call that document dumping. And it's exactly why we need people with the funding to be able to go and intervene on behalf of the ratepayers. I'd also be willing to dispute Mr. Weir's statement about our low rates. In some measures, he's absolutely correct, and in some measures, he's not. But unlike Mr. Weir, my time is limited, so I will leave it there. Have a great rest of your evening.
And before you log off, sir, if you do have any additional remarks or you want to elaborate on anything, please make sure you send us an email, and that will become part of the record. Thank you for joining us this late in the evening.
Good evening. It's Ellen Gifford again. ELLEN GIFF as in Frank, ORD as in David. There appears to be a determination to transform the people's election process into an empire of mechanized control. And this focus on machines has resulted in circumventing Nevada's election laws that you are responsible for. During our primary, I want to share with you that across the state, there were poll locations where in-person voters were not processed as required by law. Voter privacy was not provided as required by law. Signage was not provided as required by law. Disabled voters were not provided designated voting access as required by law. Materials used for training poll workers was outdated and lacked coverage of election laws. Some materials were dumped on workers at the last minute with no explanation. There was no proper coordination of poll location setup prior to opening the polls, and poll workers were not properly trained as required by law to provide voters with assistance in the machines, eroding voter confidence in the process and causing poll worker frustration. Election officials showed up at one polling place to provide remedial training to poll workers while the voters were in the process of voting. And the first day of early voting, poll workers were blindsided with a sudden change in the process for handling mail-in ballots. Voters were confused by, therefore not correctly, executing the ballot printing and scanning process. The people's election process is not an automated empire. The Secretary of State's job is to ensure our elections are accommodating to the voters and volunteer workers and following Nevada election laws. Those requirements were not met in our primary, and something must be done about this before our general election. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for joining us. Next caller.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Tara Webster. I'm calling on behalf of the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada regarding immigration enforcement and community safety in Nevada. Everyone deserves safety, privacy, and for their basic needs to be met regardless of their immigration status or citizenship. And our current immigration system is targeting and hurting those who have deep roots in our communities and who really help shape and define what Nevada is. Over the last 2 years, we've watched ICE undermine trust in our public institutions and instill fear in the daily lives of our immigrant neighbors, our friends, our families, our coworkers. And no one should be worrying about ICE when they go to the doctor or they're seeking safety from domestic violence. And children, most of all, shouldn't be afraid that when they come home after school to an empty home or parents who are gone. These should all be lines in the sand. What we want at PLAN is we want to see more transparency and accountability from local law enforcement, an end to 287Gs and MOUs. We want data privacy that prevents local and state entities from sharing personal information. We want fairness and due process. And our most basic ask is for this legislative body to prioritize the right for everyone to be safe in community spaces. In the end, we all want the same thing. We want to live safely, care for our families, and contribute to our communities. And we hope that you can prioritize that this coming legislative session. Thank you.
Before you log off, could you please state your name for the record one more time, please? And we missed her. Next caller, please.
Good evening, Chair Flores and members of the committee. My name is Audrey Peral, spelled AudreyPeral, and I'm the Program Director for Chispa, Nevada. I'm here today in strong support of intervener compensation and the need to make the Public Utilities Commission more accessible to the communities it serves. Currently, Meaningful participation in PUC proceedings requires significant time, technical expertise, and financial resources. These barriers exclude many everyday Nevadans, especially those who are most impacted by the decisions around energy affordability and infrastructure. Intervenor compensation is essential because it would allow organizations to bring forward community perspectives that would otherwise go unheard, creating a more equitable and informed decision-making process. Accessibility, however, must go beyond compensation. The PUC should continue strengthening language access, clear processes, and meaningful public engagement so that residents can participate without needing to be experts in regulatory systems. Chispa Nevada has participated in the PUC consumer sessions for at least the last 7 years. And rather than becoming more accessible, opportunities for public participation have become more limited. For example, the annual consumer session, one of the very few opportunities for community members to participate directly, if not the only, was recently reduced to the only one session in the middle of the workday, with no meaningful alternatives for those who could not attend, and Spanish speakers were limited to the same allotted time as English speakers, significantly reducing the time of their testimony. And while we appreciate the PUC's language access plan and some of the comments that were made today, there remains to be a gap between those commitments and the experience of our community members. Over the years, Chispa Nevada has provided our own interpretation services, both in person and through translated written testimony for Spanish-speaking residents after being told that the PUC could not do that. We have brought dozens of community members who have asked the Commission to reject rate increases and hold utilities accountable over the years. And while commissioners listen, they are not required to give the same consideration as testimony submitted by formal interveners. We've also met with the commissioners to discuss how the PUC can become more community friendly, and we were told that the consumer engagement falls under the Bureau of Consumer Protection. However, when we spoke with the BCP, we were told that it does not have the funding or capacity to prioritize direct consumer engagement. This leaves no clear pathway for ensuring that the public can meaningfully participate. Community members deserve more than the opportunity to speak. They deserve a process where their voices can help shape decisions that affect their utility bills, their health, and the future of their families. I respectfully urge this committee to support intervenor compensation and the steps to ensure that the Public Utilities Commission is more accessible, inclusive, and accountable. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for joining us. Next caller, please.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Chantel Roberts, representing Vote Solar. That's CHAUNTILLEROBERTS. I want to begin by addressing some of the comments that were made to the public response to the recent commission proceeding. Vote Solar intervenes in dockets across the country, and that includes Nevada. And based on that experience, I really don't think that it's fair to characterize concerns that concerned customers as uneducated or unaware of the process. Many of the concerns that were raised by customers today are the concerns of interveners in this space. I would encourage both the committee and the commission to look beyond creating just a task force and consider implementing some of the reforms that were discussed today. Vote Solar had the pleasure of helping advance two of the bills that were spoken today, which was SB 2172 and the PUC Sunset Bill. And both of those bills really improve transparency and public participation. Good process lets interveners add to good decision-making, but it's also really important that a culture of access into information is had to help solve problems before they reach the public, and good process can really help consumers and save the commission from controversy and conflict that we've seen over the last few months. In regards to intervenor compensation, these proceedings are incredibly technical. They require lawyers, engineers, economists, all types of very expensive participation. And the communities that represent disproportionately impacted communities and income qualified communities deserve a seat at the table. And this isn't really the chance to compare Nevada to other states, but it is a point for this committee and the commission to think about Nevada's ever-evolving energy system and recognize that we should learn from other states and identify the tools that other states have used to strengthen regulatory decision-making and increase public confidence. Thank you so much.
And thank you for joining us. Next caller, please.
Thank you, Chair. We have no additional public comment callers at this time.
Thank you. And I wanted to say thank you to everybody for hanging out. This is government affairs after hours, literally. I wanted to thank our committee policy analyst, Ms. Peratt, for hanging in there. We threw her into the fire and she got a really long day. So thank you for having us, our amazing staff for hanging in there super late, and all your amazing work that you do behind the scenes. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you to all the folk who participated. This is your committee. This is your space. We are only here to serve you. So I appreciate all of you participating, and thank you for our members engaging in meaningful dialogue. Nobody else is really here besides us four, two online, and Assemblymember Karras. But I will send out an email, and I'll have the team also do the same. We have now shifted to the focus of moving legislation and making recommendations as a committee. So my request for those four of us that are the last four standing is if there's issues that have been touched, bills that have been proposed, solutions that have possibly been raised, whatever it may be, if you could please email me so that I know what it is that you would like for us to consider at the August meeting. We may have some presentations, but the entire focal point of that meeting will be mostly focused on what legislation we want to move as a committee. So again, if there's things that we heard a couple months ago that you really liked, I really want us to address that issue on whatever it may be. Please make sure that you let me know so that we can do that as a committee and consider it in August. If we can do that in the next 14 days so that we can allow time for our amazingly hardworking folk behind the scenes to put that packet together. But again, we'll send out an email as a reminder to everybody. We'll have our committee policy analyst collect all that, and then from there, we'll just kind of move forward and trying to figure out what we got to do. Because it's only 2 weeks, that also means that please make sure you reach out to stakeholders. We heard from many today. We've heard from many in the past. In case there's something you want us to consider, that you have that last minute touch of conversation regarding whatever that topic is. Thank you again for all your amazing work, and this meeting's adjourned.